Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Trembe TV and Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And a lot is taking place today as we look forward to the general elections come 9th August 2022. It is official from Iebc that Sonko cannot contest for Mombasa governorship, although he's still putting up a spirited fight through the courts. I don't know how that will be, but Sonko out from Iebc. And of course, Baba and team had a rousing welcome in Makueni together with Kalonzo and the team. Azimio seems to be celebrated more and more, gaining more grounds, and it looks like this is gone. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Kenya Kwanza, they are in the city of Nairobi, hopping around looking for more votes from the residents of the city, the green city in the sun. Well, we would love to hear what you feel and think about the same. Yesterday we were talking about one senator of Nairobi, SAKAJA. He's been scrapped off from the alumni page of University of Nairobi. Is this the end of the road, or what next for the young senator? What has he been doing all along? Something that we need to look at it keenly and be able to rule out what everyone needs to embrace at this point in time, even as we look for new leadership at all levels. Like we always urge you to continue watching and sharing the link with everybody in your life. Mutembe TV is here to inform you, to educate you, and entertain you too. So please keep it right here and ensure that you don't watch alone. Invite your family, invite your kin, both in the diaspora and right here at home. Mutembe TV is unique in such a way that you can hook on it from anywhere you are on the face of the earth, as long as you can connect to the internet. So welcome everybody welcome everybody, and see to it that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join in the discourse tonight. Well, I want to salute those of you that are joining. The link to use to get in the studio, I'm putting it right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in fast and furious. We salute and appreciate all of you for your continued support and continued followership of Mutembe TV. Fred Mobeki says, waiting. It was a fantastic outing for the Azimio this time round. Udaku will be humiliated with over 70% outright win for Baba. We are not afraid. Mobeki. Kuna Dickens Otieno, he said, we are here already. Kuna Robert Mumanyi, thank you so much for keeping right here. Kuna Matomak Dates, vipi leo, niko salama, asante sana. Kuna Joab Ochuka, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu Kabunga, you're welcome. Nani Batel Saboka Manyi, you are welcome. Evelyn Musia, you're welcome. Nani huyu Lintale First Bono Magi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Anderson Neta, you're welcome. Hi to you. Nyayo Fankarama, you're welcome. Novestas Limo, you're welcome. Na nyingine huyu, kuna Jackton, of course, Ogutu, kuna Shemil Sleiman, thank you so much. Sarah Serange, you're welcome. Cosmas Owino, Elizabeth Wanjiku, who else? Prince Meshak Masika, you're welcome. And of course, Simon Dungu, Madividia Weta wa Well, a bunch of what? Well, you will tell me what that means of NASA. Kuna nani Zadok Sedi, Swale Salim, alafu kuna nani Douglas Philip. Thank you, all of you that are coming in. Please let us keep inviting as many as possible to join into the discourse tonight. We are looking at Sonko's being locked out by Iebc and his attempt to fight the same through the court. And of course, Baba in Makueni, celebration everywhere. Is this the end of the road for Kenya Kwanza in Ukambani ama bado kuna dalili? Ningependa kujua hayo na mengine mengi. Kenya Kwanza wamekuwa hapa Nairobi wanatafuta kura. Sakaja ametolewa katika ile inaitwa nini? Mkururo wa wale watu wamekuwa University of Nairobi, ni kama amekataliwa. Na wale anaodai kwamba walipatia degree ama alisoma nao. So mambo ni kama hayo. Ningependa wote tukashiriki pamoja, jitahidi watu wa comments, please let's keep it clean and ensure that we keep the discussion hot and right. Christine, how are you?
I'm fine, Ben. I'm fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm listening to you.
I hope the person peeping is not a minor.
I'm listening to you from all the way in New York. New York State.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I'm in the car shop, and I'll come back later. Give me a few minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for joining. You're welcome. See you later. Okay, nani Steven, namna gani?
Poa sana Bernard, mambo?
Niko salama. Mbona mnafungia Sonko?
Wewe acha mambo yako bwana. Umeamua upatie mama kwanza. Hapana bwana.
Hiyo ni lazima.
Wewe kila mali ni mama.
Judicial tumepatia mama.
Ai Ben bwana, umenifurahisha bwana.
Dunia tumepatia mama.
Umenifurahisha sana. Anyway, how are you brother?
How are you? Nashukuru.
Pia mimi nashukuru, tangu jana tumeachana.
I'm good. The day has begun.
Yeah. Thank you. So I want to start with Sonko. What's up with Sonko? Anatafuta nini surely? Is he trying to wreck the board from within? Because if you look at this, what's happening keenly, you know we have Kalonzo on our side now, and Azimio is Sonko is in Azimio by default, you know. So if anything is going to be against Sonko, it's like it's going to be against Azimio. So sijui what's not happening. Ama awe huyu jamaa ni Trojan house fulani anatumiwa hapo na hawa watu wa KKA. What's not happening? Because what is he forcing to be? Why is he forcing this thing? He has money, he has everything he needs. Why is he forcing to be in the race? What for? Bernard, can you explain why? Why is this guy persisting to be in the race in Mombasa? Ni kitu gani anatafuta surely? Nimeshindwa na hii mambo yake huu.
Yake.
Hapana.
Ngoja, ni haki yake.
Okay.
Kusimama mahala popote anataka kusimama. Shida ni kwamba ako na kesi. Na pia ni haki yake kupambana na hizo kesi afikie kule zitamfikisha. So swala sio kufight Azimio ama Kenya Kwanza. Swala ni atajitoa katika hizo kesi, kwa sababu kile kinamzuia sio Azimio na sio Kenya Kwanza. Kile kinamzuia ni kesi alizo nazo. So hizo kesi kama atafaulu kwa wakati unaofaa ataachiliwa, lakini asipofaulu kwa wakati unaofaa ajaribu siku nyingine.
Wacha niseme hivi Bernard, nilifuatilizia hii interview ya Martha Koome akiwa na is it Spice FM, and she's the president of the judiciary. Okay, she said clearly, once you are impeached, that's the end of you. You are not supposed to vie for any public office in this nation. So I don't know why the judges in the lower courts are still giving this person field play. Sielewi. You know, it's somehow controversial, by the way, Bernard. You know, this country, the judiciary has been holding us back to some extent, by the way. So it's not a good game what's happening, surely. Lakini wacha tuache hapo mambo ya Sonko. Juu mimi mwenyewe sina haja naye, just frankly speaking, sina haja naye. So let him stay there. Whatever happens to him, let him stay there. Okay, I want to come to SAKAJA. Unajua Bernard, I was perusing my documents just some few minutes ago, and I came across a Red Cross certificate I was issued in 2008 in my documents, you know, and I was wondering if SAKAJA really graduated from this facility. Let him produce just one photo of graduation, because hata certificate ya toilet cleaning, ya mortuary attendant, you graduate. You graduate with your the classmates you had, sindio? You take a photo, you celebrate that day. What's the issue? Mbona hawezi kutoa hata picha tu moja aonyeshe kuwa amevaa hiyo kakitu, amegraduate? Simple. Hii mambo ya sijui nini kuandikia bibi ya Museveni barua, because you know Museveni, the wife is the Minister of Education there. They want information from Uganda. What for? Let SAKAJA produce one photo of graduation, and let him produce some receipts that he paid to that university. Simple. There's no beating about the bush here. Wampatie tu hizo requirements mbili. Show us the receipts that you paid, because you don't pay university cash, you pay through the bank. Show us the transactions. Show us one photo of your classmates. Simple. Hiyo hapo hakuna mchezo. Atoe hizo awe cleared. We want him in the race so that we can beat him hands down. We don't want him out of the race. We don't want them to say this issue was politicized. No, we want him there, but let him prove that he's a graduate. Let him prove that he deserves to be in that race. Sindio Bernard, ama wewe unaonaje? Because at the end of the day, we need a competitor. We need a serious competitor. Na serious competitor, I think it's SAKAJA. Going by the numbers, you know, I was just trying to see, for a normal understand Kikuyu, Igathe and SAKAJA, no matter what, no matter how strict they are in the Wheelbarrow Foundation or formation, hakuna siku Mkikuyu atapigia SAKAJA hapo Nairobi. That's for a fact. The other issue is the Kamba votes. The Kambas will stand with their person Kaloki. The other issue is Luyas. You Luyas will stand with the Baba. Luos will stand with the Baba. So where are the numbers that SAKAJA is also trying to come up with? Hakuna. So let him be there so that we can beat him hands down. We can humiliate him in the ballot. We can win this seat in the morning. It's a clear win. It's a clear win, Ben. Hapo hasina shida na hiyo. That's the easiest win. Of all the seats, that's the easiest win, because his credibility is dented first. Umenielewa? SAKAJA credibility yake imekuwa dented.
Yes. Hapa nakupata uko sawa. Isipokuwa hana makaratasi, sasa itakuwaje? Kama shule hakuenda, wezi sema ulienda shule kupitia kotini.
Jana nilikuambia tuambie Babu Owino apatie yeye moja, lakini sasa itabidi tuongee na Wajakoya, because Wajakoya kona nyingi. Wajakoya atapatia yeye moja, aruhusiwe tu moja tu. We need him there. Bernard, Makueni was nice. You know, let me move out of there.
Sio makaratasi, kwa sababu karatasi analo authenticity ya kuwa hilo karatasi amelisomea. So
unajua Bernard
akimpatia ni Wajakoya alikuwa shule, sio SAKAJA. Sisi tunatafuta masomo.
Unajua Bernard, kuna Mswahili huku kwetu alisema pombe haramu haizaliwi kwenye kitanda. So ndio hiyo story yao inaendelea. Pombe haramu haizaliwi kwenye kitanda, lakini mtoto anazaliwa kwenye kitanda. At the end of the day, we just wanted him there. That's my point, eh? But if he's not going to be allowed, fine. We'll get somebody else to compete with us and we are going to win that seat. Anyway, let me move out of there. Niende kwa Makueni. There was somebody who was telling me that Kalonzo is going to campaign for Baba more than anyone who is in Azimio. It's true. Kalonzo is now wholeheartedly in Azimio. Amejitolea kama Mpalestina, amejifunga mabomu yote, ameamua yeye sasa ni frontline, twende kuenda. So I'm happy Kalonzo is finally in there, fully in there, and is doing what he's supposed to be doing. I don't think if Kenya Kwanza are going to have a chance of 20% in Ukambani. That's the truth. Going by the past history, where Ukambani always votes as a block. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee that Kalonzo is going to get the majority of the members of parliament. So it's a plus on our side as Azimio. And it's also another guarantee that we are going to get more than 1.5 million votes in Ukambani. That's for a fact. Hao wakiamua kusimama na mtu wao, wanasimama na mtu wao. Wacha Bernard nisiendelee, nitarudi tena baadaye. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Steven, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huu. Tunaendelea na mchakato wa leo. Nashukuru kwa wale ambao mnatazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu. Usitazame peke yako, call in your entire family, let them all tune to Mtembei TV. Let us all learn everything that we can learn through this program by ensuring that unaelewa siasa iko vipi, inaenda vipi, na nchi inaenda vipi. Usikubali kudanganywa na wanasiasa, fuata ukweli na ukweli utakuweka huru. Asante sana. Kwa hivyo ukitupata tu, endelea kukaribisha, share in your WhatsApp group, share the link with your Facebook groups, your Facebook friends. Let's all gang up and make a difference today. Thank you. Christine, I hope you are now in a position to speak.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Hi to you.
By the way, I'm a follower, but unfortunately, by the time I get to look at it, it's late at night. Everything is done, so I didn't expect even to join today. But I'm very grateful. I'm aware. I've been watching you from the New York State, and I follow everything that happens in Kenya politically. I like the debate. Whatever is happening in Kenya now, it's my prayer that they keep it up, because we need credible leaders, you know? Everybody, I remember, I'm not a young woman, but growing up, our parents would say the best thing they would give us is just education, you know? And unfortunately, some people get it to the top, they fake it till they make it, you know? We don't want our children to fake it till they make it. And these people that are faking it till they make it are the leaders that are presented to us. We don't have an option, you know? So whatever is happening, I'm grateful about the Sonko incident. If a leader has hooliganism, some character traits, it doesn't matter whether you got papers from anywhere, but we need to look at your moral value. Your moral ethics too should matter when it comes to choosing leadership. So I'm just very grateful about the Sonko incident being put out of the ballot box. He has messed Nairobi, he's gonna mess Mombasa again. And unfortunately for voters, I'm a voter, I'll vote here. Sometimes we get to choose what is presented to us, you know? So I just hope they'll keep it up. The SAKAJA issue, I would have loved him to be in the ballot box, just as the first presenter has mentioned. But unfortunately, we just have to go through the whole process. Whatever everybody else is going through, there's no favorism. SAKAJA just messed with the big boys. He's been a senator for 2 terms. The big boys knew he didn't have papers. And I'm sure all this information, it's the big boys who has brought them to the public. So, and as much as the big boys are embarrassing him now, they knew about SAKAJA, it's not fair for us voters. Like 2 good years, just because somebody can speak good English, you know, and he's a leader. Personally, before SAKAJA joined UDA, I used to look at SAKAJA as somebody that can even mentor my son, you know. I would have loved my son to look up to SAKAJA. Not until after I messed with the big boys that now we get to know who SAKAJA is. So it is just unfair for us parents, the kind of leadership that are presented to us. We struggle with our children, the kind of people that our children are expected to look up to, which is so sad again, because our days there were no TV. We didn't know what is happening. But now even my younger child tells me, oh, SAKAJA did this, SAKAJA brought a certificate from Uganda, again from Teams. I'm asking him, where did you see all this? Through social media, you know? He's 13, so 10 years and above. What are we teaching our children? So I just hope the institutions will be firm. I hope people are not doing this for political benefits or just for political gains, but this is something that should be structured in Kenya. So, and about external papers being brought into Kenya, I just want to be honest with you. For me even to come with my credentials here, I have to do evaluation and I spend like 20,000 Kenyan shillings. So whichever papers that are coming from outside the country, I believe there should be an institution to verify for us those papers. We shouldn't just take degrees from any country just because somebody has a degree. So on those 2 points, right now, the IBC has done a credible job. About Makueni Kalonzo, I'm grateful Kalonzo finally came to his senses, joined us. We knew he's overvalued. We didn't want to lose him. And he has an input, a positive one. All he needs to do is just to put his house and his people in order. I haven't heard Mutembei discussing about the incident that happened on the stage when Baba was speaking, you know. So he needs to put his house in order. We don't want those scenes. Yeah, other than that, I'm just too excited. I didn't plan myself to join the group today. Thank you so much for the good job. We are supporting you from here. Whatever help you need, I'm available. You have my contact there.
Okay. Asante sana, Christine. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you very much. Bwana Oscar, namna gani?
Hello.
Yes, Oscar, namna gani?
Niko salama kabisa. Nashukuru.
Haya, karibu utangulizi wako.
Nachangia baadaye.
Okay, sawa, thank you. Romians?
Habari ya jioni.
Romians?
Mnanisikiza?
Iko salama, namna gani?
Mzima kabisa, ashukuru Mungu, labda nyinyi.
Yes, uko salama, endelea.
Kwa hivyo acha ni washukuru wale ambao wametangulia, Stephen, Christine Adika, who I happen to know her, na Oscar na wale wengine. So nafurahi kuona Christine akiwa USA. Sijui kama anaweza nijua, lakini najua tuliwaikutana naye Nandi Hills. Okay.
Yes, I come from Nandi Hills. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, your mother was my mentor, I know. Thank you. We shall be talking later. Bernard, about I just want to concur with what Christine has just said about education. You know, in Kenya it's like we are not valuing our education. And the kind of documents that we are using or our leaders are using, then they are putting us in question. We are not going to sell even outside, because if this is what is going to happen or to continue, the kind of game that is going to be played with our leaders who are our role model, then we are going to be valueless when it comes to international market in terms of even jobs, because we are not respected, we are not trusted. For SAKAJA, I pray that he should be on the ballot, so that competition should be healthy competition. You know, we don't want to compete ourselves. We need him there, and I'm praying maybe he should be there. But if things are not working for him, then it's unfortunate for him. So he should yield or anafaa avune kile ambacho alikipanda. IBC should stand the way it is doing now. I'm happy about IBC. As much as it has not yet scored to the maximum, but they are trying to show some kind of integrity, and that is what we need. So the kind of leaders that are their integrity and in fact their moral are put in question. For example, somebody like Sonko, this is not a person I can champion for. We have the history of Sonko having causing a lot of kind of dramas, a lot of ulabalos. This is a person that he does not is not supposed to be a leader, and at the same time this is a person that is squandered, and the evidence was there, and that's why he was impeached. So IBC did something good to block him out of out of this the ballot. And Kenya Kwanza in Nairobi, Bernard, for me, Kenya Kwanza, for me, is not an issue, it's not a threat now. What they are just surviving, they're just taking their last breath. They're just surviving. They're hanging on a very tiny rope. For them, they're trying to be relevant. But for me, I think Kenya Kwanza has got nothing of any kind of threat to Azimio. Azimio is a party that is well organized, and we can hear from our leaders the way they're articulating their issues. So we are seeing a kind of people who have got wisdom, the kind of people who can give us hope. And whenever they speak on the stage, the Azimio are always articulating their agendas. They are not playing blame games as the other side. So for Kenya Kwanza, I don't see the need of us talking about it. When it comes to sorry Bernard, I can't get you. Hey. I don't know whether
just make your submission.
Okay.
You're okay. Conclude your submission. Sorry, I think it's network issues. Bwana Kisoi, Evans, how are you? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Unmute fast, yes.
Yes, it has been a busy day at Ukambani. I think Baba has done a lot today.
Yeah.
And I think the world has seen what has happened today. And Baba is taking this thing early in the morning. And I want to speak about what happened yesterday at Machakos. It was not good. It was not good. And as Gilu said today, Kalonzo needs to sit down with these guys and come up with a lineup, because at the end of the day, we are going to have one leader, and it would be quite good if we all talk the same voice in order to ensure that our basket is not scattered. And for the case of Machakos, I think these Waita should step down for Wavina. Wavina, she has muscles. She's a lady, and remember, we need the lady factor. And I think Wavina on board will achieve to that agenda on our side. The other side, I think we have issues in Makueni, and Makueni, you'll find it is Wiper, Chap Chap. The other party is Muungano. So we are competing among ourselves. So you find in such a scenario, there's no big issue, and at the end of the day, we are going to have one from us. But where we are giving the UDS kind of an advantage, we need to sit down and come up with good arithmetic so that we can conquer these guys. I heard the manifesto of Baba, and there's something I want to talk about, and there was this issue of mitumba. It traded for some days, negative leave on the other side, who took an advantage for the same. But I was looking at this scenario. Ukambani, for quite long during Moi's time, we used to produce a lot of cotton. And to us, it is an advantage under the Azimio party that now we are going to revive the local industry. It means that we are going to have so many individuals who are very much disadvantaged quite this time round, going to their farms, doing a lot in the farms, planting a lot of cotton, taking it to the market. Again, we are going to create more jobs for the vulnerable youths who don't have anything to put on their pockets, creating more money, and also creating some source of income for that is source of revenue for our government. So I think the manifesto by our presidential candidate is one of the best, and we need to talk. We need to walk village in, village out, house by house, as we try to educate those guys who seem to be a bit down. And I'm quite sure we are going to win this thing by almost 65%. We are moving forward. And Kalonzo coming on board, I think that was one of the best things, and that was the best award that Ukambani region really celebrated. And the Ukambani, I can tell you for sure, this is 98%. You've seen what has happened today at Kibwezi. You've seen what has happened at Nunguni. You've seen what has happened at Kikima. And I can tell you for sure we are winning this thing early in the morning. So tushikamane, and I'm very quite sure tomorrow we are going to have a meeting. Kalonzo is going to meet with these people at Kitui, and probably they are going to agree on some issues. So I ask the supporters, whatever those guys will agree, let us support them, because it is for our best, for our best on our side. So that is my submission, Bwana Bernard, and thank you for giving us updated. Bernard?
Thank you so much, Bwana Kisoi. We appreciate it. And yes. Asante sana kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunaendelea mbele. On the comment section quickly before we proceed. Kuna huyu jamaa anajiita uchumi wakati. Uchumi wakati, samahani tafadhali, jiheshimu, utaheshimiwa. Kama umekuja kwa hii platform kuharasi watu, tafadhali jipange, kwa sababu we are as tolerant as we can get, but we will not let you infringe on the rights of others by calling them names or despising what you are doing, because what we are doing is, number one, we are not on your payroll. Number two, we have not forced you to join the discussion. And so this is an open platform, and we are here for the interest of Kenya. If you're not part of that, just take a walk. Don't disturb our peace here, please. That is my last warning to you. If you cross the line again, you will be gone unceremoniously. Na hiyo haina msamaha, kwa sababu sisi tuko hapa kwa sababu tunataka Kenya ambayo inatokana na ufahamu. Sio Kenya ya propaganda, na sio Kenya ya watu wachache ambao wana tabia mbaya, wanataka kuambukiza wengine wote hiyo tabia. Hiyo hairuhusiwi. Kwa hivyo tafadhali jihadhari. And then posting the same thing over and over, you are spoiling our platform, you are spamming our platform, and we will not allow you that. Kama unataka kusema chochote, get the point, articulate it and put it there. Kama unaweza ongea vizuri, click on the link, kuja kwa screen, ongea yale mambo yanakukera. Lakini kupost the same thing over and over again, unachafua hapa mahali, tafadhali jihadhari. And I'm done with that. Kuna Niko, namna gani? Niko, are you getting me? Nick, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute first. If you don't unmute, we can never hear what you're saying. Okay.
Hi, hello.
Yes, you are now in. Karibu.
Oh, thank you.
Hello to you. How are you?
Fine. Thank you for this.
Bernard.
Hello? Thank you for the forum. Do you hear me really?
Yes, go ahead, make your submission, please.
Oh, can't I hear. What's probably my mic?
Wananiki, just speak. We are hearing you.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm here to talk about Baba, and I'm Azimio supporter.
Okay, jipange alafu tarudi tafadhali. Jiorganize. Oscar, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Bernard. Mutaniruhusu kidogo. There is something I'm doing and then I'll come back.
Yes.
Mutaniruhusu kidogo, there is something I'm working on and then I'll come back. I'll rejoin. Thank you.
No problem. You're at liberty. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Sawa. No problem. Thank you. Okay, those who want to join the discussion, we still have got a chance of like 6 people. You click on this link, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio, and you will be in this space for us to discuss. It is that important. There is another person who has a loose, I would say a loose mouth, a loose finger. Is calling herself what? Gertrude or something. Please, can you people respect yourself? What's your problem? Don't call people names here. It's too early in the day to begin that now. And if that is the purpose for which you're here, I know some of you are on payroll to insult people. If that is where you are looking for your payment, please use your own platform in your own name so that when they are looking for somebody to prosecute, they will find you. Don't use other people's platform to do your evil. Please, let's do that on a serious note. Okay. Wapi huyu? Huyu masolo ako na shida ya network. So, Bwana Steve.
Wacha mimi niendelee. Sasa Bernard. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza.
Yes.
Unajua tukisoma kwa zile shule zetu tulikuwa kuna kitu inaitwa motto, school motto. I think you remember that. So like mine was saying elimu ni ufunguo. Sasa nilikuwa nataka nijue according to what is happening with this with the leaders, our top leaders. Hii funguo yao ni funguo ya gari, ni ya pikipiki ama ni ya choo? Because what they are doing is really discouraging people from following the right route to get education. Kama mtu ako pale anajua hana haja aende shule afanye coursework, afanye ma units, at the end of the day bado atapata karatasi. Hii kitu inaharibu hii nchi. These leaders should be held accountable. There is no negotiating on that. If you don't have the paper, get out. I think hata Malala pia waangaliwe wale watu wenye wako na karatasi ambazo zina tashifi wasipewe nafasi, because like some people who have been saying since yesterday, you know, our papers have value outside this country. By going by these happenings, we'll start losing value. Tutaenda mahali una apply kazi nje unaanza kuambiwa no, we need to see your report, you need to see even photos of your classmates, you know, attach photos of your classmates, come with the register from your school, bring everything, bring footages, CCTV footages that you are a student in that school. They are going to make life difficult for us, surely, because now they are going to lock opportunity for people who are studying genuinely, people who are working hard to study so that they can get opportunities out of this country and further their studies na wafanye kazi nje ya nchi hii. So mimi naona sitaendelea sana kwa sasa, lakini hapo tutilia mkazo Bernard, hapo lazima tutilie mkazo kwa njia yoyote ile. Asante.
Asante sana bwana Steven. Kuna msemo huwa anasema mimi nilienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa bado shule. Na that statement always causes some disturbance to some people. But my point is simple. I have held the opinion that the person that messed education in Kenya is the one who turned education into business. You will notice all these things changed during Kibaki's regime, okay? When education became huge, big business. And because now everybody now concentrated on making the money that is brought about by education, we stopped looking at the quality of education that our people are getting from our institution of learning. And so as at now, we seem to have embraced a culture of shortcuts, okay? You can cheat your way, and as long as you make it, it is okay. That's why we have got so many semi-literate people with degrees, semi-literate people with certificates, and you can't even engage them into a serious conversation. They will always be jumping from this to that to that. They cannot hold a coherent conversation simply because they were never in class. They never wrote anything. They never wrote any paper. Somebody wrote everything for them and they were given a certificate. And so for us to recover as a nation and be respected among the international community and the rest of the world, we need to accept education is education. You sit in class and you do your papers and pass your exam. History of kupatia watu makaratasi, madanda heads, they can't handle anything. Take them to the lab. They cannot do an experiment. Hey, I don't want to get worked up right now. We need to accept the fact that we have graduated people who are never supposed to graduate, and the people who took them through the exam, they never made sure that these people passed the exam. They were just given papers. So even what we are talking about, we have 4 million jobless young people who are graduates. Take them to the industries. Wacha baba atengeneze industries. Utaona kama wanaweza kukuran machine. You will see them. They are there. They have no idea what is happening. And so let's accept it. Some of the people we have on the street right now with papers, they can't produce what is written on that paper. And so SAKAJA is just one of the people. So let's not deceive ourselves. And for us to recover as a nation, tukubali majukumu ya makosa ambayo tumefanya ya kupatia makaratasi wale watu hawajasoma. Nao najua tutapigwa mawe sana, lakini afadhali niseme ukweli, okay? Na ukweli uniweke huru. So bwana Steven, you are right. Kuna makosa na masomo tulionayo, ni wachache ambao wako kwa hizo universities and institution of high learning who are actually learning, because most of them are just loitering in the street, but they've hired somebody who is writing papers for them. They've hired somebody who is doing papers for them. And their lecturers are looking at the papers, not looking at the person. Education in the past was never about the papers. It was about the person. I still remember my lower primary school teacher was called Mr. Mahindu. He would take you home after school simply because you did not finish your work. So when you reach home, you will be beaten. You together with your parents, they will beat you. And tomorrow he will follow you up until you ufuate laini. Once kumaliza kazi yako vizuri, usome vizuri. They concentrated on the person, not on the papers. We have forgotten developing people. We are busy transmitting papers. Let's forget the papers and concentrate on the kind of people we are graduating. Those graduates we are ushering into the street. Are we ushering solutions into the street, or we are ushering problems? So masomo yetu lazima iangaliwe vizuri. Na wale watu wako charge na responsibility ya education, how ma lecturers, how ma professors, they would have never become professors if they were treated the way they are treating our students. Yes. So everybody needs to be strict in their docket and be able to make sure wale watu wamepita kwa mikono yangu, wamefanya nini? Wameboreka. So kwetu lecturer kupeana tick na kupeana nini na kupass. Let the people you are training develop into the people you are training them to be, so that the country gets better because you have ushered them into the job market. So nyinyi kutuweka kwa institution of high learning 4 years. Mukitutoa, we are worse than when we came in. Ni hela tu, mulibeba, alafu mkatupatia makaratasi. Kichwa tupu. Akili hakuna. Utu hakuna. Uwezo hakuna. Hiyo inaudhi sana. Thank you. So, naomba tumsikize Vantugori ya kwanza, alafu kuna video hapa nataka kucheza.
Asante sana. Asalamu alaikum ndugu zangu wote hapo. Nashukuru sana Bwana Bernard kwa kunipatia nafasi. Steven, kama kawaida, wewe ni mmoja katika wale unaotuchangamoto unaotoa hapo na wengine wengi walioko hapo. Pia vile vile kama unavyojua, nashukuru Bwana Bernard, wewe ni pasta, lakini tuko na pasta mwingine anaitwa William Samuel Ruto, pasta. Huyo ni pasta, sijui ni bishop. Unaona hiyo? Sasa kuna shida hapo. Sasa hiyo chachi yake ni hiyo UDA chachi.
Heshimu deputy president. Heshimu deputy president.
Na mheshimu namuita pasta. Pia yes, anatoa mavasi kutoka kwa Bible saa zote, nyingine hata anakosea. Sasa tumuite nani sasa? Pole sana bwana. Okay. Hiyo naachana nayo. Sasa basi sisi tuko na uongozi mzuri sana, na wengine wanaanza kunyamba wanababaika kwa sababu tuna viongozi ambao watafuata wale watu wanakula corruption. Stephen ameongea kulingamana na elimu, lakini kuna corruption, kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanataka kusafishwa, na tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu sana. Sisi ni watu tunapenda Mwenyezi Mungu, tunataja Mungu. Sio Kenya Kwanza peke yake wanagopa Mungu. Sisi tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, lakini hatupigi kelele kwenye mitandao, hatupigi kelele kwenye madhara ya watu kwa wewe unapenda Mungu. Unajua ukipenda Mungu uanze kuongea ukao unasema mimi napenda Mungu. Watu wote wanapenda Mungu. Wewe hapo mzee mwenye Bernard, wewe ni mtu mcha Mungu. Na upigi kelele habari hizo, umetulia hapo na tunafurahia sana. Sisi tuko katika platform yetu na tuko na pasta vile vile anatupa mawaidha, tunashukuru sana. Baba Martha Karua na Kalonzo, hao watu watapambana na watu wa corruption na watu wa makaratasi ya urongo. Hao watu watahakikisha watu wenye makaratasi wanaotoa Uganda, sijui wanatoa wapi huko, sijui Amerika, mambo hii itafagiliwa, yote itasimamishwa. Baba anatoa manifesto na kila siku anaongelea kulingamana na hiyo manifesto. Hakuna kuruka huku wala kusema hivi. Siku zote anaongea kitu moja. Unaona, ujinga, umaskini na ugonjwa ni vitu anaongea sana, vitu kama hivi. Unakuta baba anaongea vitu kama hivyo kama anaimba nyimbo, na wengine hata hawaelewi, kama viziwi hawasikii, mashiko yao yamezibwa, wamekuwa kwenye ile cult, udaku cult. Unaona, kama ambao wao ndio wamerogwa. Kwa hivyo mimi nashukuru sana, timu yetu Azimio inafanya vizuri. Mimi nina furaha sana, unaona niko na blue hapa sasa. Hapa mzee Bella tunaniona niko na blue. Mimi niko na raha sana, najua hatuna wasiwasi. Huwezi kunisikia mimi naongea mengi sana kwa sababu najua sisi mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 tarehe 10 baba anachukua uskani na viongozi wake na makomanda na makanali wake, anaingia kazini na anaanza kifagio sasa, kufagia uchafu. Uchafu umezidi. Nashukuru sana Bena, sahi kama vile Steven anasema ndio bado mapema. Mimi niko hapa na kusikiza baba. Asante bwana Bena.
Okay, asante sana Vanduoria, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru kwamba tuko na wachungaji na mwingine amesema hapa kuna Pastor Bonoko. Kwa hivyo na wote wako, hata kwa Biblia wanasema kutakuwa na manabii wa uongo. Kwa hivyo eti mtu anajidai ni pastor haimaanishi ni pastor. Naomba ni address, kuna mtu anaitwa Kenya 2254. Anasema Bernard, Raila did not go to school as well. I don't know how old you are, Kenya 254, but I don't think you are in any way to question Raila's academic qualification, number one. Number two, you should respect yourself, because comparing yourself to Raila or comparing Raila to another person also means you don't understand anything. Raila went to school in very severe circumstances that if you are left in, you will choose to die other than learn anything. So don't even bring that up. And if there were any issues with Raila's credentials, he has vied. This is the 5th time when he has appeared before the panel and his papers were checked and rechecked. He vied when he was against Moi. His papers were clean. If Moi government can clear you when you are against it to run, okay? And then you're here, I think when the millennium, you don't even understand when we talk about Moi regime. So just relax where you are. I'm not here to defend Raila's papers because I don't know anything about it, but all I know is that Raila went to school in a very hostile environment, and only the decided would polish themselves the way he has polished himself. Look at his age and look at how he's able to articulate issues so clearly that he's able to engage a conversation with your so-called graduates until the graduates run away. You cannot be bringing up Raila on every issue. You cannot compare Raila with SAKAJA and the rest of the people who are looking for how to buy papers. Jifunze tafadhali na tuache mchezo. Where are we? Okay, thank you. Let me see, this video should be ready by now. Okay. I hope it is ready. It's not yet ready. I don't know why it's delaying. Okay, one moment, it will be there. All right. Okay, the video, just for you to be warned, it's not very polite, so Jihami.
SAKAJA is an idiot. Huyo mtu amekuwa bunge miaka 10. Yaani kazi yake miaka 10 imekuwa ni kushikashika katiba, sababu hiyo bunge, that is where our Kenyan laws are made. Also he has been interacting with the constitution for 10 years. Anajua mzuri kabisa ndio ukuwe governor hapa Kenya, lazima ukuwe na degree. In 10 years the guy never thought that it is important to go back to school ufanye hiyo degree. Kazi yake imekuwa tu kunywa pombe, unasikianga tu ameshikwa huko Westlands, alikuwa anapigana huko, au ameshikwa drunk and driving. Wakati wa corona, he was one of the high ranking fellows ambaye alishikwa tena kwa brother, Kilimani. Hiyo ndio imekuwa maisha yake, wash. Na kurekodi tu video huku tu kudanganya vile alisoma actualio. Na hata ingine anasema hata hajawahi soma nje ya Kenya. The guy, lazy guy, never thought it is important to go back to school. In 10 years. Si hata afadhali mtu kama Sonko, tuliona yeye alirudi shule na akasoma hapa Kemu na akagraduate. Na sasa hiyo Sonko, we know his capacity, he has been even a jailbird. Lakini Sonko wako na, with his limitation, alijua it is important to go back to school. So kazi ya SAKAJA imekuwa kudanganya huku, I am 33 years old. Lakini ukienda University of Nairobi unapata huyo jamaa he was enrolled huko UON in the year 2003. Almost 20 years ago. So he was enrolled university akiwa na miaka 13. That is what he wants to tell us. That alifanya KCPE akiwa na miaka 8. Huyu mtu anataka kutuambia alianza shule kabla hata hajazaliwa. You see, hata thinking tuongo twingine tunahitaji ka intelligence, and this guy is not even intelligent at all. In 10 years hata hakufikiria atafute degree. Na hata ameanza kutafuta juzi, si ndio saizi ndio ameanza kukimbia Uganda kutafuta degree. So hata hakuwa na plan ya kusimama governor. Juu kama angekuwa na hiyo plan, hizi fake things angetafuta last year. Na angeenda even kutafuta degree from a better country, a country that is ranked above Kenya. Sasa kwenda kutuletea degree ya polytechnic ya Uganda, what are you telling us? Polytechnic ya Uganda si kama mtu wa class 4 hapa Kenya. Watu wa Nairobi bwana, tujiheshimu kidogo. Respect our city, a city in the sun. A city that is hosting offices at UNEP, United Nations. Ipatiwe this idiot. Hata sasa ingine tunajiangusha. Huyu mtu wacha tusahau kabisa. Wacha yeye arudi huko kazi yake ya kuuza madawa na wash. Hapo hakuna kiongozi. It's a lazy fellow.
Haya, maoni ya Nairobi hiyo. Wacha tumlete Eliza. Achukulia hapo.
Habari zenu. Habari za jioni.
Tuko poa, karibu.
Sasa hapo ndio maneno imetufikisha. By the way, kuna pia video nyingine niliona Sakaja akihojiwa, akiulizwa kama ashaitoka Kenya akaenda kusoma mahali pengine. Akasema yeye hajaienda nje. So nashangaa saa hizi anasema alienda kusoma Uganda. So alienda kusoma Uganda kwa nani? Kweli Kenya watu wakubwa kweli wako na mambo yao kweli. So mali si tumefikia, wacha Sakaja apate maneno yake. Mungu amsaidie arudi shuleni, alafu 2027 arudi kiwanja. Kwa nimeona watu wengi pia wamepatikana hiyo maneno, kina Wavinya Ndeti, kina nani, maneno ya masomo ya shule. Kozi unakuta kama Wavinya Ndeti alipata masters kabla hajapata degree. Sasa unashindwa kwani alisomaje masters na akawacha degree. So hapo tena inatuchanganyisha sisi kama wana Kenya. So kwa mjadala ya leo pia mimi nafurahia vile baba alikuwa Ukambani siku ya leo. Naona kina Mutula Kilonzo ambao walikuwa wamesema will not join Azimio, they are inassimilated now. Sasa kazi ni kupigia baba debe, baba aingie Ikulu asubuhi na mapema, tusahau maneno ya campaign. Kwa sababu inji inaonesha tu baba atashinda. Ukambani wametoka wote siku ya leo na wameonesha baba atakuwa kwa ballot na watampigia kura. Sio vile walikuwa nasema they will not vote for baba, they will vote for baba 99%, not even 80%. So baba, ushindi ni wa baba, amepata. Ni kutafuta tu kuongeza makali ndio tunatafuta, tunaongojea makali tunatafuta. Ingine ni ya kwamba kama ya nani, nitaongea ya Ruto. Ruto amekuwa Nairobi siku ya leo, Embakasi. But hata ukiangalia mtu huko Nairobi ni kujikasa tu, unajikasa. Yaani unaenda tu mahali useme tu ulikuweko huko, lakini hata zile t-shirt za yellow yenye walikuwa napea watu hakuna saa hii. Ni mtu tu anasema tu aje tuende tumsikize tu maneno anasema, na bado anaendelea na ile maneno ya kusema Raila anasema atafunga mitumba yeye. Na ni maneno yake pia, na yeye alisema atafunga mitumba. Amesahau ya kwamba pia yeye alisema atasimamisha hiyo mitumba. Sasa saa hizi amekuwa kusema Raila amesema atafunga mitumba, hakuna mtu mwenye atafanya nini, atafunga mitumba ya watu. Sasa hiyo ni siara gani yake yenye sera zake anauza gani? Wamesahau maneno ya sera zao ya bottom up au ni kuingilia maneno ya Raila. Sasa sera za UDA ni gani ambayo wenye wanahusia watu? Kama si maneno, hakuna siku watafanya campaign without kutaja jina ya kitendawili, kutaja jina ya huyo mzee, kutaja jina ya wadangamifu. Ya pili, wanaangalia ya kwamba polls zinaonesha saizi Raila anafanya vizuri, but for them they are not agree with that. Wanakataa, wanatupilia mbali, tufati hiyo maneno, hatufati hiyo maneno. Na ingekuwa kama ni yao, ingekuwa ni kama UDA saizi. So wangesema sisi ndio tuko mbele, hata polls zinaonesha. But for now they are going to regret. They are going to regret for this time. This 22 is not for them, it's for Baba. And the Baba all the way to State House. They like it or not. Whatever vile anasema yeye aukopi Odinga. Yeye ndiye atalia. Wacha yeye anasema analia. Sasa hizi yako na stress. So ukiona mtu inafika mahali anachanganyikiwa mpaka anaanza kusema Bible zenye hazifai, Bible yenye hakuna, ujue huyo ni mtu tayari amechanganyikiwa. Cause kama wewe kweli ni pastor na wewe Bernard wewe ni pastor, uulizwe maswali, unaanza kusema Bible ambaye yenye unasema wewe ni bishop na unasema Bible yenye hakuna. Unajua siku hizi Wakenya wako macho sana, ukiteleza tu kidogo hivi wamekimbia kwenda kutafuta. So yeye aliteleza mara 3 akiteleza maneno ya Bible na anasema yeye ni Christian. Mkristian gani mwenye amesoma Bible anateleza? Wacha aende kwa kanisa ya Jehovah Witness wamfundishe maneno ya Bible, kwa sababu hao ndo wanachambuanga Bible vizuri kabisa. Mimi nimesimamia hapo naongojea wengine kwa mchango wao.
Okay, asante Liza. Unajua hata Biblia ukifundisha kama unajifanya unajua, hawezi shika chochote. So hiyo shida yake ni kujua mingi, kujifanya unajua. Kwa sababu okay, like when you are citing out a story, like the story you were citing, and you can't remember the exact book or the exact verse, you can still cite out the story and make the point. Okay, so yeah, alisema Matthew 17, ile story amesema iko Mark 10. Okay, so even the relationship between the story and the verse, the book are all wrong. So it simply means he's very far from the Bible. In my assumption, aliacha kusoma Biblia akiwa high school. He's just trying to use his subconscious. Zile story alikuwa nasikia za Sunday school za kitambo, hizo ndio anajaribu kujoke, na zimekaa mbali kwa sababu amechanganya siasa mingi kwa kichwa, imemaliza Biblia. So but all the same, wacha jitahidi, and things are getting tough for Kenya Kwanza in Kakamega. Let me just, somebody has sent me this Halwale being chased. So mambo si kama vile inakaa. Naomba tusikize John kwanza kidogo, hiyo video ikiwa ready tutaileta hapa. Halwale is in trouble.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, Nancy, Madam Christine, Mr. Kisoi, Madam Eriza, Stephen, Felix, Mike, and Shadrach. Thank you so much again for the chance, and always thank the panel. I guess, let me go straight to the point. Azimio, you know, sometimes we tend to say this is a spoon, not a big this is a spoon, rather than to eat a spade to eat a big spoon. Let's try to stay in the row. Like Iebc blocking Sonko from not vying for that seat. Let's go. Honestly, let's be honest with our countries. If you are incompetent, let's follow the law. If the law says kama una kiatu moja uwezi kanyaga kwa hii floor, let that be. Kama it spells clearly like toa viatu ndo ingia hapa, that is it. So kama alitolewa kwa kiti, then he wants to vie for the same seat. I don't think so. Even I can tell Karozo ndio, you're on our side, but don't be pressurizing something that is against the law. That's the first thing. Secondly, I guess Baba, that flow. Sasa hiyo ndo imepewa watu wa udaku shida. Ukiona wanenda mahali ground inakaa filled up bila kumobilize anybody, the love of the people. If hadi saa hii hao watu udako wajaona bado Azimio inaenda kushinda, I guess hawana macho. Tunastahili tuwapimie kila mtu miwani ndo waone what is going on. Them kwa Ruben, wanaita kwa Ruben Nairobi, wakiwa huko same game a price every now and again. Find people, wachachishe ground, watu waonekane wako na ground iko stable. Hakuna ground huko, nilipe 200 yangu nikuja hapo nipige nduru, sikuishe, hata sikuwa na kazi ya kufanya. That's fine. SAKAJA. sometimes unajua hata ukiwa mkora, tafuta njia ya kudanganya mtu. Unasema ulisoma UN. UN yenyewe inasema, yenyewe inajitokeza inasema huko mwanafunzi huko. Then ukiuliza unasema sijai toka nje kwenda kusoma. Ulipata degree wapi kama hujai toka kwa hii country kwenda kusoma kwingine? So it means you don't have those qualifications, so you don't have a degree in other terms. So you need to step aside, go back to class. So it means mi na yeye tunafanana, because kama mi niliachia hapo njia na yeye the same thing. So acha patie the people who have those qualifications wakae in that office. We don't want to repeat the same thing we did when Karonzo was there. I'm sorry, when Sonko was there. We need, that is a city that is the most significant place in our country. So we don't need to impose somebody there. Manyana ana any qualification of being there. The last thing, pastor wetu sijui ni wale mapasta wa ukoracha, atoi sadaka, yeye huwa anapatiana sadaka, na hiyo sadaka ni ya wenyewe. So hata Roho Mtakatifu pia yeye huwa anakataa hii kitu, hata ingawa unasema wewe unajua Bible, acha ni kudisapprove, you don't know anything. So nitasimamia hapo. I'll come later. Thank you. Nimemaliza. Banani.
Okay, asante sana George for the submission. Please, those of you are viewing, please, if you're able to get us, help somebody to get us, share that link with everybody in your life, invite your entire kin here so that we may all understand what is happening. And yes, yes, somebody, Kisoi, your mic is on. Please, everybody keep your mic off until it's your turn to speak. Every time your mic is on, it brings distortion. Kisoi, your mic is not mute. Okay. So I hope, hey, now you an hour late. One moment. Okay, let's share this video. The clash between Malala and Halwale. Yeah, one moment. Okay, there is. Stephen, if you're able to get me, please take the chairman, the chairing. I'm coming back.
Okay.
My browser has
Ben.
issues. You can give
Ben,
to Ogutu to continue. Yes.
Okay. Ogutu, tuendelee. George Ogutu, it's your time to submit, eh?
Do you hear me? Are you hearing me?
We can hear you. Continue.
All right. Okay. Basically, I've not gone through the whole whatever titles today, but what I wanted to just figure out is me being an alumni of Kenyatta and Nairobi University. I get so distracted when somebody doesn't have papers like
George,
SAKAJA.
a moment, George. Can you
I,
bring
I,
your camera back? Bring your camera back, eh?
okay, let me see. Is it okay? Is it okay?
Yes, yeah, it's okay. Continue now.
Yeah. So basically, being one, I'm an old man, and I went through Kenyatta University. I went through Nairobi University. So when I see young people saying like Sakaja, I don't really, because I was traveling. I was Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and I'm New York national now. I'm now talking from my house in New York. I really don't understand how somebody cannot produce a paper if he really went to the university, because we have procedures. We have procedures. There's nobody who can go to a university and he doesn't have actual things which he did, how he enrolled, even the day he doesn't have even the graduation things and all that. It doesn't make sense to me. Even if you say you went online study, it doesn't make sense to me, because these are things you have gone through. Somebody says, I went to I did this, I did that. Surely, I simply have to present my registration number. Simple. When I was enrolling at KU in 80s, I had my registration number. Everything was taken care of. When I was doing my postgraduate diploma at Nairobi University, I had everything prepared for. I don't have to. I can mention the lecturers. I can mention who registered me. I can mention the vice chancellor. I can mention everything. Why is it so difficult for someone like Kaja to mention who was his vice chancellor in a particular university? Who was even I even know my janitor at KU. I know my janitor at Chiromo. I have them. They are in my stock. I talk to them. Why is it so difficult for such a person? Just simple, very simple, very, very simple. You don't even have to go to saying, "Oh, I did this. I was in this year. I never." It doesn't make sense. I know my janitor, the person who was cleaning my room. I know him. I know who was having me food, who could give me, who could preserve for me cuckoo, chicken. I mean, I know my cooks. I know everybody. And I was at that university over 20 years back. And whenever anything happens to them, I'm part of their family. So somebody who doesn't even know a simple lecturer, I think let's not argue about it. If you really went to the university, you know what it was. I knew. Oh, I had my even in the mess. I knew somebody who could give me the meatballs, my chapatis, my chicken. I knew these guys. They're my friends. If you don't know those guys, those are simple questions somebody should be able to answer. If you never went there, you never went there. That's it. SAKAJA should not cheat us. With us, we could go. We knew when we could when in those years we knew even those guys who are bringing us the food. We know. There's this food. Those are simple things. So it's not a matter of, it's not technical. It's not so technical that you have to say, oh, I went to Nairobi University, I went to KU, I went to Masai Mara. and you don't even know your own cook is bogus. You guys tell SAKAJA, let us not cheat us with this university from, I don't know, team. I know guys from team. In fact, I called one of the one of the guys in team, said he doesn't know that guy. He doesn't know that guy. And that's the truth. So let's not cheat. He bought the papers, fine. He didn't want to go to school. He wanted to get his money. We had guys even when in our time at KU and Nairobi University. I studied in KU when just an affiliate of Kenyan University, and we know everybody. We know we are guys of KM, we know everybody. Even the ladies who are selling us changa, we know this guy. We know these people. Nobody should cheat us that he went there and he never went there at all. Even the women who were, I mean, his blog has somebody tell us that he went to that colleges and he never went there. I'm a guy of K1 in KU. I mean, you guys, someone should not cheat you that he went to those when he never went. He was a joyrider. That's it. That's the truth. I'm sorry to say that. That's the. I know everybody. I went there in 20 years back, and I can go to KU, and I can go to beside there, and I'll be received because they know me. Who knows SAKAJA there? Who knows him? Let him not cheat people here. He doesn't know. He doesn't. Thank you. That's a janitor. That's a janitor only. Come on, bogus.
Okay, asante.
I'm sorry to say that. I'm sorry to say that, but I just want to give you the picture. The picture I have of when I was at the university. I knew the Mama Mboga person who could give me bitball, and he could add me more. I knew everybody there. If you don't even know who was there, then who are you? It's all nonsense. I just wanted to inform you that guy is not part of the alumni of Nairobi University. He went there online. He never did anything. He went to this team. Even the team guys, I have a student there because I taught in one of the universities there. I know those places. I worked in South Sudan for a long time. I worked in Uganda. But I know those. And now I'm in the US, and I know nobody can cheat me. Please, SAKAJA should not cheat anybody. It's nonsense.
Sawa. Thank you, Bano. Good to your point is made. Thank you very much. Let's move on, please. And those of you who are viewing, please keep inviting guys to join into the discourse. We appreciate it. Wanogutu, there is somebody on the comment section says he's also from KU, so mnaweza kutana kwa comments. Mjadiliane kwa mapana na marefu. Naomba to watch hii video. I hope it will play this time round. It's like those animals who are looking for me, but today nimewanasa. Hawezi kunipata leo. Okay. Connection to the stream. Start. Hey. Yeah. Let's try another one. Okay, Khalwale must go. Whether it's to the hospital, to the prison, I don't know, but he must go. And Halwale means a sick person, so when Arias,
ameambiwa aende kwa bulls zake huko.
Sorry, the bullfighter has been bullied. Has been bullied. Yeah. This is getting very interesting. So Arias.
Hello.
Hey, Reverend, I'm talking to you.
Ndio nakusikiza sana. Unajua sasa. Kwanza kabisa.
You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good, sir. And how is everyone? I see. Nasikia mambo hapo sasa, ndio mambo imetokea. By the way, it is true. Even back home, the one who, even in high school, whoever served you food or porridge, you must know. And even induction, you know who did the induction, even for only 15 minutes. So that is already clear. So for me, I can say I had also the evangelist today. He quoted Psalm 113 and verse 7, but he could have started by verse 5 so that he can tell exactly. So now he says, look, write down. So we have written down, but now that the bottom up is in the Bible. Who is this Haggars? Because God is the one who will remove people from dust. So I wish he could have said God is using me or might use me. I think that is could have been sound good, but anyway, leave it that way. For me, pastor, the pastors were there, they heard him and they kept quiet. Because so it's good. So for me, I can say things are not yet. You can see. So what you planted, you have to harvest. That's what I will say. Whatever you have planted, the harvest day is coming. You will harvest exactly what you planted. So I'm a little bit busy here. So I'm sitting behind the curtain. Thank you.
Okay. Sawa, naomba tumsikize Mike amekuja akienda, network yake ni kama amevamiwa. Karibu bwana Mike, please.
We can't hear Mike.
Mike, your audio is not.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. I've removed the earphone. I'll try to be very quick so that I'm not thrown out. Bernard, yesterday and today I've really tried to come on air so that I share. Today I'll actually just share on one topic. And it's a topic that I want us not to make jokes on it because it's a very serious thing. It's actually a national crisis that we need to raise it to that level. And this is the issue of forging documents. This is an issue that is being viewed from an international angle. Remember, we say we are now, there's a global village. Anything happening goes viral across the world within minutes. This story of a sitting Senate presenting forged papers is not a local issue. It is now being shown internationally. And remember, Bernard, when we had these COVID certificates and some Kenyans started forging those certificates, we were barred from going to Dubai because of they couldn't trust our papers. And this is, Bernard, a systemic issue that has been coming up, that came up long time ago. And SAKAJA has just opened a lead for us to have a national conversation about it. Remember, Bernard, when Matiang'i came in, there are schools which had over 200 people scoring S to go to university. And the tragedy of this, Bernard, is these are the people who have scored A's to go and become doctors, become lawyers, become engineers. Can you imagine a quack or somebody who forged papers to go to university to become a doctor? And then, Bernard, you meet that person in the theater. These are the people who wanawacha famba, wanawacha makasi kwa tumbo yako. There are lawyers who, in 2018, I've just read an article that Attorney General was crying. 80% of students who sat for their law failed, for their law degrees failed, because these are the people who had parents who could buy entry points to the law school. We have engineers. You saw in the Budalangia Bridge collapsing after launch within 2 years. These are the engineers who got S by buying it in Lituli Avenue. So, Bernard, this issue of forging documents, SAKAJA has just opened a discussion that we need to condemn this issue because it is just beyond politics. It touches even on a national integrity. As a country, we are very marketable because people really value the quality of the education in Kenya. But if they hear a sitting senator has forged a document of academic papers, tomorrow you want to go to UK. I have relatives who are accountants in UK. I have relatives who are doctors in Canada. If they hear that Kenya's document, a sitting senator can have documents which are questionable. They even question now the integrity of our voting process. How could a Senate of a person of the level of a Senate get into the Senate with forged papers? There are a lot of questions that will come up as a result of that. So we need to take this discussion further and really condemn this issue. And I want to beg, Bernard, I'm happy that Uhuru launched a forensic lab. It should now take a day they should just take SAKAJA's certificate to the lab. They will tell you these are paper from Lutuli Avenue and the issue will be closed. We have now a forensic lab in Nairobi. They don't need to take it to South Africa or UK. SAKAJA's authenticity will be confirmed within 30 minutes. DCI's first job should be to check SAKAJA's certificate. I can tell you they'll be able to give you answers within 5 minutes. Thank you, Bernard. To me, today I wanted to discuss on that only. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. A very, very important issue that we must face as a people, or else we are caught with problems. Nurses who are not nurses, doctors who are not doctors, engineers who are not engineers, all these people are getting into the society and our society is rotting every day. If we can't fix it at the education level, we can't fix it at the societal level. So all these stories are the corruption in nini, it all begins at the beginning. So as a people, we must own it up and be able to address it. And I hope the new coming government will be serious on this. We need a very serious person in the education sector. Some of these people need to be recalled. Those papers need to be recalled. What wafanyishwe mtihani upya. Let people be tested so that we only unleash in the market people that are capable and able to deliver. failure to that, the development we are talking about is only being handed over to people who run it down. And if that happens, we rob the future of our country of capable people that are supposed to lead the way. So lazima tukubali hizi forged documents ni mingi sana. Thank God for the forensic lab now. Let everybody go with their papers. Let's go and substantiate our papers. And of course, we are going to have a riot for the same. But at the end of the day, we need somebody strong like Matiang'i, Michuki style. Mutu afike na certificate yake kwa forensic test. Kama unataka job na serikali ama elsewhere. If that is done very well, we will recover. But as at now, tuko na ngoma. Thank you, Bwana Mike, for bringing that up. And that conversation must not end. We must forge ahead and push it to its ultimate limit. I want to allow Lawrence to come in. And as Lawrence come in, Stephen, you will take charge, take the chairmanship. I need to restart my machine. It's like those people are causing some delay on my end. So I need to restart the machine and be able to communicate in good time. Thank you. Lawrence, endelea.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
Okay. Me, I would say that our parties need to do something about this before they send the candidates to Iebc, because there is a lot of jokers around. Before the party gives out the certificate, they need to confirm, is this person we are sending has all is needed for him or her to run for the post we are cleared it for. So I think parties need to do something about the candidates they give papers, especially for the governor and maybe the MPs and senators, so that we end these stupid things about forging certificates. They need to scrutinize each and every candidate on those serious posts. That is what I can say. Nothing more about on top of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence.
Yes.
I wanted to add on something. Please, please mute your mic, Lawrence. I wanted to say
Yes.
this. You know, it's unrealistic if we say that the parties are going to do the vetting. It's going to take us like 3 years to complete this exercise, because if you see the number of political parties we have in Kenya, let's say we take 10 parties, and each party is going to give us 5,000 aspirants. So these are 50,000 aspirants. If we start vetting their papers one by one, it's going to take us 3 years to complete this vetting, so that we can get the leaders we want. What I'm saying is we need to have a government institution that by the time you finish your university degree, it's there in the systems, so that when you say that I have a degree from University of Nairobi, I think most of us went through high school, colleges, and the rest. We have admission numbers. We can be able to trace by the admission numbers that we were given at the entry of the university, so that when they key in your admission number, just like when they key in your ID number, you get the information. I think it's the role of the government to make a system that is going to give us this information. But saying that the parties to implement that, first of all, it's going to be expensive for the parties. It's going to take a lot of time for the same, and it's practically it's not doable. That's what I want to say, Lawrence. Okay, I want to say something. Mike was saying about the forensic lab. I want, if you followed today about the SAKAJA issue, there's a guy who came up with the time that certificate was printed. It was printed on 29th of May, 10 p.m. So it tells you that the forensic lab is already working. You know, one thing I want to say is this: when you are in the system, you should know how to pick your fights when you're out of the system, because these people can get any information that they want from you. They have your files, they have everything that they need to expose about you. So what I can say is SAKAJA is on the wrong books is on the wrong books at this time, because if they were able to clear him in 2013, 2017, nobody raised issues, nobody raised questions about his candidature. You see, now we are at the point that he went against the system. You know, I'm not saying that we should encourage the system, but it's the reality. If you pick your fights, you should know how to proceed with them. You know, so the information is there out to the public that the document was printed on 29th of May at 10 p.m. So SAKAJA has nowhere to run to. Surely speaking, it's done for him, and I will be surprised if the IBC is going to still clear him to vie. I think it's done. It's a done deal for him. He's been beating about the bush. He's been talking ABCD. It's not going to work for him. Lawrence, you have something to add on top of what I was saying, please?
Yes. Okay. Suppose for a case of Mombasa, Sonko was not cleared, and maybe he was a potential candidate who could take over from Joho, and then it is blocked. You know, it's going to send party to the drawing board to look for somebody for replacement. Na pengine saa zingine wawezi pata somebody who is best suited like Sonko. That is where the problem is. So I think parties need to do something on those serious spots. We have only 47 counties, and if they want to clear people to go for nomination, they need to ask for you represent them, and they check. I don't think it's a big deal for parties to do that. So suppose sahi Sonko amenyimwa tikiti na pengine alikuwa anaenda kushinda because hana papers na party amesha clear yeye ati aende tu asimame. So you see,
Lawrence,
yes.
A moment. Mike, please, can you mute first? I want to add something. You know, Lawrence, SAKAJA's issue and Sonko's issue are two different cases. Okay, please, you should take that from now. Sonko was impeached. SAKAJA is being blocked for giving out unauthentic documents, or he has no degree. That he has no degree, which is a requirement for him to vie as a governor. Are you getting it now? So when you say that the parties should take that initiative, like I was telling you, many parties don't qualify for the funds, political parties funds. So first, it's going to be an expensive exercise, because they have to bring in auditors, they have to bring in manpower that is going to check all those documents. So I think it's going to be expensive for most small parties. First. Second, it's going to consume a lot of time. By the time we finish that exercise, it means that elections are going to be, we need to increase 2 more years. We will be having our elections after every 7 years, because it's going to be a big exercise. Mike, you had something to say, yeah?
That's where I have a problem, Stephen. You want to be a leader. You want to be a governor of Nairobi. I don't think you'll wake up 1 month to election and tell people I've just woken up and I've had a sign. Anybody who wants to be a leader has a vision for whatever he wants to aspire for, and he has to do that in good time. The issue of vetting, Stephen, is not done by parties. It's done by the agencies that are entrusted to do that, and that is education, DCI, help, if it is loans you didn't clear and whatever. So yours is to just present those names to those agencies and write to them and tell them, please, we want, just like you have a company, you want to employ somebody. You don't have the capacity to vet somebody. All you need to do is to get a certificate of good conduct. It is not you who does the conducting of checking the files of the CID whether this person has ever done any crime. That is the work of DCI. Yours is just to present the name to that agency for them to do the vetting. The problem in Kenya is people discover on the 11th hour that they want to be leaders, and then put pressure on Iebc and all these other agencies in the last minute that they want to run. You can. I don't think leadership is just thrust on you overnight. You must have had the urge to lead in a certain area, whether MCA, governor, or Senate. That is my thought, Stephen.
Okay, you know, Mike, I think Councillor Wanjohi told us that after SAKAJA got the second term, he focused more in other things apart from education. So it's like he was not decided if he's going to go for the gubernatorial seat in this election or if he was not going to go for it. I think that's the point I can say for now, because sioni kama kuna kitu ilikuwa inamzuia yeye kukamilisha masomo yake apate makaratasi kwa wakati unaofaa ili apate kuingia katika hichi kinyang'anyiro. That's what I can say. I think
Okay. Yes, Oscar.
Nimerudi sasa. I'm having 2 points, huh? And I'm having 2 points, and these 2 points are about the issues that we are discussing now about SAKAJA. I think SAKAJA, the best thing you should do, you should go back to school. Just enroll in first year. Starting from now, by the time you're having election in the future, that's after 5 years. That is when you will have, during this time, I can advise him to go back to school. Within 4 years, he will have graduated and get the real degree. And then another point, and this goes to the people from western part of Kenya. You see, SAKAJA's name is Johnson Arthur Kosgei. And this time round, lazima watu wajeze kwao. SAKAJA is branding himself as a Luya. That guy is not a Luya. That guy is a Kalenjin. So this is an advice to the people who come from western part of Kenya. SAKAJA si Mluya. Na round hii lazima kila mtu acheze kwao. Hatutaki mchezo. That is what I have.
Bwana Imoli.
Yes.
Bwana Imoli, tunatafuta kiongozi wa Nairobi. Nairobi si Waluya.
Waluya wako Nairobi. We have Luyas in Nairobi. You see, SAKAJA is branding himself as a Luya. The part sympathy vote from our tribe.
Yes, we have Luyas Nairobi. So we have Kambas, we have Kikuyus, we have Luos, we have Kisis. We have all manner of representation in Nairobi.
But now, when you look at the tribal representation in terms of population, Luyas, they are somewhere number 2 or number 3, if I'm not wrong. So the point is clear that SAKAJA should now go and play in his home ground, where his names are defined well. Kosgei is not a Luya name. He cannot brand himself as a Luya because he want to get vote from our tribe. I'm here to represent my tribe. SAKAJA is not a Luya. So any Luya man or woman who is listening to me should not vote to that guy, because, and especially to those who are living in Nairobi. Kila mtu ajeze kwao. Yes.
Sawa Bwana Imoli, hakuna makosa ya kutokuwa Mluya. Okay?
Yes.
Makosa, ungenambia makosa ya SAKAJA ni kujifanya Mluya wakati si Mluya. So hapa atakuwa amekosea. Lakini yeye kuwa Mkalenjin ama kuwa Msaboti ama kuwa Mjaluo sio shida. Shida ni yeye kuwa kabila nyingine lakini anajiuza kama kabila nyingine. So hapo ndio kuna dosari.
That is the point.
Cha muhimu ni kila kabila ni muhimu na limeheshimika Nairobi.
Lakini nataka nikwambie kitu moja. Let us call a spade a spade. Unajua ni vizuri kuelimisha watu wangu where I identify myself. Unajua there are some people wenye hawajui, and this issue was brought by our mzee Atwoli, ndio alituambia 2017 lakini I want to tell the people who are living in Nairobi and who are voters in Nairobi, let us not vote for SAKAJA in any way because
sorry bwana Imoli, inaonekana net yako iko na shida.
Yangu iko sawa. Yes, but that was the point. I think mmeelewa, that was the point. The point is that kila mtu acheze mahali anatoka na watu wao. Saa hii kila mtu acheze kwao. That is the point. I'm a very disappointed man.
Sawa. Thank you, bwana Imoli. Let's stop it there. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Everything about Euphin says everything about SAKAJA is fake. I've just realized that from his tribe to his name to his certificates to his degrees, it's like everything about him is fake. Yes, Mike.
No, you have asked us to stop the discussion, but I just wanted to tell you what Oscar is saying. It's not about being tribalistic. It's about how SAKAJA was packaged by UDA. UDA packaged SAKAJA to come to Nairobi to collect the Luhya votes. That is how it was packaged. You remove that, then SAKAJA does not add value. That is all. You remove the Luhya aspect in him, then he loses the value. That's all what Oscar is saying. And you seem to be thinking he's being tribalistic. He's not being tribalistic. He's just saying that he was packaged as Luhya to get the Luhya votes. I think that is a simpler way of putting.
I think Bernard is having some network problems. Okay, let me say this, Mike, and Oscar. You know, let's not leave out good leaders because of their tribe. It will be very bad if we go that way. We are a country of 44 tribes, and we should live in cohesion. We should accept others. But okay, what Mike is saying is, I check that as a point. He was packaged as a Luhya so that they could harvest the Luhya votes. But the reality is, SAKAJA, even his tribe is questionable. You know, now he's saying that his name is not Koskei. He's denying his name. So this shows that this person is just a fake man. You know, he's fake from everything, like the person in comments is saying. It's so bad to use just to fake a name so that you can get votes from a certain tribe. I think IBC and the courts should do us justice. They should block this guy, not for this election. They should block him for 5 more elections or 4 more elections. He should come back to us after 20 years. I think he'll be mature enough. He'll be also having some more papers like Wajakoya or Ababu. He should go to school. He should start afresh, you know, clean himself, come back as a leader, the leader who people see him to be. But I think that's my point, you know. He should when, you know, the other thing, Mike, is the penalty of these things is not that strict. If we come up with a law that if you are caught giving out a fake document in this election 2022, you are going to be banned for the next 3 elections. That's 15 years. You're going to be out for 15 years. I think it's something that should be implemented in the government of Baba and Martha, so that we can clean this country. Education is a very expensive affair in Kenya. People, some parents sell their livestock, some sell their land to educate their children so that they can have a better future. You come here with your fake papers, you give us, you know, this nonsense should stop. That's my point. Mike, continue, please. Oscar, can you mute your mic? Can you mute your mic, Oscar?
Thank you, Stephen. In civilized societies, Stephen, when such thing has come up, and you even have as a person sitting in a public office, you are supposed to resign immediately. Because this is an elective office, people hold on to it and say, I was elected by people. But that's why we had Chapter 6 of the Constitution enacted in 2010, where integrity also counts. It's like in this country, we are saying integrity does not count, that the supremacy of the people is bigger than integrity. That's that I've even had an argument in court, people saying that all these people should be subjected to the people because the people are supreme. So that if I've murdered somebody, if I have a rape case, if I've stolen somebody's land, that should not count. If people love me and vote me in, the constitution say power is vested in the people. That is how people are interpreting it, which is so wrong. That you can kill, rape, steal, and if people like you, they can vote you and go and sit in an office as esteemed as parliament, where people are called honorable. The word honorable, it means the word honorable itself means something. How can you be honorable and there is a case of murder on you? How can you be honorable and you have a rape case? Can you be honorable and you murdered a lady who had a child with you? How can you be honorable when you took your neighbor's land? I think, and as you say, Stephen, the coming government of Raila is going to raise the threshold of integrity and the requirement of people standing in public office. What has been missing is not the law. It is the implementation and the goodwill of the people at the top. Once they go in, the laws in Rwanda are weaker than the laws in Kenya. But there are certain things you cannot do in Rwanda, including Kigali. You cannot even spit on the road in Kigali. But we have strict laws in Nairobi, more strict than the ones in Kigali. And yet the ones that are weak in Kigali seem to work. It is the leadership and the firmness at the very highest level. And I think, as you say, Stephen, Raila and Martha are going to bring that sanity. Just not in politics, in all areas. We have discussed about education. Some of our children were struggling to kuwa nafikia ni wajinga, kumbe wengine wamenunuliwa S. Na wetu they are working hard to get their Bs. You think they are stupid. Kumbe others are just buying it. So I think the cleaning up will be all round, beyond just politics. It will go over and above politics. Thank you, Stephen. We can allow somebody else to make a comment.
Okay, Mike. Okay, let me say this, Mike. You know, there is this narrative in this country that when you are part of the system, which is the government of the day, you have the authority. Or let's say you can overlook some things, okay? Or some things can be overlooked on your side. I think this is dangerous, eh? Now, because I want to give you a real case study in this election. There's this guy who was charged, convicted, and even jailed. Waluke. Is it John Waluke? The guy from Sirisia. This guy, when he realized that his chances with Ruto, he was going to be frustrated, he jumped ship, you know. He came to Jubilee. And what happened? He was cleared. Nobody's mentioning about him, you know. This thing should cut across the board, you know. There should be no favorism there should be less favorism to this part because you are with the government of the day, or you are not with the government of the day. If it's about papers, let everybody produce papers. Let all the leaders produce their genuine papers. We overlook that, okay? I think by doing that, we are going to give the government bodies like DCI, EACC, and the others that are mandated to vet these people. They are going to have that goodwill also to say, look, who is this Babu Owino? He was charged in a court of law. He does not have the capacity to go past this. You see? But now, because Babu Owino is on the right side of the government, and because he's with Raila Odinga, you know, it's so bad, you know. Let me share this. There's a time Raila was in Kilifi. I'm in Kilifi, and he stood up and said, "You know, your Governor Kingi, when he had this case, he came to me. When he had this case, he came to me. When he had this case, he came to me." You see, this is a bad narrative. This is a bad narrative. It's not supposed to go that way. If you have a case if you have a case, fight it out. If you are not guilty, you'll be freed. If you are guilty, you'll be charged and convicted. As a country, we need to move out of that circle of saying, if you're with the government of the day, you can do this and you can just go free. Now Sonko fell out with the deep state or the system. He's being frustrated. In 2017, his papers were questionable too. But what happened? He was cleared because he was on the favor. He was on the side of on the right side of the government. Mike, are you getting what I'm saying, Mike? Mike, can you unmute?
I agree with you, Stephen. As we allow our elder brother Janke Dube to come in, we are all agreeing that we need some leadership that will clean up this mess, because we are in a mess, and Kenyans who believe in Raila and Martha know that there are people who can send to jail their own brothers. That is how ruthless Martha Karua is, and that's why some people really fear her. Some people also fear Raila because they know when he goes in, he will abandon his friends who are thieves. And that's why the likes of, sorry to say, because this was said on national TV by Tuju, he said the people like Kingi, like Mutua went to him saying Baba should help us with these cases. Then Baba said no. So it means that already these two people, Martha and Raila, have resolved to come in and clean. And that's what Kenya is looking for. In fact, if you ask me, Stephen, the next government should just bring sanity by dealing with corruption and making Kenyans value their constitution and value and respect rule of law. Once that is done, even investors will come, because now I don't know whether you are aware that the richest man in Africa, Dangote, came to Kenya to invest. And a few young men just asked him for 20% before he can even set up. How do you ask for money even before somebody starts digging a foundation of his plant? So the cleanup will also bring investment, because people know that if I want to invest in Kenya, I don't need to know somebody. All I need to do is bring a viable project. It is approved and I set up. There are a lot of investors who are running away from Kenya because of these bad manners, and this bad manners comes through this patronage that we are saying that if you know somebody, he will help you. Thank you. I don't know whether we should allow our brother to come in.
Yes, Mike. Yes, Mike. Okay, Jakindu Bey, it's your time now.
Habari zenu, nimefurahi sana.
Nzuri sana. Karibu.
Nimefurahi sana. Hamjambo lakini. Nimeshukuru kwa kunitetea. Nafurahi sana, lakini mimi nataka kuwakumbusha kitu kimoja ambayo naona watu wengi hawaoni, kwamba kitu inaitwa political stability. Kitu inaitwa political stability. Yani watu wamoja, watu wakiungana, na hiyo mtindo ambao Raila anasema azimio la umoja, yani ni lazima tuwe wamoja. Hiyo ndio inaleta hizi kusafisha hizi mnaona. Unajua kina Sonko watu wengi waliingia katika uongozi kwa sababu wakati ule kulikuwa na fujo. Watu walikuwa hawazungumzi, watu walikuwa hawasikilizi, yani hawazungumzi, walikuwa wanapigiana kelele. Hakuna mtu alikuwa yako tayari kumsikiza mwenzake. So hizi vitu, kama kuna fujo, hakuna kitu chochote inafanyika. Lakini saa zile kulikuwa na hiyo handshake, kumekuwa na stability. Hiyo stability ndio maana watu wanaona hizi makosa, na hiyo ndio tunataka hizi makosa zisiweko. Hii ni new dawn. Ni lazima kila mtu abebe msalaba wake, kwa sababu Martha Karua huwezi kwenda kwake kusema ati mimi sina certificate akakusikiliza eti sasa upate. Hawezi. Hiyo ni vile alimeumbwa, hivyo ndivyo alivyo. So hii wakati huu wale watu ambao wanajua kwamba hawana stakabadhi zao hawatafua dafu, na hii nawaambia tangu leo tutakuwa na viongozi wazuri. Na mimi nataka kuambia kwamba mimi saa zingine nasemaga kwamba saa zingine nawalaumu sana ninyi vijana ambao mmesoma, kwa sababu mimi sijasoma kama ninyi. Wengine ninyi mko na degree nyingi sana, lakini kitu kinachoniudhi ni kwamba una degree, umesoma, alafu unarudi kuiba nchi yako. Hiyo ndio inaniudhi, kwa sababu watu wale ambao wanafanya corruption ni watu wamesoma. Sasa mimi saa zingine najiuliza, hii kusoma maana yake nini? Ndio kusema umesoma lakini hujaelimika. Unaona, umesoma tu kwa sababu zile vitu umefundishwa pale ndio unajua, lakini hujaelimika, hujajua kwamba nchi yako ni lazima ifanye nini. Kwa sababu kama wewe ni mtu umesoma alafu unarudi kuibia nchi yako, unapoibia nchi yako unaibia mama yako, unaibia baba yako, unaiba kitu ya brother yako hiyo. Lakini watu saa zingine hawaelewi hiyo. Ndio maana saa zingine inanifanya nakasirika sana. Nasema mtu kama ni msomi, mtu ambaye tumesema tumempeleka amefanya university na nini, ako na shahada nyingi, alafu tumpate ameiba, huyo mimi nataka tumfunge au tumweke firing squad, kwa sababu anaharibu jina ya masomo. Kwa sababu tunataka ukisoma, tunataka upate na elimu, upate kujua kwamba mambo ya kuiba haifai. Viongozi kama SAKAJA hafai kupatiwa uongozi wowote tena. Anatakiwa akafanye kazi katika labda makampuni, kwa sababu ashaonyesha ni mtu corrupt. Sababu nasema hivyo ni kwamba kama wewe ni kiongozi, huwezi kwenda kutafuta cheti cha uongo. Hiyo ni inaonyesha wewe katika tuseme mwenendo wako sio mwenendo mzuri. Hiyo imekudisqualify katika ofisi yoyote ya serikali, ya public office. Hauwezi tena kugombania chochote. Mtu kama Sonko, nimesikia mtu mwingine alikuwa anasema hapa ati Sonko labda angeshinda labda hizi vyama wapewe nafasi ya kukilia watu. No, hizi party hazina hiyo capacity, kwa sababu kama Sonko party yake imemkilia kwamba aende agombanie chama, aende agombanie governor kule Mombasa, unafikiriaje? Na yuko impeached, wanajua Sonko yuko impeached, alafu wanamclear, wanamwambia akasimame. Hiyo ni kusema hawana hata hiyo party yenyewe haifai. Party ambayo inaclear Sonko inakuklia na inajua una makosa. Party ambayo inaclear mtu kama SAKAJA ambaye wanajua kabisa hana cheti. Mtu yoyote ambaye hana cheti, kama party inamclear, lazima hiyo party ihakikishe kwamba hiyo cheti chake ni cheti ambayo inajulikana. Hiyo ndio tutachukulia kwamba party inafuata katiba na sheria za nchi, kwa sababu ukikosa kufuata sheria za nchi tayari hiyo ni corruption. So mimi nasema kwamba watu ambao wamezuiwa, hawa watu wanatakikana wasigombanie. Mtu kama SAKAJA asisahau mambo ya kusimama, sijui governor, sijui senator, sijui bunge. Hapana, hafai, kwa sababu tumeshamuona ni muongo, na mtu muongo hiyo ndio tabia yake. Tabia ya mtu hawezi akaacha tabia. Mnakumbuka huyu SAKAJA wakati mwingine rais alimpatia jukumu la kwamba alikuwa anahusika na mambo ya corona na order. Alipatikana kama anakunywa pombe na watu fulani. Mnakumbuka hiyo? Sasa hiyo ni kusema hatii sheria. Sasa kama hatii sheria, kama yeye ni mjumbe, je, akiwa sasa yeye ni governor, hatatii sheria, ataharibu sheria, ataiba mwishowe, kwa sababu ni mtu afuati sheria. So hiyo ni kitu ambacho nasema ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. Kitu ambacho kinanifanya ni qualify mambo ya uongozi, kwamba tabia ya mtu. Mimi nikiwa mdogo nilikuwa naambiwa China ni watu masikini, ni watu dikteta, serikali ambayo ina dictate, au ni chama kimoja. Lakini leo hii kila mtu duniani anaomba China pesa. Uingereza, Amerika, kila mtu anaomba China pesa. Wamekuaje na utajiri? Wamekuaje na ujuzi ambazo wanazo? Wamekuaje na hizo teknolojia kama wao wako na party moja, wao ni dictator? Hapana, hiyo sikubaliani nayo. Nakubaliana kwamba ni tabia. Uongozi ndio jambo la muhimu. Kama wewe ni kiongozi mzuri, nchi yako itafuata kanuni nzuri. Na nataka kusema tena, mtu mmoja alikuwa anaitwa, kama mjui, alikuwa anaitwa Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. Aliweka uongozi mzuri kwa nchi yake. Nchi yake hawana ukabila wala udini. Wale watu wanataka kuleta udini ni sasa. Lakini wakati hata alikuwa na one party system, kulikuwa na demokrasia kuliko hata vile naiona sasa. Mimi niliishi huko. Kulikuwa na demokrasia kuliko hata sasa. Kulikuwa hakuna uonevu. Hauwezi kuonewa kwa sababu huna pesa ama huna nini. Hakuna. Ni kwa sababu ya uongozi. Lazima, mimi nawaambia Wakenya, tukitaka nchi yetu iendelee, ni lazima tuangalie ni kiongozi gani, ana tabia ya namna gani. Hata kama yeye amesoma, lakini lazima tuangalie tabia. Nataka kuambia viongozi wengine kama Okuru Okot, amesoma sana, anasema anafuata sheria, lakini ni mtu wa fujo. Ukimwangalia ni mtu ambaye anaona wenzake wote ni wajinga. Ukitaka kusaidia wenzako, ukitaka kuwasaidia wenzako, ni lazima ukunje shati, uingie huko. Kama Jesus alipokuja alikuwa ni mtu clean, lakini alienda kukaa na watu wachafu kuwasafisha, lakini aliwaonyesha njia. Tabia yake ilikuwa ni nzuri. So ni lazima tuangalie viongozi ambao tunachagua. Vile Martha Karua anasema, angalia kiongozi ni nani, ana tabia ya namna gani. Naweza kusema tena kwamba, labda niseme tu kwamba mimi nashukuru kampeni ya Azimio inaendelea vizuri sana. Lakini kitu lazima Wakenya wote tujue ni kwamba lazima tuwe wamoja. Lazima tuwe na umoja. Umoja ni nguvu. Kama tukiwa na umoja, hizi vitu zote tutapata. Hauwezi kuwa na economy katika environment ambayo ina fujo. Hauwezi. Hata kama hata ukifanya nini, hauwezi. Lazima uwe na maendeleo. Hiyo economy ambayo tunataja sana, lazima uwe nayo katika environment ambayo iko na peace, ambayo watu wote wanashirikiana. Kwa sababu kama watu hawashirikiani, hakuna chochote kitakachofanyika. So ni vizuri sisi wote tuwe katika azimio la umoja. Hao watu wengine wote, hao wengine ambao wako kule, angalia tabia zao na rekodi zao uone. So mimi nasema hii tiketi ya Azimio iko na viongozi ambao tabia zao na mienendo zao imeanza kufanya wengine kukosa usingizi. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga mkono hiyo azimio la umoja, na hii itasaidia nchi yetu kwa kila hali. Hao ambao wanalalamika sahihi kwamba wamekatwa, lazima wakatwe. Sonko asikubaliwe kabisa. Hiyo mimi naunga mkono. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante Jakindu Bey kwa wasia wako. Okay, kuna kitu umeongea mzee, nilikuwa nataka nichangie kidogo. Unajua kwa nini Wiper walimclear Sonko aende kwa hiyo tiketi ya Mombasa? Ni kwa sababu kwanza Sonko ako na pesa. Pili, Sonko ako na ile mobilization, ako na mvuto mkubwa akisema anaingia kwa ground. So ujue kuwa Wiper wako na candidates wao Mombasa. Wale candidates wao pale Mombasa wakiwa na Sonko juu pale, kuna uwezekano kuwa Wiper watapata viti viwili vitatu pale na wanafanya na hapo ndipo sasa chama chao kitakuwa na wabunge wengi ili nao pia waweze kupata ile political parties funds. So siwezi sema Kalonzo alimiscalculate kumweka Sonko pale, but sioni kama ni vizuri kitu alifanya kwa sababu alikuwa anajua wazi. Na kitu chengine ni kuwa Kalonzo ni senior counsellor, yule ni wakili mkubwa ambaye ana uzoefu mkubwa na vitu anafanya si sawa, kwa sababu kama ilikuwa anajua Sonko atampatia tiketi na pale mbele hata pita, naona hangefanya tu venye alifanya. Yule walikuwa naye pale Mbogo, wangejaribu tu kusukumana na Mbogo waone mahali wataenda. So sina la kuongezea hapo. Dennis, ingia.
Ngoja nikwambie, unajua
Okay, kidogo.
Tafadhali, unajua hiyo kitu ambacho unasema kwamba Sonko ana pesa, hatutaki kuongozwa na mtu kwa sababu ana pesa. Hiyo ukisha kubali mtu ana pesa, huna haki. Hatutaki hiyo. Hatutaki kuwa na pesa. Pesa zake hizo ametoa wapi? Ukiuliza amezitoa wapi? Ana kampuni gani ambayo amepata hiyo pesa? Iko atuonyeshe. Vitu kama hizo zinatakiwa tukatae. Unajua tusipokataa vitu kama hizo, nchi yetu itabaki katika umaskini na corruption. Lazima wakati mmoja tuseme to hell with hizi vitu. Hatutaki mtu yoyote, kwa sababu Kalonzo, mimi in my point of mimi mwenyewe, Kalonzo kwa makoni yangu sio kiongozi ambaye mimi namheshimu hata kidogo, kwa sababu haangalii nchi kama nchi ya Kenya. Anaangalia maslahi yake, kitu gani mimi nataka kupewa. Huyo sio kiongozi. Lazima uangalie maslahi ya Kenya. Kenya inatakiwa ifanye nini? Mimi niko tayari kufanyia Kenya kitu. Sio kwamba hiyo kitu lazima inisaidie mimi. Kama inaweza kusaidia vizazi vijazo, hiyo ndio inatakikana. Mao Zedong, watu walimcheka, walimkejeli, hawa Western walimdharau. Mao Zedong, ile msingi aliweka, saa hii nchi yake iko wapi? Kila mtu anaheshimu nchi yake. Ambao walikuwa wanamkejeli ni kwa sababu ya msingi ambao aliweka, msingi ambao ni mkali, msingi ambao ilikuwa inaangalia vizazi vijazo bila kutaka fujo. So mambo ya mtu kuja na pesa na hiyo pesa haijali vizazi vijavyo, haifai. Lazima tukatae, tuanze kulelea vizazi vikijua kwamba nchi yao lazima wajenge, na wakiweka corruption hawatakuwa na haki. So wajue kwamba kutumia pesa za nchi vibaya ni mbaya. Hiyo ndio inatakikana, tujue hivyo. Tuwe kama watu wa hata Korea au China, kwa sababu watu wa Korea ukipatikana wengine wanajinyonga, akipatikana akijishajua kwamba amefanya magendo, anajinyonga yeye mwenyewe bila kuja kuambiwa, kwa sababu hiyo ni aibu umeleta katika familia yako. So tunataka tufanye vitu kihalali. Tusikubali eti kwa sababu mtu ana pesa. Pana. Mimi ndio maana niliwaambia, mtu ambaye anakuja kunipatia pesa ambayo sio ya halali, nitamuuliza imetoka wapi, kwa sababu hiyo ni pesa yangu ameiba, alafu anakuja kunipatia. Hiyo ndio nawaambiaga, lazima tuwe masikini jeuri, ndio tutanyosha nchi yetu. Lakini tukikubali kununuliwa na pesa, hakuna haki, tutakosa haki. Asante sana.
Okay, Mike, dakika moja alafu tuulete Dennis, tafadhali.
Yeah, dakika moja tu kuongezea tu kwa kile cha Kinube amesema. Ametaja mataifa mawili matatu ambayo waanzilishi ama wale ambao wako katika mamlaka waliweka msingi ambao hao mataifa yametumia huo msingi kujijenga mpaka walipo sasa. Na nimeangalia tena nikakuta kumbe kuna nchi zingine hazina hata constitution, nchi kama Uingereza, New Zealand, Israel. Sasa nikaona kwamba kumbe inataka tu mtu katika kiti cha responsibility, that is a person in a place of leadership, apeane nchi mwelekeo na mambo yatakuwa sawa. Hata wale ambao wanasema hakuna haja kubadilisha katiba, hata mimi nakubaliana nao, sababu katiba yetu hata ya 2010 ni mzuri sana. For instance, inasema kwamba kuwe na regional balance, lakini unapatia mtu kama Ruto 50%, anaenda katika village yake anachukua watu wa kutoka nyumbani kwake anawapa 50%, and yet constitution imejaribu kufafanua vile vyeo vitagawanywa katika Kenya ili kila mtu katika nchi ajione ako ndani ya serikali. Hiyo already iko kwa constitution. Sasa constitution gani tutaandika ingine ya kufunza leaders wajue kwamba wanahitaji kuishi na watu wengine? Umeandikia mtu kwamba ukitaka kuchagua mawaziri out of 10 wasitoke wote kwa jamii moja, na wewe ni deputy president unapewa 50%, unaenda unachukua Koskei, Chirichiri, Sang, nani. Sasa the problem is not constitution, the problem is leadership. If people who are put in leadership even in the 70s, walikuwa kama Moi, alikuwa anachagua, mnasema dictator, alikuwa anachagua watu kutoka sehemu zingine. Vice president wake ana make sure ni Mkikuyu. Minister of Finance anaenda anachukua mtu kama Mudavadi, kijana mdogo. He was a national leader in spite of his challenges. But tribalism, tabia mbaya ya wizi, is a leadership problem. Now there is no law in the world that can legislate bad manners. Tabia mbaya, hakuna sheria kwa dunia, hata Biblia haiwezi kukutoa kutoka kwa tabia mbaya. Ni wewe mwenyewe uwe na conviction kwamba I need to do the right thing. So nakubaliana na wale watu ambao wanasema we don't even need to change the constitution, we just need to change the bad leaders. Sasa mtu kama Ruto amekuwa kwa serikali, alipewa 50%, akachagua watu kutoka nyumbani kwake. You don't need to change another law to make that person do the right thing. Sababu hata ukibadilisha uandike in writing, awe lazima kuwe na Mkikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkalenjin. They'll go and bring somebody like SAKAJA and say he's a Luya when they know he's a Kalenjin, so that he fits the post of the Luya positions. So there is no law in the world that will change bad manners. Asante.
Asante Mike, karibu. Okay, Dennis Ochieng, endelea.
How is everyone?
Thank you. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, we are getting you. Continue, Dennis.
Stephen, there's one thing I want to tell you. You know, money is just a facilitator of idea. You may have money, yes, but you have no idea. Still, that money is just a disaster to you. I have seen even leaders from where I come from. There's one person who was being elected just because he had money. But that constituency where he was elected, he has totally done nothing. Within past 15 years, he has been elected just continuously like that. But he had money, no idea. So the issue of coming to electoral seat just because you have money, I don't think it is the right way to go.
Okay,
the other
Dennis,
thing, look at
a moment,
SAKAJA.
Dennis.
Is forging everything just because, yes.
What I was saying is, Sonko was able to be cleared by Wiper Party because he has money. So that meant that Wiper was going to benefit from his personal funds. I didn't say that because we should give people positions because they have money. I was categorically saying that Wiper chose to give Sonko the ticket because he's a rich man. Because even if you go to our churches and our mosques today, the rich people in the society wanapewa viti kule mbele. It's the fact, you can't remove that. Huo ndio ukweli. So sikuwa nasema ati we elect people who have money. I was just suggesting maybe because Sonko is a rich guy, that's why despite the impeachment on his nose, Kalonzo decided to risk with him. Umenielewa lakini Dennis
Okay, I don't despise your point.
Endelea sasa.
But what I am, this is just a point to which I'm now bringing, that we just idea is what money just facilitate ideas which we have. I'm just connecting it with this issue of SAKAJA. You know, this SAKAJA is changing everything just to own that seat. And remember, this is Nairobi. This is the core of this country where I want to lead, and he has no idea. So he has no idea. He has no brain. The people who is going to employ that will be helping him to govern the county of Nairobi. These people are just going to very corrupt. They are going to squander the resources which we have here at Nairobi. So this question of issue, the education question, is something that IEBC should look into with a lot of consideration. Because when we just do this thing the way they are just being used, they are being followed at the moment, then I don't see where we are heading to. So the issue of SAKAJA, we need not to talk about it now, because the constitution states it very well that if you don't attend that degree, then you are not supposed to vie for gubernatorial seat in any county, leave alone Nairobi. Even Migori, Ondre, Mombasa, you are not supposed to vie for that seat because it is above you. You have no idea on how you are going to lead that county. So you better stop it. That shows you that even these Kenya Kwanza people, you know, they have not been telling Kenyans what they are going to do. So we are not supposed to just listen to these people, because we have seen their plan with our country. They have no good plan with this country. They want just to own those seats so that they can squander the resources that our country has. They shall continue getting rich, while the residents and the citizens of Kenya are getting poor and having hard life. So we are supposed to be very accurate and careful with those people whom we are going to elect for this forthcoming election. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay, I have to agree with you on one thing, Dennis, that IEBC should take the responsibility to weed out the leaders who are not qualified to vie for the elective seats because of the questionable papers and the others questionable characters. You know, the problem is when these people, even if IEBC is going to block these people, like what happened in Mombasa, Sonko was blocked, but he immediately ran to court, you know. Malala was blocked, he went to court, you know. So I think it's upon our judiciary also to come up with a plan that is going to fast track these cases so that we get closure to these cases, you know, so that at the end of the day, the efforts IEBC is putting into cleaning our politicians to clean all this should not go in vain. I think I agree with you on that. So it's time for Murunga, but we can't see you. You are in darkness, Murunga, and you are not supposed to be in darkness. Please, Murunga, can you come to light before you come with a submission, tafadhali? Duke Omariba, endelea, please. We need Murunga to come to light first before we can hear you. Please.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. So, first of all, Sonko should have never been cleared to run for any political office in Kenya if all institutions were functioning properly. You know, one of the provisions of the aspirants of any political seat is that you should not be in prison. You should not have been imprisoned for more than 6 months. But Sonko was imprisoned in Mombasa on crimes of drug dealing. Now, having been cleared to run as a Nairobi senator and then later governor, that indicates unseriousness of the mandated institutions to clear individuals who should. So when institutions function like that, it makes them to have their hands dirty and then tied, so that if, for instance, you are a father and you have maybe 4 kids, and one kid makes a mistake and you do nothing, and another makes a mistake, you will not be compared to some. That is what I'm trying to say, is that because institutions are not doing the right thing, that's why we have politics in Kenya, where you find there is obvious procedures to be followed, but there is opposition and there is a struggle on why such procedures should be followed on specific individuals and not others. For me, I'm very sure even the academic credentials of Sonko have several questions. To a large extent, I cannot even talk about impeachment, because for me, impeachment was more of a political process. And when an individual has been impeached, the next step should be prosecution and actually imprisonment or punishment. So because you are impeached because of doing a crime, so you have to be convicted of that. So to a large extent, it was a political statement, a political move. That's what I have for now, and then I will come in later.
Okay, Duke, we had this discussion earlier here. I think you were not around. We were saying that it's not the institutions that have a problem. It's the goodwill of the leaders at the top that is not that is lacking at the moment. The constitution is clear. We have chapter 6 for integrity, but the implementation is poor. So I think what's going to happen after the new leadership of Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, it's going to be a more it's going to be the constitution is going to be implemented, and we are going to have bodies that are going to be strict. There's not going to be any favorism from anybody, and we are going to have a country that is going to be following the rule of law. There is not going to be anybody who is going to say I was with Azimio because now I have this case, please Raila. No, there's not going to be that in this Kenya. I think we are going to have a new country that is going to be a country of following the rule of law to the latter. So I think the problem is the problem that happened in 2013 and 2017, Sonko to be cleared. It's not that the institutions are not working. It's the goodwill that was not there. So Duke, going forward, let's hope for a better country. Let's hope that we'll have the leaders who are going to implement our constitution, and we are going to get the right leaders for our country. Ni sawa sawa, Duke?
You know, what you are saying is partially true. You are saying that we should depend on the integrity of individuals, but actually what makes individuals not to do evil is when they are scared of the consequences. So the integrity and the strict laws goes hand in hand. If an individual knows, if I take 100 million, there is nothing which will happen, almost every individual will do that. But if you know, if I take 100 million from an organization, I will be imprisoned for life or I will be hanged, you will be scared. So integrity is enforced by strict consequences. So the two have to go hand in hand. There is strict rules and which would compel individuals to have integrity. So it has to be enforced in a way. But you cannot say that individuals should be actually integrity on their own. No. Even some of us, if we have some, for instance, if, for example, Stephen, assume you can take 400 million from a company and nothing happens, and you go, you have good drive for 50 years. You see, that is very tempting. But when you know that if you do that, you will even be imprisoned or be prosecuted or actually executed. You see? So the two have to go hand in hand. You cannot actually, integrity alone is not enough. So the two goes hand in hand.
Okay, what I was saying, Duke, is the goodwill from the top was not there when these funny characters like Sonko were cleared in 2013 and 2017. You see, now we're in 2022. SAKAJA was on the right side of the books that time. Now we are starting to see information that we could not have seen if SAKAJA was going to stick with Jubilee. You see, you know, that's what I'm saying. Going forward, when the leadership of this country changes, when we get Raila on top and Martha Karua, non-reformists who are going to take this country, who are going to clean this country, who are going to enforce the constitution, the chapter 6 is going to be enforced. I don't think we are going to have such characters in 2027. We are not going to have characters with questionable papers going to IBC to seek clearance for anything. I think you got my point now, Duke. Eh?
Yes. But you see, what you are saying is true, because however, you have to know we have several arms of the government. We have the judiciary, we have the executive, we have the registration, and the three, they are independent in a way. They are not actually, there is separation of power. Therefore, the separate arms of government should actually check it out and actually compare each to properly execute their mandate. So, of course, I agree with you that goodwill is key, especially from the top. I'm a kind of person who believes that a person who should bring change is from the top, from the president.
A moment, Duke, please. Murunga, can you mute your mic, please? You are giving us some distortion. Murunga, can you mute your mic? Okay, thank you.
I believe that for change to happen in any nation, it must be from the top. You can't say that a governor can bring fundamental changes in Kenya. Change must come from the top. Those individuals with absolute control of the government, with all the instruments of power. So the goodwill should actually start from the top, and the buck stops with the president. Even if we have separate arms of the government, I believe that the president is above all that. He can actually, if he stays on the right track and does the right thing, he can compel other institutions to follow those steps, and we can have a wonderful nation.
Thank you, Duke. Okay, Murunga, let's give you a chance because you are not visible, but okay, let's give you a chance. Proceed, please.
Yes, I'm happy I can hear my young brother Duke talking, and it's more sense, making a lot of sense. But then again, the question pops up, and this is a question to Mr. Duke. We're talking about leadership, especially having mentioned that leadership must come from the top. How do you refer to what happens in a case whereby we have one individual who has been adversely mentioned in a number of corruption scandals, including one individual who pocketed 2 dams, eyeing for the top seat in the country. This is an individual that has been cleared to run for the presidency. This is one individual who took away somebody's land in the name of, that is, let me just refer to the person, Muteshi's hand. This is one individual who, let me just leave it at that. What do you call that? That is, I think that is a question to Duke. And when we talk of leadership and integrity, it has to go hand in hand. Let me just say this. Let us have people who have been tested, people who can run the country, knowingly that we can actually stamp out corruption. So, Duke, I want your response to that.
Duke, can you respond to Murunga, please?
You know, the problem we have with the allegations of corruption.
They are not allegations. This is somebody who went to the, you know, he even questioned and raised an issue when the amount was being when somebody, actually the media raised the amount to around 21 billion. He came to the media and said the money in question is only 7 billion. Just like somebody who is referring to some chicken change somewhere. Let's be honest with you.
Murunga,
you and I know
let me
that,
say this.
Yes.
You know, let's talk on matters that we can substantiate, please. On the matter of the dams, we have no evidence that he was involved directly. But on this case of Muteshi land, he was charged, convicted, and he was even told to pay a fine. So let's talk on what is there, so that we are not saying that we are talking on hearsay here, please.
But Muteshi's issue is not a hearsay.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to say something about the other side, you should come with something that you can substantiate, okay? Because the Muteshi land is there, but this the issue of dams, we are not sure if this guy was involved or okay. It's just like hearsay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Let's go with what is in the public domain, please.
I rest my case.
Oh, okay. Can I respond now? I want to respond to those issues specifically. First of all, it's not that the individuals who support Kenya Kwanza like us embrace corruption. The problem we have is when we have allegations which are not founded, or by that I mean, if there are allegations of corruption, the government should not come out to tell us that so and so has taken such amount of money. We need to see action. If, for instance, there was a budget which was allocated to Kimwarer and all those dams, the government should not come and say that money has been lost. You know, that is, and they say Ruto has taken that money. Just that statement. And to a large extent, we get it from the media. Actually, the media will should broadcast maybe anti-corruption, giving the statement, courts hearing that, assets being recovered, and then we can connect that this is a corrupt person. But when we just hear allegation that such amount was allocated and no recovery, we don't even have the specific accounts, the specific names of the companies involved, the directors of those companies, the accounts. We are interested, how did those money get them from the treasury to specific companies to individual? The government has the capacity and intelligence to give us all that information. So we are disputing some allegations because we just get them from the media. However, if Mute's case, what I can say is this, you know, it's true that Ruto was fined, but he paid for that land. Even if that land belongs to Mutesi, there was another person who Ruto paid to buy that land. But he was fined because he was found in possession of stolen property. But he also filed a case to recover the money which he paid a given individual. For instance, if you are an innocent buyer, sometimes the government can find you in possession of stolen property. But it is actually, for instance, those who are in Kenya, sometimes you can even buy a piece of land and you find like it has 3 original title deeds. You see? So sometimes some mistakes happen because the government is not strict. The systems of the government are not harmonized. There is, so that's what I can respond to that.
Okay, thank you, Duke. Murunga, do you have something to add before we move to somebody else, please? A moment.
All right, let me raise my hello. Yes.
Yes, Murunga, continue.
Yes, Bwana Stephen. Now, let me talk about today's activities. Foremost, I want to thank you guys for hosting us this evening, and also I want to say this. We're actually moving to the right direction. I think I'm one of the people who are being criticized here for supporting Kalonzo Musyoka when he was still stuck on the other side. But I insisted that Kalonzo Musyoka is a person who campaigned for Raila Odinga more than any other person. And that you can see. And by the look of things, what we are seeing, we are anticipating Ukambani to vote at least, because of course previously they've been voting above 70%. This time around we're seeing somewhere around 90%, because we do not have an incumbent who would actually want to use any form of machinery to have the votes actually channeled to him. It's going to be a duel like no other. Yes, we know we have a what they call opponent in the name of William Ruto. And this is what I keep saying. William Ruto is a shrewd politician. Wait until we beat him. That's when we will celebrate and say, Asante sana, tumemushinda. But before then, we just need to consolidate the numbers and ensure that we have each and every person supporting Raila Odinga go to the ballot and cast their vote. Yes, that's what it is. Secondly, about Sonko, Sonko's bid for Mombasa gubernatorial seat, let us admit, Sonko was impeached in Nairobi for a corruption allegation. And once someone is impeached, let the law take its course. Wacha amaliza exhaust hizo mbinu zote, ndio akipatikana ya kwamba anaweza wania kiti wakati mwingine, then we can actually discuss about Sonko. But for now, we have more serious issues as a country than Sonko being on the ballot. And I think that is fair enough. And it is fair enough we allow Sonko to actually sort his own issues. It is not us who actually put him there. People voted for him in Nairobi County. Those who voted for him in Nairobi County through their representatives impeached Sonko. So Sonko should not purport to say that now that he can actually do better in a different county, and that he should now be allowed to run as a governor for Mombasa, so as for him to find his way into the system again and again and again to continue stealing from the public. Mtu kama amepatikana na makosa na kwa kweli amekuwa impeached, akae nje. And that is it. So kusema ya kwamba is being fronted by Kalonzo Musyoka ama chama. Yes, Kalonzo Musyoka is a senior counsel. He knows what is happening and he knows what he's doing. He knows very well that an impeached governor cannot be allowed to contest. The same applies to Kiambu governor. Yes, Anne Waiguru survived it, but I think by now she would also be facing the same. I hear some of our political competitors are saying, ya kwamba hiyo ni witch hunt. And you ask yourself, witch hunt namna gani? Ile hali kila mtu anajua ya kwamba kulikuwa na ufujaji wa pesa. Mtu kama ampatikana na kosa la wizi wa mali ya umma, awajibike yeye mwenyewe kivyake. mtu abebe mzigo wake, mtu abebe msalaba yake yeye mwenyewe. Na kwa hayo upande wa inaitwa namna gani, upande wa SAKAJA sasa, mambo ya shahada ni aibu sana. Jioni ya leo wacha nisicomment mambo ya SAKAJA because I've been talking about the same the whole day. Nimeona kwa mtandao ya kwamba hata watu wanafikiria ya kwamba ni political witch hunt. No one prevented SAKAJA from completing his degree course to be able to contest for the gubernatorial seat. We have so many able Kenyans, able Nairobians who can actually articulate the Nairobi issues. It is not a must that Sonko must be on the ballot. He should spare us his mediocrity, afanye kitu ile na mufaa. Arudi shule asome, apate shahada, arudi afanye namna gani, awanie kiti cha ugavana Nairobi. Lakini kwa sasa sisi tunaendelea mbele na nina uhakika ya kwamba ushindi utakuwa wetu. Na pia ningependa sana ndugu yangu Mariba, I know Azimio has a space for you, and especially you in particular. We want you to be part and the parcel of us. Kwa hayo mengi na machache itakuwa kwa studio nikichangia. Good evening my brother Joram. Yes.
Okay, Murunga, please, you should make a plan we see you on camera, please. You follow the rules of this platform, tafadhali. Okay, Jakin Dubey had raised his hand. A minute, please, then we move on.
Sorry, but Stephen, before he comes on, I was on wheels. Sasa I'm now home. I'll be able to actually to appear.
Please work on that. Okay.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Duke kwamba ni tabia yetu sisi wa Kenya. Hizi vitu vyote hizi ambazo tunasema ni sisi. Hiyo inaonyesha sisi watu wa Kenya, kwa sababu tumeshafanya makosa sana. Wakati Ruto na Uhuru walikuwa wanapigania wanasimama kama president, walikuwa na makosa, walikuwa wameshtakiwa, lakini sisi wa Kenya tunasema hapana, mpaka upatiwe guilty. No, tayari umeshtakiwa. Sasa unaona, sisi tulichagua president na vice president ambao wameshtakiwa. Kama wangefungwa, kama wangepatikana kwamba wana makosa wafungwe, tungefanya nini sasa? Hiyo ndio maana inatakikana law iwe ruthless. Hatutaki mambo ya kusema ni ndugu yangu sijui nini. Law ni law. Kama katika Uingereza, kama kuna allegation, usimami ukuji hata karibu na party, allegation peke yake. Ukuji karibu na party, allegation peke yake. So hii mambo ya kusema mtu amefanya makosa, mtu kama Sonko amefanya makosa, bado anataka kuenda sijui kujaribu sijui aende wapi, hiyo ni upuzi mtupu. Mimi nasema we must stop those things. Tukitaka kuendelea lazima tu stop hii nonsense kabisa. Mtu akishashtakiwa kama ana makosa, mtu kama Ruto ako na allegations, hizo allegations inamtoa, hauwezi kupigania nani, kwa sababu hiyo ni tabia yake. Hata tumeona tabia yake ni ya kusema uongo. Hata Wakenya hawaoni mtu anasema uongo. Hata kule kutokuwa mtiifu kwa president, hiyo yenyewe ni corruption. Hiyo Wakenya hawaoni, akina Juka hawaoni kama hiyo ni makosa. Nchi gani unaweza kuendesha na fujo namna hiyo? Haiwezekani. Nchi lazima kuwe na order. Tusipoacha hiyo, tutakuwa tu na hii mambo ya kuzozana saa zote. We must stop at a certain level. Tuseme hatutaki fujo. Mtu akipatikana na makosa, hatuna huruma na yeye. asabu hiyo nani, lakini asije the same mtu ana makosa, ni mwizi, alafu unampatia mahali kwenda kuchunga pesa. That cannot work. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Jagat. Okay, Dennis, you'll come back later, please. Let's give Mr. Wangira a chance. You'll come back, please, okay? Okay, Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Bro, how are you? How are you?
Oh, we are fine. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Okay, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Just a minute. Just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Huh? Let me start by discussing the issue of Sonko. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, the Kenyan 2010 constitution is very, very clear on how the issue of Mike Mbuvi Sonko should be handled. And I believe that so far that issue has been handled in accordance to the constitution and in accordance to the law, because the constitution is very, very clear in under chapter 6, article 75, I think article 3. It's very, very clear. The constitution of Kenya is very, very clear that any person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for a contravention of the provisions specified in clause 2 is disqualified from holding any other state office. And perhaps people would be asking, which are these, what does clause 2 say? Clause 2 says that a person who contravenes Article 1 or clause 1, who contravenes clause 1 or article 76, 77 or 78 of the constitution shall be subjected to the applicable disciplinary procedure for the relevant office. I want you to get those words. Shall be subject to the applicable disciplinary procedure for the relevant office, and B, may in accordance with the disciplinary procedure referred to in paragraph A be dismissed or otherwise removed from office. So what we should be asking ourselves is that Sonko was a public officer. Then under this constitution, what are the applicable disciplinary procedures that are relevant to the office of governor? The applicable disciplinary procedures are available to the office of governor only through impeachment. So it's very, very clear that the applicable disciplinary procedures through impeachment were applied on this man called Mike Mbuvi Sonko. And so under Article 3, it becomes very, very clear that as a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed, because we are seeing that he was removed from office for contravention of the provisions specified in clause 2. Having been removed from office for contravention of provisions specified in clause 2, then he is disqualified from holding any other state office. This tells you that Mike Sonko cannot be even a messenger in any public office in the Republic of Kenya. That is the law. That is the Kenyan constitution. So, as far as things stand today, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 has been applied accordingly. And you know what I'm seeing from Sonko, you know, is trying to claim witch hunt where there's no witch hunt there. My brother, Sonko should just accept that he was removed and he cannot hold any office in this country. He's going around and thinking that if he goes to the Iebc dispute resolution committee, that the committee will rule otherwise. I don't see how it will happen when the constitution is very, very clear. And I don't think that even if he was to move to the High Court or to the Court of Appeal or even to the Supreme Court, that the court will state otherwise, because the constitution is very, very clear that he was dismissed, so he cannot hold any other public office. That's clear as day and night, my brother. On the issue of SAKAJA, yesterday I talked much about SAKAJA and his degree saga. And I don't want to talk much about it. Let me just say a word or two that SAKAJA is a reflection of the modern young people, who want instant coffee type of things, Or you didn't go to university, but you want to hold a university degree. You didn't work hard, but you want to own property. That is the reflection that we are seeing in SAKAJA. And it's a very, very wrong reflection. And I also think that under the same chapter 6 of the Kenyan constitution, having cheated Kenyans, and it's on public record that he was on TV stations telling people that he had studied at the University of Nairobi. He was all over, and he had wicked Kenyans to believe that he was a former student of the University of Nairobi. That one is enough under Article Chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution to make him locked out of contesting for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat and any other public elective office in the Republic of Kenya. And so it is my prayer that the Iebc, the Solution Dispute Committee, or any other tribunal, being the High Court, the Court of Appeal, or the Supreme Court, will see things in the context of Chapter 6, and it will bar him from ever holding any other public office in the Republic of Kenya, just like the way Sonko has been barred from holding public office. Ukambani, the other time, as much as we were saying when Kalonzo was out of Azimio and when he was threatening to get out of Azimio, many of us were fed up with Kalonzo that we were saying, aende. But the reality in politics is always the reality in politics. The reality in politics is that apart from perhaps apart from the counties of Nyanza, which are the counties of Migori, counties of Homa Bay, counties of Kisumu and Siaya, there's no any other county in 2013 and in 2017 which has given Raila votes the way the Ukambani counties have given Raila. For example, I have the percentages for 2017. In 2017, the county of Machakos, that was August 2017, the nullified election, the county of Machakos gave Raila Odinga 81% of the entire votes cast. It was followed by the county of Kitui that gave Raila Odinga 80%. And to ice the cake was the county of Makueni that gave Raila 91%. Imagine out of every 100 person that out of every 100 people that voted in Makueni that year, 91 of them voted for Raila Odinga. So those were the numbers here. And even I remember I was among those people who argued here hardly that Kalonzo Musyoka should not be allowed to go, and he should be given whatever that he needs to be given so that he becomes part and parcel of the Azimio. And we are happy that he's part and parcel of Azimio. And now the way things look, Ukambani, and the way I saw the reception of Raila Odinga on Sunday, and the way I saw the reception of Raila Odinga yesterday in Makueni, Ukambani is locked for Raila Odinga. And here now, I am seeing nothing less than 85% of the Ukambani votes going. I'm seeing nothing less than 85% of the Ukambani votes going towards Raila Odinga. And that this is enough indicator to William Samoei Ruto that he has lost this election. And to know that things in Ukambani are still serious. That if you are not supporting Azimio, then you have to look for a hole to hide in. Look at what is happening to the chap candidates in Maendeleo chap candidates in Ukambani. It happened on Saturday when Raila was in Machakos, and even today in Makueni, the same thing happened. The same scenario happened, where we are seeing Maendeleo Chapchap candidates in Ukambani disowning Alfred Mutua. They are saying they are not part and parcel of Alfred Mutua, and so they will be sticking with Azimio La Umoja, because they know that if they say that they are part of Alfred Mutua, then they are just as fried, and that's why they have seen that the only place to take shelter is in Azimio, and just that tells you that how serious things are in Ukambani. So Ukambani to us, is a good message for us in Azimio La Umoja, because there we are seeing a real consolidated vote for Raila Odinga come the 9th of August, and that should motivate us guys who don't come out of Ukambani to even work harder to ensure that in areas where we come from, Raila Odinga gets more votes than he got in 2017. Allow me to William Ruto. Today I saw William Ruto campaigning in Nairobi, and before even campaigned, I understand he met those people who were in the mitumba business, and he was trying to incite them, the way he knows best. He incited them, and he told them that mitumba trade is not a threat to the textile industry in the Republic of Kenya. When we know that it's a threat, everybody knows that the mitumba business is a threat. And he purported that the mitumba business can coexist with the textile industry in this republic, so he's hanging on anything, that he can hang on, because he knows that this election in the next 54 days, it's gone, and he's not going to win. And that's why he's sticking on anything and trying to incite whoever he can incite, so that he or she cannot vote for Raila Odinga. So his message has become flat. He doesn't have much to say, message yake ni wale watu, he cannot speak without saying wale watu, Instead of telling the people of Kenya what he's going to do, it's now narrowed down to wale watu. So I see a blank William Ruto who is firing blankly, and as far as I'm concerned, somebody was telling us here that William Ruto is a crafty man, what. I don't say craftiness in William Ruto. If he was a crafty guy, as you want to tell me, he could not be doing as poorly as he's doing today. Crafty people plan ahead. What has he planned ahead? Because now, as things stand, Raila Odinga is ahead of him, which means he was not crafty. He was just taking advantage of the euphoria. And the euphoria has died. And because the euphoria has died, he's headed nowhere. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira, for your submission. Okay, I wanted to take a note with something that you said about the craftiness of William Ruto. Okay, to be honest, I don't think we are just trying to give him more bonga points that he doesn't deserve. Because if he has been running alone for 4 years, alone, nobody's on his trail, alone, 4 years, and yet, as per the latest opinion polls by the Star, I think yesterday, he's doing at 49 in the mountain, plus all the money that he has poured out there, So it's clearly that this guy was using money to hoodwink the youths, and now there's somebody else who is attracting the youths. We have Wajakoya there with his bad messaging, and he's luring the youths on his side. So to be honest, I don't think the DP is crafty, is shrewd. No, that's not in him. He was just playing alone in the field. He had the 2 goals on him, so he scored his own goals. Now the real men came in. The big boys are in this race. He's starting to lose the plot. So I can agree with you on that. There's nothing like craftiness on him. He's just tired now, and if you look at his body language, he's somebody who has accepted. He's somebody who has just accepted that this is not for me. And by going by what he's been doing in Western and disabling Mudavadi, trying even to get candidates, to get MPs and MCAs from Mudavadi backyard, it shows that he's trying to politically finish Mudavadi for the future. He's focused on 2027 and beyond, because now he knows well that the the armory that Azimio has is too strong for him. He has nowhere to run. I'm sure about that. Okay. The other thing is about Sonko. I think it's in public domain that Sonko is not allowed. Sonko and his family is not allowed to enter the USA. I think it's in public domain. I'm not sure if that was lifted, but if the US can ban somebody from entering that country, it shows that that person has serious allegations, that the allegations that are put on him are substantiated, is something that is there. It's not hearsay, it's something that happened. So I don't think Sonko deserves to be a messenger like Wangira was saying in even the lowest office in this country. I think it's done for him. Let him focus on his businesses. Let him focus on something else. Okay, do you have something to say, Wangera, before I bring in Dennis? He had something maybe.
You know, Sonko is trying to hang on Article 99(1) of the Kenyan Constitution that talks of qualifications, and it's a qualifications for election as member of Parliament and of Kenyan Parliament. And it says that under Article 2G, it says that a person is disqualified from being elected as a member of Parliament if the person is subject to a sentence of imprisonment of at least 3 months, of at least 6 months, as at the date of the registration of the candidate, or at the date of election, the date of election is as of the date of elections. Then there's a rider to that they say a person is not disqualified under a clause 2 unless all possible appeal or review or the relevant sentence or decision has been exhausted. You see, this is a separate provisions, because this particular provisions talks about those people who have gone through the court process and they have been sentenced to a jail term exceeding 6 months. You know, that's what it's saying. These are people who are not allowed, but you know, according to this particular provision, Article 99, but there's a rider that so long as they still have an appeal or review of the relevant sentence or decision, then they could be allowed, like in the case of Waluke. You know, Waluke was sentenced to, I don't know, 100 and what years in jail, but because he still has appeal on his matter pending, then under Article 99, he is allowed to run because he has not yet exhausted the appeal or the review of his matter. But when it comes to dismissal under Article 75, it is very clear that if you are dismissed, then you are dismissed. So unless now Sonko goes to court, and you know he has been in the High Court, and the High Court affirmed his impeachment. He moved to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal affirmed his impeachment. So he has now moved to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is yet to hear his matter. So unless the Supreme Court overthrows that part where it says that now your impeachment was not procedural, and then now the Supreme Court perhaps says that your impeachment was not procedural, then that's perhaps where he can be saved. But the way things stand, and what the Kenyan Constitution says under Article 75 is an impeached person. And because he's an impeached person, so he cannot hold public office. It's just as clear as that.
Mr. Wangira, just a question. So if IBC is allowed to block Sonko out of the race, does it mean that Wiper will have to nominate somebody else, or the person who was supposed to be the deputy governor for Sonko will be there, will take the governorship, and him is going to choose a deputy? What happens in that case, please?
You know, this is a delicate matter, and you know, it's a very delicate matter. But we already have a precedent on the Kate Kilonzo issue. If you remember the Kate Kilonzo matter, where you know she had been nominated to run for the Makueni county, but when the matter went through the tribunal, you know, she discovered that she was not a registered voter, and Wiper at that particular time was allowed to substitute Kate Kilonzo with her brother Kilonzo Jr. So perhaps that particular president-in-law could apply this particular matter. I don't know, but I'm just guessing.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, you had something to add on, please. Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome to you, Mike.
Okay. Okay. Allowing Sonko and SAKAJA to vie for gubernatorial seats is just showing that in Kenya we are not even serious. And I think these are the contributing factors to hard life we are facing at the moment. You know, when someone has
Can you
seen,
please, Dennis, can you please hold your mic still? There's some distortion. Okay, proceed.
Okay, I was saying, allowing SAKAJA and Sonko to vie for gubernatorial seat in those counties is just showing how much we are not serious here in Kenya. And these are the contributing factors to the hard life we are facing at the moment. You know, when someone has seen, if they are allowed to vie, someone will just say that if it is just that way, then I don't need to follow that law the way it's supposed to be followed. So let me just do my own things, and I'm going to be allowed to do it because there's nothing that will prevent me from doing it. So I think if we have law that governs, then we are supposed to observe it with a lot of seriousness because me, I'm a youth, and whatever I'm facing at the moment is because of the kind of people we have been electing for these seats, these leadership seats. You know, someone like Ruto, even though Duke is trying to defend him in a certain way, but all of us we know who Ruto is. Is someone who is, you cannot even believe it. He can tell you something here. After some 2 hours, when he goes to elsewhere, he will just pick another thing. That shows that he's not concerned about the progress of the nation. It's just someone who is selfish and greed. Someone who just wants this issue of the me, I, and myself. And that is the thing that Rutos want. So when we are we are vetting these people, let us put a lot of consideration. Let us consider the impact of these people to our lives. Put it to our lives, not to the nation. Let us not say a certain seduction here is Kenya. Yes, the kind of leadership as is the one which has brought that term here is Kenya, and that term here is Kenya is
okay, Dennis. You need
it is more
to
in a certain way.
You need to
Yes.
conclude because we have more people joining the show. Please, conclude. 30 seconds.
Yes. So the thing which I'm saying that let us see these people that there is a way that they are going to impact us, not in the nation. You know, there's no nation. We are the nation. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Wangira, you had something. No, Mike, you had something to add on. Please, a minute before we go to Nathan. Please.
Thank you, Steve. What I wanted to say is that we need not to lose focus that an impeachment goes through the process of the standard of a judicial process. It involves hearing, it involves representation by your lawyers, it involves evidence, and it involves determination. So, and the standards are very much as those of a judicial process. So that when you have gone through an impeachment, you have been given an opportunity to be heard, you have been, evidence has been produced against you, and there is a determination beyond doubt that indeed it is justified for you to be removed from office. So as Wangira was saying, the only justification for reversal of such a decision is if the process was not followed. and that is a technicality. But the judgment itself is that of the standard of a court ruling. So I don't think there is so much leeway. But quickly, half a second on the issue of the Ukambani votes. I think very few people from Ukambani will be willing to vote for Kenya Kwanza, especially after Rigathi told them he doesn't need their votes. He was on national TV telling Wakambas that they only have 1.6 votes and they cannot take Kenya Kwanza anywhere. So anybody in Ukambani who votes for Kenya Kwanza will be somebody of very low esteem, because mtu anakutukana na kufukuza na wewe bado unamrudia, unampigia magoti, amekwambia he doesn't need you. It's like you forcing yourself to a spouse who has told you you have no value to me. I think that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mike. I wanted to say something. You know, what's happening in Ukambani is just like what is happening where I come from in Kilifi. You know, the aspirants in PA and the aspirants in Maendeleo Chap, they are very scared to campaign for Ruto. It's on the public domain, actually. Yeah? They are scared to mention, even to put his portrait in their campaign signatures and everything. It's telling, because these people know that the ground is not with Kenya Kwanza. So I'm wondering what after the elections, I'm wondering what will be the fate of Alfred Mutua and what will be the fate of Amason Kingi. I think they did the wrong gamble and it's going to be a rude shock for them. Okay, let me bring Fred.
Yes, how are you?
Karibu.
Thanks. Me by there, niko na question nauliza by there.
Weka mic karibu kidogo please.
Oh, niko na swali nauliza. Kuna watu wengine wame question about masomo na kuna wengine hawajawahi question about masomo. The way I come from. Simbarat, kulikuwa na question yake. It graduate from Jaramogi or what? Odinga, si Jaramogi University, something like that. Yeye aliambiwa akaenda akaprove. The other thing, baba masomo yake imeproviwa na nani? Which university alisoma? Which high school alisoma? Yeah?
Okay, Fred, let me start by answering you. Okay, then I'll give Wangera the chance. Okay, can you mute your mic first? Okay, you know, let me start with Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has stood for elections in this country this will be the 5th time. Okay, he has gone against Moi, he has gone against Kibaki, he has gone against Uhuru 2 times. Let's just be true to each other here. If Raila Odinga was able to stand against Moi and he had questionable papers, I think the deep state would have exposed him that time. By then, if he went ahead and stood against Kibaki in the hotly contested 2007 elections, I think the deep state would have exposed Raila for not having papers by then. Coming to 2013, the deep state also had the chance to expose this man for not being a holder of any degree, for not having documents. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, Raila Odinga has been a lecturer for the University of Nairobi. He has been there. There are photos that can show him there. There are people who can tell you that he was a lecturer there. So, Fred, you cannot be a lecturer to any institution if you don't have the qualifications. Please. I don't know about Simbarati, but about Raila Odinga, it's in the public domain. You can search for his photos. He was in Germany. You can get his history. He was a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. I can't give you the specific years, but it's there. So on Raila Odinga, please just remove yourself from his
the story I heard about Raila in Nairobi University was a lab technician, not a lecturer. Na hakuna student amesema ati Raila alikuwa lecturer wake.
Can I comment, please?
Okay, Mike, Fred, can you answer him? Can you answer him, Mike?
Fred, we have the chief agent of UDA is a professor of law. He's called Professor Kindiki. The same way somebody has gone, in fact, the person who has gone to challenge the papers of SAKAJA is not even a lawyer, he's a very junior member in terms of law. It doesn't require any effort for a professor of law to just go to court and say, this person is not fit to stand for the seat of president in Kenya. Why hasn't the chief agent of UDA allowed Kenya to waste billions to go to an election with somebody who has questionable papers? The person of the caliber of a professor of law who can quickly go to court and say, this person has fraudulent papers and he's standing against our candidate. Why hasn't he done that? It's just a simple question, because the onus is on you to go and challenge in court. And that's why we see SAKAJA is in court, because somebody has taken him to court. Why has, out of 20 million supporters that Ruto said he has, why hasn't somebody taken papers to go and question the validity of the certificates Raila has? It's just as simple as that. Why?
I want to also help. I want to help him, Bwana Nani.
Let me just
Raila because tumeanza siasa. Let me tell this friend person. And nimeingia kwa sababu yeye anaongea na ana challenge my presidential candidate.
Okay, Mr. K, you are breaking the rules. I'll give you 2 minutes to answer Fred, then you'll come on your time to submit.
Yeah, I was actually behind the curtain. Akanichokoza. You know, Raila is an institution, Fred. You know what an institution is? People go to institution to study Raila. And that is how they get degrees. So an institution does not need any qualification. You understand? And therefore, bringing Raila to the levels of Wagner SAKAJA and Kindiki and all those people, it's an insult to the people of Kenya. We know what Raila has done. We know what he's doing. And therefore, hiyo maneno ya kurubia sio na papers na nini, hiyo it is beyond you. Yeah?
Fred, can you mute your mic, please? Fred, mute your mic. Fred, mute your mic first. You'll come back, please, Fred. Let's hear Mr. K first.
Okay. When you see what Raila has done since we know him, he has brought democracy, devolution. He has fought for the space that we are having today. That is a man who is a faculty by himself. He's a university by himself. You cannot discuss even as you continue discussing a man who we know his credentials and is a person of integrity. He has no court case. Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga is an institution, and the institutions don't need any qualifications. Take it to the bank.
Okay, what were you saying, Fred, before I bring in Bob Azimio? What were you saying, Fred? Quickly.
Hiyo institution ya Raila ndio eti yeye himself is an institution, hiyo ndio sijui which institution he is. Kama yeye hakuwa anataka yani qualification, why Jimmy Wanjigi yeye aliulizwa qualification za degree na yeye alikuwa ana stand for presidential candidate. Raila yeye asikuona akipresent hizo university degree, sikusikia eti ameenda Southern University nini, sijasikia mimi.
So unatakaje sasa tufanye nini?
Naona online even Miguna himself na there's a certain clip niliona, kuna mzee alikuwa anasema Raila is a dropout of class 6. Ndiye akakimbilia huko Tanzania, akaenda si Uganda huko si water, ndiye akaenda German si hiyo Russia.
Alienda Russia kufanya nini?
Akiwa welder.
Can you answer the first question I asked you?
Na akakuja
professor taken him to court.
Akakuja akaenda huko Nairobi University, akakuwa mtu wa huko lab huko. Unajua utaweza kuwa kwa lab ya hiyo ya technical. Lab ya technical, si unaelewa? Sasa hiyo sio kuwa lecturer.
Stephen,
please, Fred, answer my first question. I asked you, why hasn't Professor Kindiki taken Raila to court? It's as simple as that. Why haven't you answered that question?
Professor
Professor Kindiki is the chief agent of UDA. You also don't know that.
Okay, Mike, I think we should move away from this. Fred is trying to cause some confusion. Please mute your mic, Fred. Mute your mic, Fred. Please mute your mic, Fred. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Kindly mute your mic. Fred, mute your mic, please. Okay. Let's hear from Bob. Let's hear from Bob. Let's move away from what Fred was saying. Please, let's continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move away from that, I'm not asking Fred any questions. I just want to ask him, is he a Kenyan? And if he's a Kenyan, does he understand the laws of this country? Because this is a waste of time. If you feel that Raila does not qualify or does not meet the credentials of being the president of Kenya, you are free to walk to Iebc, Disputes and Resolution Board, file your petition, and if you are not satisfied, you can still go to the High Court. And if you are not satisfied, you can go to the Court of Appeal. There is nobody limiting you where you can question the credentials of Raila Amolo. So don't try to bring jokes to this forum.
Because that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Let's move away from this. Because
right now, as it is, SAKAJA he's brought this on himself, and we are not going to spare somebody because he simply belongs to UDA, and so that we should stay away. We need leaders who have credentials. We don't want to raise children who have a mentality that everything can come easy, that they can buy their way. That is not a country you want. I don't think you're afraid. I'm sure you probably have children. I want to ask you: do you take them to school? Why are you taking them to school? If you can adopt SAKAJA's method of buying. So let us not bring jokes here when we must stay away from such jokes. Now, back to the menu of the day.
No. Okay, one question, Fred, please. One question, okay. 1 minute, okay.
Yeah. 2017 hiyo koti ilikuwa wapi? Hiyo challenge ilikuwa wapi? Si the same papers ndio SAKAJA alichukua kwa Iebc.
The guy is taking
you know this is a circus. This is a circus. You know, this he knows very well that to become senator, you don't need a university degree, and he's taking us in a circus. What type of questions are these?
Okay, please, Mr. Wangira and Bob, let's move away from what Fred is saying, please. Let's continue. Bob, continue your submission. Continue your submission, please.
Yeah, I will start with let me start with the Iebc block Sonko. This is extremely very important. And the reason why I'm saying it is important is that we need to weed out some characters who do not want to respect the laws of the land. It is very clear that he has been given the chance to exhaust the mechanisms laid down to challenge any barring of his candidature. So we don't need to waste a lot of time on that. And Sonko himself has been a bad example, and I am not scared of saying that he's a bad example. You know, the kind of leadership that Sonko has been trying to offer, even while being governor of Nairobi, does not resonate with any country that has laws in place. The things that Sonko has been doing, we only hear them in South American countries, which have got a background of drugs and warlords. You know, you cannot be running services, city services, parallel to that of the county. I don't mind the fact that he can help out people individually, but when you have you know, a firefighting team, you have some team which is distributing water. That is the work of the county government.
And if you have been given enough funds, you should be able to supply these people with or give them services. And trying to offer alternative leadership from the same government you are heading, that is not the kind of leadership we want in Kenya. So for me, I feel like it is the IEBC has done the right thing, and let's fix this country. On Baba's arousing welcome in Makueni. Yeah, Baba, I think Makueni, I don't need to talk much on that because it looks like Kalonzo was the key we wanted to get into Ukambani. And I'm happy that Baba followed the procedure. You don't go to somebody's house through the back door. You must come through the main door. Then you can be given, you can be respected and given the support that you require. The only thing I can say is that about the Baba's tour, a little bit is Kalonzo is still not coming into terms that there can be friendly fire, and it appears like he is trying to push a little bit too hard on. Trying to support his Wiper candidates a little bit too hard. I think he should let it go. Yes, he can do it, but not in a way where he tells the other probably independent or other parties to step down. Let him just campaign for his candidates, and that will be good. Within a week or two, they definitely will have to come up with an answer. Though in Ukambani there might not be a problem as such that UDA can come and maybe steal the show, but let him go easy on the candidates because it doesn't augur well. But in terms of support for Baba, I think it is it's going to be something close to 80-85%. Yeah. Kenya Kwanza in Nairobi. I've just seen a clip. I've not followed their activities as such, but I saw there was William Ruto, and along with him was SAKAJA, I think. And I appreciate the good gestures of the deputy president, but sometimes you must ask yourself, why does he do some things in public? Who does it? Why? Because I've seen that he gave 200,000 to another lady to pay fees for the son. You can always do those things quietly. Why the show off? Because he is already popular, and I don't think that is the way to go. Because if you give one lady 200,000, another one will want, that kind of thing. The culture of handouts for me is not a good thing, and I would prefer that when you are assisting somebody, you do it quietly, especially when you're a public figure of his stature. I have not followed the tour that much, but I'll be able to comment on it later. Lastly, on SAKAJA being dropped as an alumni of the UN, I don't want really to talk about it because it's a bad example. It's a very bad example. I don't want to entertain it, because with the more we talk about it, the more younger people will pick on it, and they'll feel like they are justified to steal exams. They are justified to buy degrees, and it's a bad culture, because I want to believe that is the way corruption started in the country. That if I'm stealing, if I'm found stealing, I also say that Duke was stealing or Fred was stealing. That is totally nonsense. We need to have a clean society. I'll leave it at that, and maybe I'll contribute much later. Thank you. Back to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Bob. I have to invite Mogoi, then I'll hand over the show to Njiru Mwaura. You can take over from now, Njiru. I'm still in the show. Thank you. Mogoi, continue.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Maybe you will also give us the lineup, eh? You will give us the lineup, please.
It's Mugoi now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity to give in my view. But even if we are telling us to get away from this guy called Fred, wherever, it's not good to let this nonsense go on. Let us shut it off and shut it off with fact. When this friend of ours, Fred, coming here and telling us that Raila doesn't have a degree, or where was IEBC when 2013, 2017 about the degrees, it is not so hard for somebody to go to court or wherever they want to go and put their petition against Raila. Don't bring cheap, very raw politics at this century. You know, just be smart, say what is there, and reason like somebody who is arguing genuinely. But don't argue because of emotions or because you don't like Raila.
So I'm not reasoning.
I'm saying you are reasoning. You are reasoning. I'm saying your level of reasoning. I'm not saying you are not reasoning.
My simple question is that where Raila learned, which university went?
Let me say.
Stop being stupid. You don't know where he went to school to?
Let me say.
Stop insulting some of us. You know where Raila went to school.
The university went.
Okay,
if it is London, if it is UK, if it is US,
can you listen?
That
Fred.
something called
Fred, a minute,
then
please.
we
Okay,
check
Just go to a different platform.
He was a student on Southern here.
1 minute.
Simba
1 minute.
Raila is not a runner.
Okay.
When were you born? You were not born yesterday.
No, Firo, can you hear me? Firo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Firo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please, let me give me just 30 seconds. I respond to friend here. You know, Raila Odinga is a professional engineer in Kenya. His professional number is A260. You can go to the Engineers Board of Kenya and you confirm that number. And the qualifications of becoming a professional engineer, which I am, by the way, we have been enlisted there, is you need to have a degree from a reputable university, and you need to have practiced as an engineer for a minimum of 5 years, which Raila Odinga, I believe, did. So even before you go to Iebc, before you go to IEK, these people who are Iebc, sorry, he is already a professional engineer. So can you tell me, do you want to tell me that the Iebc were bribed to make Raila a professional engineer, where you need a graduate, where you need a degree to do that? So maybe Mogoi, just in 30 seconds, let Fred tell me the procedures of somebody becoming a professional engineer in Kenya, because Raila Odinga is a professional engineer. Go in the website and see. So even when we are talking rubbish here or maybe propaganda, let's not talk about things which you can confirm Raila's document in more than one authority, in more than one institution. So even as we are trying to defend people like SAKAJA who have not gone to school, and for your information, me, I'm an alumni of University of Nairobi. I have gotten 2 degrees from there. It is actually a shame that even if watu kama sisi hatuna majina makubwa, UN wezi tuweka kama alumni zuko, wanaweka watu kama SAKAJA. Us as alumni, those are the questions we also actually, this is a very serious issue. We are alumni wa UN, so when UN wanafanya vitu kama hizi tunasikia vibaya sana. So friend, let's be serious and let's not just propagate propaganda hapa. It is not fair, and it is not fair to the intellectual capacity of this forum. So please, even as we are trying to argue and talk on top of one another, let's stop that and let's talk with merit. You deserve to say a point here, but whatever you are trying to say here, that one was wrong. So Mogo, you can go ahead. I was just trying to reinforce something. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I hope you are getting the point, my friend. So don't be emotional or don't be hitting somebody and just throwing some insult, or it doesn't make sense. But if you come with here and argue your point, it is okay. You don't expect Raila to produce a Form 4 certificate. Raila didn't go to school with the system you went to. So when somebody become an engineer, it doesn't mean like he dropped school from class 3 and become an engineer overhead. Somebody East Africa infrastructure engineer. You mean if somebody is not run it? My friend, some things let us reason out of our cocoons of support. It's okay, we can support wherever we support, but let us reason out of that. Coming for the Sonko being or Arati, he talks also about Arati. It's okay, Arati is here. Is a young generation. Everything is there. It's not something you can hide about his education. He say he went to Jaramogi University. Jaramogi University is open. It's in Kisii town. It's not very far away from there. You can confirm. Why should we debate about that education and the universities in Kenya? He didn't go to Uganda, where we can't get information. The information is in Kisii University, where he went to school. So if you want the information, just go there or Google out. Make a call to the university. Now they have the phone. Get the information. When did he join the university? When did he graduate? If it is a false information, then bring it out. Then we can discuss about it. Okay, about Sonko being blocked, I don't see there's any problem, and it was going to cause a lot of problem if he was to be given a go ahead. By the way, Mombasa could be in chaos because having UDA, having Azimio, and having Kalonzo there, I think that direction could have been in chaos. But actually, let us sanitize our politics, let us sanitize our candidate, so that when we go for election, we elect people with integrity. I like Sonko, by the way. His popularity is liked by many, by old, by young, by poor. But the management skill he had in Nairobi, it was not really good. But if you look for the case, the way he was handling the case of water, supply water in Nairobi, Nairobi is the capital city. And he was having a company, I don't know, called Sonko Rescue Team, whatever thing, with the tanks and the lorries supplying water in Nairobi. As a governor, you are there to bring channels and policies on how to supply water in the city in the modern world. But if you are supplying water to entice the people like all of the time, then when are we going to get out of that situation? I think those are some of the things which made him to be impeached, because of leadership skills. Instead of making channels and making rules and ways to get water to the houses in Nairobi and upgrade Nairobi to the city, he was degrading Nairobi. So being blocked, I don't have sympathy with that. That anything can take its own course. SAKAJA, about SAKAJA being, my friend, if you look, SAKAJA is here. Marara has a problem. Sudi there is the one has a problem. The former cabinet minister of sport, you see all those people. All of those are the groups of our deputy president. You know, that's always, I think that our deputy president normally likes to use people who are not well educated. Let me say that. People who can make their own principles. People who can make their own decisions. Because you want to tell me, like, Mr. Root, our president, our deputy president, he didn't know that SAKAJA doesn't have the certificate or the degree. He knew, but he wanted to use their own crooked means to think that things will work. So he told SAKAJA, you have to go ahead. Because they rely on cheap things all around, maneuvering things on conmanship. But because the NIS is keen on that, and the Uhuru has said everything has to be straight, he's just popping things out. He's just throwing him under the bus. So we have no sympathy about that. SAKAJA, I like SAKAJA the way he does his politics. He's a nice guy. But I didn't know he doesn't have a certificate. According to me, I was 100% sure he has the certificate, but I didn't know. But from the clips and the interview which has been going on, it is clear, even if I'm not an intelligent person, I can say he doesn't have it. Because you cannot say here, you cannot do interview and say, I've never been out of the country for study. And here you come and you say, I have a certificate from Uganda. How does that things go together? No. Here you say you have been in the University of Nairobi, now you are bringing a certificate from Uganda. It doesn't make sense. And if SAKAJA could have remained in Azimio or with Uhuru, at least NIS could have told him, or Uhuru could have told him, advised him, things are not going to work the way it used to be. Things are changing. You better stay here at your Senate seat. maybe he could have recaptured his Senate seat. But because he was in the group which likes conmanship, they pushed him ahead. They told him we can manufacture a degree for you to win the election. So they went ahead and manufactured one. That is the consequences of corruption. That is corruption, by the way. That's what we are saying. We have to stop this kind of nonsense. About the Makueni success rally, I agree with that. Let us support Raila. Let us can also do is the best. Make Ukambani come together as much we get, or even one vote out of Ruto. That is our best. And we all wish Raila all the best, and the Kenya will change. Thank you. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Bona Mogoi. So I wanted to confirm to Fred, if you go to professional engineers page, the number for Raila Odinga is A620. If you want to also know my number is also A3295. So Raila is my senior in that category. So
Njiru nikuulize, hiyo system ya kuindicate my engineers ilianza lini? Na mnasema system Raila alisoma.
My friend, Iebc is not a fraud. Iebc, 1 minute. Iebc is not a fraud.
System sio the current one.
Okay, wewe uko na certificate gani? Wewe, what do you have in
Mika sasa jina Raila ikakuwa indicated huko.
Okay, friend, kidogo nakuuliza wewe, hebu niambie zile certificate uko nazo ili unaanzia kurubbish na wengine. Tell me what you have. Certificate zako ni gani? Wewe niambie what do you have?
Genuine.
Alafu na registration ya profession ni gani uko nayo? What is your profession?
My profession? I'm IT.
Aya, niambie zile certificate uko nazo za IT. Forget about the degree. What about do you have any certification from Google, from Cisco, anywhere? Where your certification? Tell us any certification you have.
Sio vitu sasa utaanza kuniuliza mimi sitakuwa interview kwa eti nini.
No, my friend. So
my question.
Let me help you. Fred, can you keep quiet? I clarify. Just keep quiet. What Fred is saying is because Raila went to university in the 70s, and the certification started in very recently. So all those people who went to school in the 70s didn't go to school. Kibaki has a master's in economics, but because he went to school in the 60s and there was no record then, so we should also question people who went to school in the 70s because computers were not there. That is a very shallow way of reasoning, Fred. Computers came recently, but the records were there. Title deeds are being, Fred, are you aware title deeds are being digitized that were there in 1860 when the Queen was the one providing the seals of the titles? Title deeds are being digitized now, but does it mean that because there were no computers in the 70s, those title deeds are fake?
You know,
because
okay,
that is the argument you are making.
Okay, Mike, I understand, but mtu ambaye hata hana certification hata moja should not question people who have certification. So please, Fred, only the question Raila kama uko na certification. You cannot start discrediting people na wewe mwenyewe hata una certification hata moja. So Roba, you can answer.
Unajuaje?
Ujasema tena zile certification you have. Tuambie certification hiyo uko nayo ili uanzie kurubbish za wengine.
Sasa mi sio politician, sijaenda huko kwao. Na wewe sasa nitakwambia sikusaidie nini ama sinisaidie nini?
Please, don't allow this petty back and forth.
Okay,
we are more serious than this.
Roba, comment a little bit. You want?
Thank you. You know, Fred, sikutaka kuja hapa in this forum, but because what came from your mouth, I just woke up where I was to tell you I'm disappointed. We know Raila went to Germany. So you are telling some of us who got our degrees outside the country, we are not educated. That's what you are trying to tell us. Let me tell something as somebody who has a degree from University of California. a master's degree from American Military University. That's in Southern California. We know Raila. I'm pissed off. If I could get you out of this network here, I'll tell you to be bloody, because the millions of people who follow Raila. So you cannot compare Raila with what SAKAJA. I'm the one who was here from yesterday who came here and gave them a benefit of doubt. And I told people, I've gone to online, Team University, where he went to Uganda. They were offering online services. Let us find out what's going on. I need his transcripts. I need where he paid the receipts. Okay, I need where he did the application. I need where the emails he communicated with the university. But that one has not come up. Just because of SAKAJA now, Fred, you come here and tell us you are questioning Engineer Raila Amolo, his credentials. For the educated people, you should be ashamed on yourself. I mean, that's disgusting, to tell the truth. And you're just, don't think, you woke up the whole world. I'm telling you. You just woke some of us where we are, because we never expect that one to come from your mouth. Okay? Somebody in Jude is telling you his number, his engineer number. So let me ask you one thing. When I left Kenya to US as a student, you had to go a process. So when Raila left from Kenya to go to chairman as a student, he went through a process. And now you'd say that Raila was a dropout. He didn't even finish high school. How did he get to chairman if he never finished from Kenya? How did he qualify to go to university in Germany? And even in Germany, you can go and ask where he went to school to. It's the same way. I'll tell the truth. It's the same way when Uhuru Kenyatta came in 2013, people were asking where he went to school to. I came to realize he went to a school here in Massachusetts, in the US, and that was the end of it. Okay, people tried to go in to find out from there. The university told them he was our student. When we were questioning Uhuru that time, some of us, that's when I came to the US, Uhuru came to the US, he went to school. We are questioning, and anybody's questioning SAKAJA. Why can't the university come up? Why can't SAKAJA come up with his people and show where he went to school? And that was the end of it. But at the same time, I disagree with somebody say, because if SAKAJA was with maybe the other side of the government, they could have, maybe it could have gone through. We understand that, Freddie. The reason why SAKAJA went through as a senator, look at the Constitution. When you are a member of parliament or a member of a county assembly, you don't need a degree. But when you are a governor or a president, you need a degree. And that's why Sud himself is a member of parliament and he's want to go back. And nobody's asking. Joe, remember Joe? He had whatever he had, but he did some other things. He proved himself that he went somewhere and he got his degree. And that's why you saw people kept quiet. Let SAKAJA take his own cross, but never bring Raila Odinga on this conversation. That one, you can work everybody and you cannot win, my friend. You cannot win whether you start now or to forever. You cannot win that one. I assure you that.
So please, Bwana Fred, don't question my senior here. As a professional engineer, you cannot question somebody who got those things ahead of me. Otherwise, mimi nitakutoa hapa mimi mwenyewe as a moderator. I am not in the profession. We don't question people who got credentials before us. It is wrong to supervise you here. Okay, Mike, you can comment.
Let me just, the way you have put in Jiru, you have even helped me clarify what I wanted to say. I will ask Fred a simple question, which the answer is obvious. How do you place the integrity of University of Nairobi in terms of its quality? University of Nairobi, do you think it is a credible university? Just want you to answer before I move on. Do you think the University of Nairobi is a credible university?
Is that Fred's question?
Yeah, I want Fred to answer.
Okay, Fred.
Is it a credible university?
I want to ask you a question. Najua nimesoma comment.
So now we are having a back and forth. Njiru, can you help us moderate this debate?
Naambiwa
I'll
niko na
just ask a
pasta.
simple question.
No, Fred.
You just say yes or no, then I move on. Is University of Nairobi a credible university?
1 minute.
For that question. Because inaona comment hapo watu wananiambia I have a only birth certificate.
Then let's not get emotional. I thought we were just discussing. Let me now move ahead because I know you know the answer is yes. If University of Nairobi is a credible university and it recruited one Raila Amolo Odinga to be one of its lecturers or teachers or whatever you can call it, if the reverse you say it's not credible, then you are trying to say that since the 70s, University of Nairobi has been giving fake degrees. And do you know where University of Nairobi is rated in Africa? It's one of the top best universities in Africa. So to question Raila's credentials is to also question the university that he lectured.
The whole world. The whole world. University of Nairobi.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
Robert.
not even in Africa himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So to question Raila's credential is actually to question our country's best university because it is the one that recruited him to be a lecturer. You can see how very high a university regarded Raila for it to recruit him. And you are here spewing nonsense. Somebody who has lectured in a university is way beyond even questioning because he's the one giving the degrees. So how can somebody who is giving a degree be asked, where did you get yours? That is the highest level of shallowness. I am giving you a degree and you're asking me, where did you get yours?
Let this discussion narrow on SAKAJA. Let's not talk about Raila here. Raila is Iebc. He is a professional engineer. So if you have to talk, SAKAJA hajatuambia certification zake za anywhere. Hata SAKAJA hatujui, anasema tu ni actuarial science. So let's talk about that guy. So leave Raila. The idea of deflecting this discussion to Raila, I will not allow the discussion to Raila hapa tena as a moderator. I think I have that power to pre-assume that we cannot talk about Raila Odinga. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you have said okay, that's a good idea. And Fred, try to learn. Don't be just like fixed in mind. Try to get some points and get out of somewhere and move to somewhere else.
Mogoi.
Yes.
Heshima ni kitu mzuri sana.
I've just said try to learn from others. That's not an insult. Unless you know, we are here to learn from one another. We are not here like insulting one another. We're just
umelani nini na ni kuimba tu baba, nothing umelani.
Okay. Fred there. Okay.
But I don't know, but these people are somehow, they can't argue, they don't want to reason, they don't want to articulate their point. When you ask them, they get emotional. If you have a point about Raila, and it's the easiest way to discover him from the rest so that you can win. Why can't Ruto go to court and prog the Raila from running? It's easy as that. If Ruto himself, he can't prosecute a case against Raila, who are you to question about Raila? Come on, my friend. Some things have to come out of you.
Mogoi, watch a discussion here later, sasa. Tuende kwa wale wana makaratasi.
Yeah, about the certificate, my friend, SAKAJA, you know, okay, if you ask Duke here to present it, to prove that he has a certificate, does it take 2 days to prove yourself? It is either you have it or you don't have it. You don't need to go to court to prove that I have a degree or to go to court to prove I have a Form 4 certificate. It doesn't. No. If you go to an extent of going to court, that means you have a problem. That's to my perception, though. But if you are a reader, you have been a senator, you have been an MP, and you have been told to produce your document, it doesn't take even a day for you to prove that this is my document, I went to this school, I have this certificate, I have this degree. But for SAKAJA going up to court to prove himself, there's a problem. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay. Stanley, you can contribute. Stanley, you can contribute.
Hi guys, how are you everybody? Yes, hello. Now, I see this discussion is good because in this forum, we cannot have people. That's why we have different minds, different thinking. Now, we see with the case of this guy, Fred, it's okay because that's his thinking. And from there, I see people have analyzed with Raila. That's okay, he brought that in. It is like Mogo is saying, if you ask me which year I went to school in class 1, I'll be able to tell you. So SAKAJA going to court will prove, and this is what Raila was saying. We want to get out such bad ways of politics. We don't want people who are just bringing in their ways of corrupt means to be leaders. Like, some of them, they are the ones who say, like Oscar, they say he did not even go to Form 4, but he's a member of parliament. We have SAKAJA. If he doesn't have the degree, why are you going to court? Everybody in this forum, even Fred, you ask him, when were you in Form 4, class 8 or 7? He will be able to tell you. Now he's asking, when was Raila in school? So these are straight away things we should not be arguing. Now we want to get things straight. Those guys like Sonko, I see he has been stopped from fine because they say he doesn't have the papers. I don't see, there's no big deal that we should be protecting evils. If they have done wrong, they don't have certificates, or they don't have the credential for them to qualify for firing seats, let us face it. Let us not protect things. So if you are on the other side, maybe you are supporting Ruto, that's okay. That's why we have opponents. That's why we are scrutinizing to see who is the best leader. And by doing this, that's why we have this forum to judge who is doing better. Like now, I've seen a young boy from I don't know, Makueni, who is just selling his policies, and is, according to what I saw online, that young boy, that young man is 21 years and is doing good, and people are listening to him. He was I don't know whether he qualified to be given the certificate on white part. That's what he said. And when when his colleagues wanted to demonstrate, he said, no, that's not a solution. You want me to be in the ballot, and I'm gonna be in the ballot as an independent. And he has the papers. If they're gonna elect him, he can be an MC. So that's all. We need sharp minds. Let us not shallow our minds. We came to this forum so that we get a solution. We discuss and get the way forward. We can improve and our common economy by maybe participating like what we are doing, or we educate people, because with us we are not back home, but we are falling because of educating people back home. We tell them this is the way. Look, we compare. This one is telling you get 200 shillings, like I saw people were doing the yesterday, but when they were in Bukungu, people were, the least they were given is 200, and people don't even think. Even these church leaders who are supporting this, but it is okay. Even the church, when Jesus came and found those guys doing business, and he just kicked them out. So those leaders, church leaders who are supporting the money, they don't know where it comes from. Even if it is business, this money is so much, almost 100 or 10 million a day. If you calculate that in 1 year, how many billion is that? That money can be able to stabilize our economy. But people don't see that because they have been given 1,000. They have been given, his mom or her mom or her brother or his wife has been given maybe 1,000, or like now they show. One of you said, why do you show? You are given 200,000 for one young girl who is in school. How many young girls do we have in Kenya? why can't you take like every ward, like 2, 3, 4 girls, pay for them? There are those who cannot even buy even as slippers. But now you want to show. We don't want a show president who want to show himself. You look at these people. That's why we don't want this corrupt means of certificates, of showing, of just buying people. We don't want that. And the main agenda for PPA was we want to do corrections in the IPC. So if IPC did a mistake by maybe allowing them, because there were corrupt means of letting candidates file for seats with those fake certificates or without certificates. Now we want to do away with that. So when SAKAJA is asked to produce his certificate, it is not because the system has changed. If there was a system which was allowing that, and somebody said if it was on the other side, that side is that's what we don't want. We don't want to argue put arguments on basis which does not have a grip. We must put our arguments basing on points, because all we want is change. What has been going? Look, right now, the police officers. I was talking to my friend last night. He has wines and spirit back home. The police come there Monday, Tuesday. I mean Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Sometimes Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They take different police officers from different stations. You know, taking 100, 200. If they get you like you have a small, you don't have a license, it's 10,000. We don't want that. Those are the kangaroo courts. We don't want such things. We want to raise an alarm because this person is doing business. So what are they doing to protect these small business people? Now somebody is here saying mimi nataka kuinua maisha ya mfanyabiashara mdogo, lakini hapa askari wanawasumbua and they put claims to them. Kwa nini wasiingie chuma ya magari waseme, oh, do not be going to these small businesses waitisha ongo? Where are we? We should base our arguments on points, not like because now I'm the forum, because now I can maybe I seem to be the person. We don't come here to. In most cases, most of the days when I see the arguments, I mean, somebody is contributing. When I see some of you guys, when you have said something I could have said, I don't even just come on the studio. Why? Because what I had in me has been said by somebody. Let us be serious, because this country, if it was not meant before, we could have, I'm sorry, I'm taking time, but give me 1 minute. If this country, those leaders would have taken it serious and making sure that we are progressing without this corrupt means, Kenya could have been too far. I appreciate, thank you for the time, and let us keep on advising and encouraging, teaching people back home, educating about election, so that we can improve our country. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Stanley. Yeah, it is true. You know,
Welcome.
to go up here to try to do some correction here and there, and also to speak on facts. But I can tell you, tulipitisha 2010 tulipitisha katiba yetu almost over 10 years ago. Now, if SAKAJA knew that he was to become a leader, he was supposed to make his records right. So historia, unajua hata sisi tuko hapa, wengine wetu tunafikiria kukuwa viongozi in future, and we are trying to make our records right now. So hiyo degree ya SAKAJA ambayo inatafutwa na ipatikani, na in fact haipatikani ile wakati it is the most critical time, wakati wa kusimama ile wakati inatafuta kiti, hiyo degree haiko. Otherwise unatafuta degree yako aje na ipatikani. Then we have gone ahead, kunasemekana atoe photo ya graduation, hakuna. Atuambie wale watu walisoma na wao, hakuna mtu anatokezea. Kwani huyu mtu alisoma na osmosis ama yake tu ile? So I think Kenya, let's be serious for once. You know, SAKAJA hakuna mtu alimwambia akasimame ugavana. Angesimama UMCA hahitaji degree. angeendea vitu zingine ndogo ndogo ambaye hahitaji degree. So lakini kiburi yake anataka viti kubwa aende akakule hapo, then anaenda pia kushikana na mwenzake mwingine pale hata sijui. So that is now let him solve his own problem. So for gender equality, wacha nilete Mora kidogo. So Mora, you can contribute, alafu na kupitia kwa na ukuu unaangalia hiyo top line vile inapita hapo. So the main thing is about hii maneno ya masomo. Unajua ni wao, we have a constitution and we have to respect it. So let's be serious. The constitution says a degree. So atuitishe masters ama doctorate degree atoe. So Mora, go ahead.
Hey guys, habari ya kila mtu. All right, I was nice to see you guys. Nice to see everybody. I was in the background. Hi, I was in the background. I really didn't want to come in today because I actually don't feel well. Fred, I just cannot believe, where did he go? I really want to face him as I talk to him. I can't believe like Fred is embarrassing himself this is a national platform. Why is Fred embarrassing us all? Why questioning Baba's education of all things? It's unbelievable. Fred, I'm ashamed on your behalf. Honestly, you just hit below the belt. I don't know how to describe what you just brought into this esteemed platform. Fred, for your information, those of us that come to this forum, we respect Baba. We respect everybody that comes on. I actually admire Duke. Duke has divergent arguments, but he is very, very respectful. I mean, look at him. There's no way Duke is going to insult Baba. I mean, I wonder how old Fred is to say that Baba, to question Baba's engineering degree. That's an insult of the highest order. I mean, I feel insulted and I feel ashamed on Freddy's behalf. I would like Fred to come onto this forum in future and argue points logically, and he needs to respect other people. The other day I watched him, he came and he actually left because he couldn't stand the heat. This is not the first time he has left unceremoniously. So Fred, please come back, but come back as a mature person who is ready to argue points so we can reason together. And for Sonko, I think he's done. He's done for good. And bringing bling bling and cartels and all that kind of business into a high public office in Kenya it's not gonna do it for anybody. People need to respect the offices they're elected to. Sonko played. He played while he was the governor of Nairobi. He played, and he's reaping the fruits of what he did. I think the likes of Sonko have actually set presidency for future leaders in Kenya. People are going to be vetted. We are not just going to elect anybody. People are going to be vetted. And in a way, it's good. Things are happening so we can open our eyes and elect people that deserve to be elected to those important seats in Kenya. And on sorry, what's his name? SAKAJA. I thought like when you're an alumni of a university, you must have graduated from that university. I'm actually surprised that his name ended up in the alumni page, yet he had not graduated from that university. Where I've graduated from, I'm an alumni of that university. That's how I understood it. I don't know why they still had his name on the alumni page if he never graduated. All these things that are coming up are so contradicting. So I hope that one of these fine days, we're going to get the truth, everything about SAKAJA's degree. Other than that, Baba and Martha and Alonso are doing a good job. They're mobilizing, they're going everywhere. And I think I support Bob Papa Azimio. I think he's the one that said like Baba is kind of dwelling too much on Wiper. I mean, it's obvious that's his party, and we respect that. I also have the same kind of feeling. He brings it out like it's the in thing. I mean, we know he wants his people to win. He wants to represent his people, but he needs to kind of tone down a little, and so it's not so obvious. I've watched how Baba reacts when Kalonzo like dwells so much on Wiper. I mean, body language, we know how body language reveals itself. So I'm not saying Kalonzo should not campaign for his supporters, for his party, but I think he's overdoing it. Other than that, guys, I'll hang around and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that. I hope sifikiri kuna mtu akona reaction kwako.
Fred just came back. I want him either to question what I said or he needs to apologize to this forum and to Kenyans. Please, Fred.
Fred, ongea na madam.
Which apology do you want me to make?
Huh?
Which apology?
For insulting Baba.
Baba, yeah, sijaona any proof.
What proof? What proof?
Apology will I make?
What proof do you need? Like if I tell you I have a degree, and I'm running for a women's rep in whatever, and I go to IBC and they clear me, do I have the responsibility of proving it to anybody, to like everybody? I thought IBC cleared Baba, and that means Baba had the credentials that he needed to present, and IBC cleared him. I don't know why you're doubting Baba's education.
Me, I'm doubting.
Why? Let's be sober. Why?
Because I've never had any university where you went.
Can I ask a question?
No. Wait. Fred, do you know where all of us went to university? Everybody that you come across.
Ukiwa celebrity lazima uijulikane ulienda university.
Baba studied in Nairobi University and in Germany.
Which year? Which year he studied in Nairobi?
That's nonsensical now. You're not being mature.
I'm mature.
Nope, you're not being mature at all. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mora, I think you are requesting him for an apology, and I don't think he wants to give it. Let's give another person a chance. Let's leave Fred alone. When Fred will be able to do something constructive, we can engage in that. Anataka kutuuliza maswali na sisi hapa sio polisi. We are not policing anyone.
Njiru, he actually has no substance. He just asked childish questions. This is not the first time. I'm so sorry. Bye, Fred.
Okay, let's leave him alone until he is able to do it. Jakedube, please, tafadhali, come on board. Jakedube, can you hear me? I'm relaxing. Jakedube
is asleep. He's asleep.
Yeah. Okay, let me bring Duke. Duke, come on board.
He does not know the name of the university, but if you check even the biography of Raila Odinga, the name and the course is all over the internet. And you have been told by Mike that he taught at the University of Nairobi. So I don't think that the University of Nairobi hired somebody who has not actually completed a university to teach. So unless you have some issues, I can say yes. That's what I wanted to speak. Also, I want to talk about the issue of SAKAJA. SAKAJA, actually, for me, I used to know him as somebody who was highly educated when I used to. Actually, in 2017, I forwarded everybody in ASMIO, NASA, ODM, except that I forwarded Miguna as a governor and the SAKAJA as a senator. But everything else, I forwarded ODM. But now, when I heard that he has issues, and then he's trying to bring to the qualification a degree from Uganda, then I feel there is some issues. There is some I can say he has some issues, specific fundamental issues, which he has to convince me, because I don't think somebody like him will go to Uganda to study. But actually, the University of Nairobi has said that he was studying actuarial science, but he did not graduate. And for me, I can wait. We want to wait for the IPC to clarify that. The problem is with IPC. IPC should actually, that's something which is instant. You have to take a short time to check that. So if the degree is giving is fake, they say it's fake. All this drama, taking time, going to court, actually for me, it's wasting time. Also, I want to talk about the issue of mitumba, which was actually the debate or the issue which Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate addressed today. And somebody said that the mitumba cannot coexist with the local manufacturing of clothes, but that's I think it's false. It can coexist. The reason why people are buying mitumba is because they are not economically empowered. It's like you say, maybe we want every person to have a car, but these people have the money to buy cars. So for me, if we empower people economically, and then they would be able to afford clothes which are not second-hand or mitumba, that's why we encourage them not to buy mitumba. And to some extent, you find that mitumba clothes are even good and of quality than those who are just manufactured within the country. So what I can say is this: all those companies producing clothes, whichever Mumias, to a large extent, they do not collapse because they lack market, or maybe they are unable to. It's because we have individuals who root those institutions. If, for instance, you talk about Mumias, if, for instance, every person in Kenya is buying sugar, I don't think there is a reason why Mumias should collapse. It's because you find individuals who root the institution and others who import cheap sugar. So it's like misconduct of some specific individuals. So the Mutumba issue is about, and for instance, we can give subsidies to industries which are making local clothes so that they can be able to produce high quality products at a lower price. So by that, the Mutumba will be automatically moved out of the market. I think that's the way to approach it. But when Raila says that mitumba it's a nguo za watu wenye wamekufa, that's not right, because actually when a person dies, if you die, I feel when you die with clothes, those clothes are disposed, and maybe when you are buried, you are given new clothes. So I think that cannot make sense to me. So that's my submission.
Okay, Duke, 1 minute before I give the other guys to ask you a question. Yeah? Just 1 minute, I want to ask you. Then, why is it that the countries which are donating clothes to people, why is it that they can't distribute those clothes to also needy people in their countries? Are you aware that needy people are
you need to adjust your mic. Your mic has a problem.
You can't hear me? Hello?
You need to adjust your mic. Your mic has a problem. We can't. You're not audible. Yeah, you're not audible.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Njiru. Yeah, but the
you're not
volume
hearing
is
me.
so low, or something is wrong with your mic.
Okay.
Mic yako imekataa ongea juu ya mtumba na mimi.
No.
Ni
wait a little bit. No, let me add. So Duke, can you get me, Duke? So nilikuwa nikikuuliza, do you believe that the countries which are donating Mutumba to us, they can also give those mutumbas to their needy people? Or is it a must those mutumba clothes they be transported to Africa? I'm just asking a question. It's just a question for you. So the other question which I also wanted to ask you about because umesema corruption ndio ilifanya industries zianguke. So can you give me the corruption policy of Kenya Kwanza which can allow industrialization, and in terms of also the people who have goodwill in Kenya Kwanza? Is it possible you tell me? Let's assume Kenya Kwanza says they will do industries for textile. Do you think Kenya Kwanza has that goodwill, knowing that some of the people who might even become Minister of Finance ni watu kama akina Waititu and some other funny characters? Can you try to handle for me that? Then I bring other people on board, please.
First of all, mitumba is actually a trade. Those mitumba clothes are not free. Some people actually buy them and then they sell them. So you cannot say that it's only that they find market in Kenya and other African nations because we have individuals who earn less, who have low income. That actually applies across. We consume several products. Even for instance, if you talk about cars, most cars used in both in Kenya are ex-Japan, or those have been used in Japan and other Western countries. So it's more about the purchasing capability of individuals, of Kenyans. That's why if, for example, you bring new cars they cannot afford. If, for example, you bring new clothes manufactured abroad, they cannot afford. But because it's actually a trade. Corruption policy, yes, we have. We have said the first step of tackling corruption is not personalizing it. If, for instance, you use corruption as a tool to fight specific individuals, or individuals who do not agree with you, you take them to court, or you just give allegations that somebody has taken funds and you are not prosecuting that individuals. So the first step is to stop personalizing corruption. It must be institutionalized. And we have to give institutions which fight corruption full autonomy and independence. So you find that's why we have some funds to independent institutions are not operationalized. So you find that the judiciary does not have funds. It has to beg the executive, the other anti-corruption, all those independent institutions. So it's like the government is holding them, and it's trying to prevent them to execute their independent mandate because they have to do what the executive is saying for the funds to be released. So that, I think that's the first step of solving corruption. And actually it's taking action, not just speaking about it. You don't just speak that I will fight thieves, I will arrest. So you talk about coming up with systems, with procedures which fights corruption across the board, but not targeting specific individuals. In other terms, if corruption is politicized, you cannot solve. That's why sometimes I say you have to trace the funds. To a large extent in Kenya, we trace individuals. For instance, if you talk about there was money for Kimware Dam, if indeed the money was lost, we have to see which company took it, personal accounts with those funds, then those funds get recovered. But just when you say like that, and it's all over, so that's not fighting corruption. That's what I can respond.
Okay. Duke, I can see almost everybody want to ask you a question. So to end around, So I will start with so I think everybody wants to ask you a question. So let's just go around. Everybody ask you a question because Naona, you seem to be like the chief strategist to a KKA. So I think people want to hear what you have, and I think what you're defending a shell. Anyway, sorry for that. Okay, Bob Papa Azimio. No nabadilisha majina. Okay, Papa Azimio.
Okay, I just want to Duke. I'm posting a link on the private chat. That link, I want you to go to that link. In Ghana, mitumba is referred to as dead man's clothes. The reason that one of the reasons, there's a documentary that was done by somebody called, a European journalist called Journeyman. He travels widely in the different continents. And mitumba, I'll give you an example of Ghana. Mitumba is such a pain to the environment in Ghana. And it has reached a stage where they don't want to see that mitumba again. So I want you to go to take some time and watch that that documentary. Secondly, yes, you were talking about corruption not being that it should be dealing with corruption should be institutionalized. Are you aware that the government, I mean, the parliament is has a role of oversighting the executive? And when funds, when you feel that the executive is trying to stifle independent institutions of some funds, what have the MPs who are aligned to UDA done in parliament? Because they can move a motion anytime and compel the executive, or even stop business being transacted in the house to ensure that the executive is doing the right thing. But what have they done? They have done nothing. So trying to portray like UDA is doing something about corruption, I think you are misleading us on that. I'll leave it at that so that other people can also contribute. Thank you.
Do you want to handle that, or the others to answer to ask their question?
But what I can say,
do you want to handle what Papa talked about, or
respond to what he has said? You know, if, for instance, those mitumbas are referred that way in Ghana, does it mean we should also refer them as that without facts? So we are actually tracing the fact. Is it true that this mitumba comes from dead people? So that's the question, but not whether other countries calls them so or not. About legislative functions when it comes to comparing the executive to give funds to autonomous institutions. First of all, sometimes the executive disobeyed even court orders. So we are dealing with a government which can actually even ignore the bills of all the proceedings of the courts, the proceedings of the parliament. So that's where we are. So it's like the three arms of government are not fully dependent and properly checking each other. So even if parliament, for instance, there are several, if for example you talk about the fuel fund, there is, for instance, they say there was a ceiling for borrowing, but the executive still borrowed more than the ceiling. That's number one. Number two, there was what you call fuel fund, which was misappropriated by the executive. You see, so sometimes it doesn't matter what the legislature, and to some extent, even what court says does not matter. So that the executive can.
Okay. I wanted to just tell you that Parliament has got immense powers. Immense. When I'm talking about immense, Parliament is capable of bringing down the government of the day. And the way the deputy president has been chest thumping that he has enough MPs, I should have at least seen an attempt to try and bring the government of the day to its senses if he felt that the government was not doing it right. I don't know how long you have been following parliament proceedings, but back in the days, there was a time that the opposition, during when we used to have the opposition, there was a time that one James Agre Bob Orengo almost brought down the government because he went for the maize. Do you know what the maize is in parliament? Duke, do you know what the maize is? So don't underestimate the powers of the parliament. So that is not, for me, it's not an excuse. Back to you, Njiri.
Can I make a comment, Njiri?
I guess Njiri is stuck or something.
Can I make a comment, the rest of you?
Yeah, Mike, you can go ahead and then Mora can come in.
Yeah, Bob, I wanted to give a more classical example. Between 2013 and 2017, Jubilee had clear majority in both parliaments, both the national and the Senate. And they were friendly to the government. They passed all laws and legislations they wanted, including the punitive ones that even stifled the media and other very punitive laws. And because they were friends with the government enacted them immediately. So if there's anything the government wanted to do between 2013 and 2017, when both the government and parliament were very friendly and they had majority in all parliaments, if they had the goodwill to enact any law that would operationalize the judiciary the way Ruto has been saying he wants to operationalize the judiciary and make it independent, he would have done it very freely. The leader of the Senate, the leader of majority in the Senate and the leader of majority in National Assembly were Murkomen and Duale, and they were very active. And there is no legislation that failed. Duale is on record as having passed all laws presented on behalf of government, and all of them were enacted. So there is no room for excuse, as Bob says, if they wanted to pass any meaningful law.
Mara?
Okay, I think I have like 2 comments to make to Duke. Duke said like we cannot fight individuals if we are going to fight corruption. I beg to differ. Corruption starts with an individual. So we need to find this individual, and then the institutions that Duke is talking about can prosecute this individual. And then one other thing I want to ask Duke to clarify today to this forum, tell me one instance that Ruto has castigated corrupt people or where he has said anything against corruption. Just one incident. And you tell us that the UDA government is going to fight corruption if they are not making it their campaign manifesto. So can you just tell me, why doesn't Ruto ever talk about corruption? Is it like a snake in his house that if he talks about it, the snake might bite him? I want Ruto to start talking about corruption and what he's going to do with corrupt people. Because if he doesn't talk about it, then we are going to believe he is for it and they will continue being corrupt. It's going to be a corrupt government. Duke, you have no audio. It's going to be a corrupt government.
Okay. Duke, you can say. Duke, can you hear me? Duke, can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Mogo, you can ask your question. Mogo, you ask your question.
I'm so sorry, Jiro. I would like Duke to
Mogo,
answer
can you
my
hear?
question. I want Duke to answer my question first, before it's buried.
Okay, fine. Duke, go ahead. Duke, can you hear me?
Occasions. For instance, if we watched the interview, it was on NTV, I think, yesterday, and he was asked that question and actually gave specific steps he would get to fight corruption. And the first strategy he articulated is about. He said that corruption should not be used as a tool to fight political opponents. And to a large extent, it has been that way, where you find if individuals differ with the government, there are cases which you are arrested and they arrest you specifically on Friday so that you can maybe stay in the cell for 2 to 3 days. There is instances where governors were intimidated. They were told that we have all the files of corruption, all the, and if you are not going to side with us, we are going to deal with you. So that's one. Number two, we talked about personal operation, giving funds to the judiciary and other institutions. For instance, the judiciary does not have enough funds to prosecute the cases. That's why we find sometimes corruption cases are taking like 10 years. So actually, we should have like in a budget, we should actually have like a percentage which the judiciary gets, which is automatic, so that it does not, if the, for instance, if the executive is against the judiciary, it can actually cut the funds which was the judiciary. In that way, the judiciary cannot be able to carry out its mandate. Another question was about, what was your other question?
No, the other one, I just made a comment. I said to fight corruption, we have to start with individuals, and then the institutions that you talked about can be brought in to prosecute those individuals. What I want to hear, maybe send this message to Ruto and Gachagua. They need to be very clear about how they're going to tackle corruption in Kenya. They need to be very clear. You've had Martha Karua on the campaign trail saying, whether you are my brother, whether you are my sister, whether you are my father, if you are corrupt, if you have done something wrong, we are going to prosecute you. I want to hear something like that from the UDA camp, from the Kenya Kwanza camp. I'm just an individual. I don't know what other people want to hear, but that will actually make me realize, oh, okay, if Ruto takes power, at least we have something nice to look forward to. But when they are very elusive about some topics or some issues, it just tells me like they feel guilty about it. They don't want to talk about it. You know, when you're guilty about something, you don't want to bring it up. You don't want people to crucify you. You don't want like backlash. Let me say that. But I really want them, we all know in this panel, all Kenyans understand the issue, the major issue we have that is affecting Kenya is corruption. If we kill corruption in Kenya, actually Kenya will be the best country to live in. I'm one person who is gonna move back to Kenya and live in Kenya if there's no corruption. So we want a clear message. That's what I'm saying.
If you take an example,
Okay.
No, don't take an example. Just tell me
Have you
if there's nothing Ruto has said, I'm sending a message to them. And I think Duke, we fuka sakafu. Kuja Azimio tufanye kazi. Fuka sakafu. We love you, Duke. It's hard, you know, Duke. I feel for you. You really want to fight for these guys, but it's hard to fight for people that are guilty of something. It's really hard to fight for them.
The reason why I said we should not actually force individuals, we should actually, for instance, trace the resources which have been embezzled from the government. And when we trace those resources, we can find those individuals. But when we start naming individuals, just naming individuals, and then they will start, that's political, they're trying to attack somebody who's affiliated to us, you see that it makes fight against corruption to be political. If, for instance, there is resources which are missing from the government, and the government says the resources were transferred to this company, the name of the company is TIS. The directors of the companies are APCD. So the person who owns this account is William Ruto, you see? And that becomes open like that. So I mean, we trace those resources. Also, to add on why Ruto is not talking too much about corruption is, it can also be a political strategy. You see, one of the reasons why Raila has never been the president of Kenya, he has been talking tough on those who have embezzled funds in Kenya. And you know, those individuals are very powerful. They control the economy. Sometimes they may even give resources to opponents so that you cannot get that presidency. And if you don't get the presidency, it means you can do nothing. So sometimes you can actually wait and then act when you have gotten that power. And that's why sometimes I give an example. If, for instance, in South Africa, you know, remember when Nelson Mandela became the president, we were having a lot of people who were involved in the apartheid regime. You see?
Duke, stop cutting corners.
I'm giving a relevant.
Yeah, stop cutting corners. Let me finish. Stop cutting corners. You cannot defend Gachagua and Ruto when it comes to corruption. They just need to come out and clearly tell us how they're going to tackle corruption. No matter what you do, you cannot defend them. You're giving us example of South Africa. No, that's not going to do it. South Africa is not Kenya. We want solutions for Kenya. We don't want like, whatever happened in South Africa, apartheid and all that. No, we all know. But we want solutions for Kenya. Baba, and you're right, Baba has stood over the years. Baba has suffered because he has fought for Kenyans, because he has voiced the vices that are going on in Kenya. That's why Baba is a hero. If Baba died today, we will know Baba contributed a lot to Kenya. If Ruto died today, they're not going to die, but if Ruto and Baba die today, side by side, tell me what people are going to say. I rest my case.
I just want to add one more thing to Duke. Duke, for the last 4 years, you're aware of the performance of the Ministry of Energy, especially when it comes to electricity and how the whole sector has been managed. The Kenya pipeline. Now, if the former cabinet secretary for energy was an appointee. Yes, he was an appointee of Uhuru Kenyatta, but he was an appointee who was seconded by the deputy president. And you know him very well. So, I mean, if the deputy president really wanted to fight corruption, why didn't he take action when that energy sector was going down? So fast. Because if you look at, if you try to compare with the Grand Coalition, when there was a problem in any ministry, Both principals, Kibaki and Raila, took action almost immediately when they found out that there were things that were going on in some of those ministries. But here is the deputy president who has condoned importation of fake transformers. He has condoned poles being sold to concrete poles being sold to Kenya Power and Lighting at exorbitant prices. He has done nothing about it. He has kept quiet. There has been siphoning of fuel along the pipeline. There has been, grabbing of land belonging to a pipeline. He has not done anything about it. So for me, it will be hard for you to convince me that he has any interest of the country at heart, unless you have an alternative opinion.
Yeah, let me just add on what Bob has just said. It's like I said, it's really hard to defend Ruto when it comes to corruption. So to tell us that he is going to, he talks big. He talks about institutions. He talks about making the judiciary, making the whatever. Corruption has to be fought from the roots. We have to start at the roots. It has to start with individuals. We have to name the individuals that have been corrupt. And I agree with you, Duke. They need to bring back the money that they have stolen from 190. That I agree with you 100%. But if they just name them and take them to sell to a sale on Friday, and then on Monday they let them go, we are not gaining anything. That I agree with you 100%, Duke. But Ruto and Gachagua, they are the leaders of Kenya Kwanza. They need, the only person that I see that tries to talk about corruption is Mudavadi. A little bit though, maybe he's censored. He can't really talk about it, maybe as much as he wants to talk about it. But Ruto is the principal. He is could be president. I want to hear him tackle corruption as one of his campaign agendas. Then Duke, then we'll start talking.
Okay, Philo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming back, Bernard. Okay, Duke, I think you have articulated very good issues here about corruption, about individual being targeted. But for being individual being targeted, I don't see there's a problem. If you are not corrupt, why are you scared? If I tell you right now you have stolen 1 million from health, if you are working as a minister of health, why are you scared to prove yourself? You are not. You start saying you are targeted. You know, that's a scapegoat you are using. If I tell you you are corrupt and you are not, you will bring your evidence. As simple as that. You can't start saying, oh, you are targeting me or what and what. The same case like what SAKAJA is doing today when he was in Nairobi. He was saying he's being targeted. The IEBC is there to prove his papers. He has been taken court because of his papers. Now they are saying, oh, we are being targeted, but we will fight that until we are in the ballot. You see, how are you saying you are being targeted and you have been told bring your degree? As simple as that. You are taking it as scapegoat to say you are being targeted and you don't have the papers. That's your problem. And you are with the deputy president who wants to be the president. Instead of proving those papers and say you don't have the papers, let's look for alternative here, is sugarcoating you and telling you we are being targeted. You see, that is the way of supporting corruption. Come with the issue of mitumba, you are annoyed about the word Baba used about nguo za maiti. Actually, okay, it is a demeaning word, I agree with you. But he used it because of international way. Because if for those people who come from Europe or USA, Western countries, I think most of those clothes are donated by the family of the deceased one. Because those people, they have a lot of clothes.
Let me interject. I myself take clothes to the second-hand stores. So am I dead?
No. I say most. I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying most of the Western countries, when their families, they die or they don't have or land for those clothes, they have a lot of shoppings of clothes, but they donate them.
Sorry to interject again. What happens like where I am, these Americans, they shop like crazy. Like you'll find them shopping in the summer, and then when it comes to winter, they get rid of those clothes and they buy winter clothes. So most of those clothes actually don't come from dead people, to tell you the truth. Americans especially are shopaholics. They shop like crazy. Even Baba probably is not informed. Those clothes are actually not from dead people.
Okay, so maybe Baba was wrong.
Okay, okay. One moment. Let me just get in here. Okay. After you donate the clothes, do you get immune from dying?
No.
Any person can die, whether they have donated the clothes or not. And the clothes being donated, it's something that we can't say whether the person who wore this cloth that you're wearing is still alive or is dead. He may have donated when he's still alive, then eventually dies. Okay, so the nguo akusema nguo za maiti zile zimevaliwa na mfu. Okay, nguo za watu wamekufa ni ile the people who donated may be alive or dead. Okay, so nguo za maiti ni tofauti na nguo za yule mtu amekufa. Let's not mix the two things. Somebody can donate and then they eventually die and they will still be dead. But so hizi nguo hazitolewi kwa mochari ati watu wa maiti wamepeleka mochari wakavuliwa ndio zikaletwa. No, it's not nguo za maiti. The person saying nguo za maiti is the one who want to mess what Baba said. He only said kuvaa nguo za watu waliokufa, meaning the people who donated, you can't tell whether they are alive or dead. And I don't see why that should be a big deal.
Hey, Bernard, like for example,
Thank you.
I've told my family, I mean, I have lots of clothes and really nice clothes. I've told my family, if I die in this country, please have them ship my clothes to my sisters. I mean, come on. Come on.
Okay, that's good. You see, now you are clarifying what is going on.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. That's part of your will. That's part of your will, and
it's okay. That's part of my will. Yes.
Now let's do this. Let's move on. Thank you. So let's do this. Let's make progress, because when we dig around that, in my opinion, we are spending airtime on something that is not even it's not as important as other issues that we could be addressing. Any person who is grieved that the mitumba clothes are coming from the living or the dead, I don't see how that is a big deal, because after you donate clothes, you can't, the donation itself can't stop you from dying. And if you die, we can't stop the ship from delivering the goods because the person who donated has died. So let's just make progress. Jakindube, relax kidogo. Let Philo finish what he was saying. Then we hear from Fred. Narudi kwako mzee. Subiri mzee Jakindube. Yes, Philo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I think, Duke, you will not be upset with that. With that word. But the way Baba was saying it, he wanted to create a job for the youth. That is the only way he was saying it. To create this job for the youth, we need industries. If we get the industries which manufacture clothes, which does farming, which make people have money, they will not go for these second-hand clothes. Everybody will be able to afford the available new clothes, which make everybody happy about life. Even if you can buy your second-hand, it is your choice. It will be there. But it will not be as much as it is now. But we have already solved the employment problem there. That was the aim of Baba. So don't misquote him that he was saying, I will ban those clothes for the bad ideas. He was panning it with a good idea so that the youths can get a job by creating more factories, more industries, or more farming activity for cotton and whatever, and solving the problem of the job. For the corruption and the thing, let us be clear here. Corruption is the main problem we have in Kenya. So even when one person has been mentioned, then we start taking it political and say, oh, we are being targeted. We cannot solve it. Let that one person has been mentioned prove himself. Go there and prove yourself you are not corrupt. Don't start saying, oh, because I'm UDA or because I'm ODM. No. You are the one who has been mentioned. Go there and prove yourself. Everything starts from somewhere. We can't wait until we start with everybody in ODM or with everybody in UDA. No. If you are the first one we have started with, prove yourself. Then we will progress from there. About the rally Ruto had in Nairobi today and donated 200 to a student. Where that's okay. You see now kind of things we are doing in Kenya. Papa said he has a policy on how to make education free for everybody. Now you are donating 200 today for a rally. What about for those one who didn't have a chance to come to your rally and they get the opportunity to be seen? That's not the way to solve the problem. Let us have the policy of saying, okay, if I take government, I'll get money and everybody will have opportunity to go to school. And everybody will feel comfortable. But if we depend on donation from the top of the car, no, that's not going to make the Kenya move forward in the better way. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Philo. Yes, Fred.
About Mtumba.
Fred.
About Mtumba, me, I support Mzee. Let us ban Mtumba. Let us look like a country like Turkey. Turkey, unajua, depends on making clothes and tourism. Economia iko sawa. Because unapata Africans wengi wanaenda wanachukua nguo Turkey. Kwa nini sisi tujitengenezee nguo? Tuna depend na Mtumba. Hiyo nao namsupport 100%. Let us ban it. Tuchenge industry zetu, tuchenge nguo zetu, na sisi hata tuanze kuuza second hand to other Africans like Uganda, even Tanzania. Tuaje eti wazungu wamefaa eti ndio tukuje sisi.
Okay, Fred. You're net. Okay, Fred, inaonekana net yake imejam. Jakindube, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Mimi nataka kusema hivi jamani. Tuacheni kuwa kujifanya maskini na tuko na kila kitu. Ardhi tuko naye. Pamba tunaweza kulima. Kwa nini tutembee na nguo ambazo watu washatembelea nazo? Why? Kwa nini hao tu ndio wanaweza kwenda kununua nguo dukani wa Amerika, alafu watupatie hizo, wadonate? Watatudonetia ya nini? We don't want that. Uingereza hawalimi pamba, Waingereza hawalimi pamba, na wanafanya shopping tu hivyo. Ukienda hapa Uingereza ziko maduka ambazo unaweza kupata second hand kiti, second hand nguo, lakini hizo ni maduka ambazo ni sehemu ambazo zinafanyikwa na voluntary, yani hizo ni maduka ya kuchangia, ni sehemu ya kuchangia tu. Wewe ukiwa nguo yako unaona labda umenunua viatu huku tembelea, labda zimekuwa ndio, unapeleka hapo, una donate. Hizo ni sehemu za kudonate, kusaidia kama Heart Foundation ama utafiti wa magonjwa fulani, kusaidia. Sio biashara, si kitu mtu anaenda anafungua ati amefungua duka lake. Hatuwezi. Mimi nasema tuacheni hii mambo ya sisi kujifanya Waafrika. Tuko na mali lakini tunajifanya maskini. That is wrong, completely wrong. Hii mambo ya mtumba ati ndio biashara tunafanya, na tuko na mashamba ambayo yanaweza kulima pamba. Kwa nini sisi tunaishindwa kulima pamba? Why? There is no need. tusijione. Hii ndio maana tunasema tusijione sisi hatuwezi vitu. Tuko na gold, tuko na kila kitu, lakini sisi ndio masikini. We have to use those things now. Hizo vitu lazima tutumie, na tukiacha kutumia hizo mitumba, tutakuwa na pamba yetu, tutashona nguo zetu wenyewe, kwa sababu hizo tukilima pamba, mwenye kulima, mwenye kutransport hiyo kule factory, fundi wa kushona, hao wote watakuwa na kazi. Kwa nini tutumie nguo mtu ameshavaa alafu inatuchukulia hizo makazi zote? That's wrong. Lazima tuangalie mbele. Sisi vile vile tuangalie where is possible. We cannot just tusema ati hao wanatupatia nguo na hizo nguo tunachukua. Hapana. We don't want wapeane kwa watu wao, na sisi tutapeana kwa watu wetu. Pole Bernard.
Okay, so thank you, Jackie Ndube. We appreciate it. It's critical and important that we look at this holistically. We have people with short-sightedness, and in my opinion, they are running away from responsibility. Any responsible leader would want to grow the trees, cut them, and process them, and then make papers. But an opportunist would want to buy an already made paper so that he writes his story and off he's gone. And so the more we run away from the responsibility, the worse we become as a people, the more dependent we become as a nation. And so getting back to where we grow the trees, tupalilie, tumwage maji, we wait for it to grow and mature and be able to process it into many products that will be able to safeguard the majority of the Kenyans, the better for us. Fred, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nasema about corruption by
I think I'm a freeze, eh? Bernard. I'm a
No, ako sawa. Njiru nakusikia lakini sikuoni. Fred ako sawa, endelea Fred.
About corruption, najua ndio na agree na CJ Maraga alisemanga hatutamaliza corruption na kuzika watu Friday, Monday wanatoka. Hiyo ni punishment tumewapea, wanakaa kwa cell Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday wanaenda kotini, wanatoka na hiyo bond. Corruption inafaa judiciary ikae independent, police ikae independent, au DCI wakae independent, wasikuwe na wanakuwa directed na government na president ama somebody yako na powerful nini, wako independent. Kama mtu ako corrupt, even kama president ako corrupt, anakuwa ana question, anaulizwa maswali, ndio tumaliza corruption in our country. By the way, our country is the best country in Africa. Hata Europeans wanapenda Kenya, lakini saizi wamefika wanaogopa kuinvest in Kenya because we are the most corrupt. Unajua kuna kitu leo nimeshangaa, nimeenda kwa hotel kukula, mi sikuwahi realize that toothpick inakuwa imported from China. Just imagine toothpick. Hizo ndio vitu tunavaa tukatae by the why. Kwa nini tunapelekwa shule kusoma basi kama tutaki kujitengeneza na sisi zetu? Tuimbawe kama watu hao wanatengeneza gari, hata kama siko mbaya, tuimbawe hao watu, ndio country yetu move forward. Sio tuanze kukimbilia hata wao wazungu. Their centuries walikuwa na gari kama hizo, tumejaribu kuimprove, kutengeneza. Tukimodify technology yetu itadevelop na tutajimudu sisi wenyewe, tuachane kudepend hizi madeni nini. Hivyo mimi mambo na mtumba, mimi witness about Turkey by then nime travel east na Boyo. Turkey na depend clothing na tourism. That's what Turkey depend on it mostly. Vitu vingine maybe hizo tu. Na unapata university ni Turkey, they are cheaper than in Kenya. Cause wao wameimbawa watu wao. Endelea, lakini mimi mtu wa UDA.
Okay, you need to be on the economic board for UDA and help them understand what an economy is. It is not bottom up. It is what you're talking about, putting to use all the resources. And maybe one angle. No, umemaliza tafadhali, relax.
30 seconds.
Maybe one angle.
30 seconds.
What is it, Fred?
Maendeleo ngoja kwanza.
This Fred is troublesome. Okay. Okay. What I was saying is that we should not look at Mutumba market as a problem, except that it's eating into our market. Okay, so the suppliers of Mutumba are bringing Mutumba because there is a market for it. That means our population is the consumer. So we should look at that as a resource. Okay, a resource in the sense that there is a ready market for clothes in Kenya. So if clothes are made for Kenyans, Kenyans will readily buy. So it's not an issue of saying if Mutumba is stopped, Kenyans will stop wearing clothes. They will keep wearing clothes. And so why should we import something that can be locally available and there is a locally available market? So we look at Kenyans as a ready market for our products. So the only thing we are missing as Kenyans is the product. And somebody has seen from outside or from within that there is a ready market for people to wear clothes here. The only thing missing is what? Clothes. Then he goes and brings the clothes. But if we produce the clothes from here, we'll feed more mouths, we'll take care of more families, we'll solve more problems because we'll now be having the whole food chain. Here we only have a finished product. But if we have the whole chain where there is the farm, there is the farmer, there is the workers in the farm, there is the workers in the factory, the tailors who are making the clothes, and then the vendors who are selling the clothes. So all these people will have multiplied population, all of it able to earn from the same product. We're all doing clothes, but the chain of consumption, or rather the chains of beneficiaries, is wider. Other than the only person who benefits is the supplier. You go to the coast, pick your Mutumba, you open it, you sell. So we are talking of 3 people. Instead of 3 people, we can have 10 people or 100 people benefiting from that same product. So let's not look at it with the limited understanding that ni kuonea maskini, the way UDA are talking. Okay, it's like, oh, baba haheshimu maskini, hajawahi kuwa maskini, hajawahi lala njaa. Hiyo kilio ya UDA, it really makes me sick, because kulala njaa, mi nishalala njaa. Kwenda shule bila viatu, nenda shule bila viatu. Is that a credential? Is that a credential for somebody to become president because alala njaa, alienda shule bila viatu, alitumia nguo ya brother yake kwenda church? I mean, let's grow up and understand. Kuna mambo ingine ni muhimu kwa nchi, haipaswi kutumiwa kama kigezo cha kutafuta uongozi. Umaskini is not a credential, okay? And having suffered in life, everybody has suffered in this life, and that suffering only offers you a lesson so that you can become a solution to other people who may be going through the same thing. Not for you to use that as a sympathy with an accusation program. So UDA needs to go and write a new script. Imechoka. Let's go to Martin. Let's go to Martin quickly, please. Martin, how are you?
Thank you sir, pole sana. Vipi lakini?
niko nimevamiwa na watu wako.
Najua no, wamenifunua, wameniokota kule nilikuwa. Wewe nayo pia ulipotea. Pole sana, lakini kwa maneno zako najua internet kana kusumbua huko. Lakini tunashukuru umekuja. Nimesikiza, yani karibu nitoke kazi mapema bwana. Hapa kulikuwa kumewaka moto. Karibu nikuja kuzima moto. Lakini vizuri sana kukuona Bernard, kila mtu, everybody on the show. Kwa wale wananijua, I've been here for a while, but you know, nimekuwa nimepotea kidogo, just you know, some things and hivi tu, unajua maisha mingi. But anyways, just to move on faster so that I don't stick on the line and keep people waiting. There's a couple of things that made me actually come in today. I wasn't gonna come in. Lakini is because na Bernard, unajua mimi kakiniuma kameniuma, na si story ya Ukambani. Najua unajaribu, unadhani ni Ukambani imenileta. Si Ukambani leo. Ukambani hiyo si comment. Hiyo nilishasema yangu na nikanyamaza, na ndio inafanyika, wache ifanyike. Kuna ile ingine nilikuambia itakuja before elections. But so hiyo nimemaliza na Ukambani. I want to tell Fred alikuwa amesumbua watu sana hapa hivi. I did send which school Raila went on the comment sections. Lakini I don't think the panelists that were there, they didn't look, because he kept on asking people, where did Raila go to school? I sent the name, where he was, what he did, and what years he did. It was on the comment section. I guessed Kinanjiru wako angalia. But if you want, you can go there and look. And let me tell you, Fred, for people who are celebrities, or people who are big people nowadays, you really don't have to come and ask us. You can go do your own research. It's right there. Their biographies, their everything. I don't know if you have internet, you listen when him to IT. I don't know which IT, but okay, I respect it. But if you are an IT person, you should be able to go there and get his school badala ya kuja kutuliza hapa alienda shule gani. I found that very retrogressive, and you wasted so much time of our panels. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Usinirudishie. We, Bernard ndo anaweza kupatia time ya kuniongelesha. Mimi niko na time yangu. Huyo ndo atakupatia, huyo ndio prefect. Mimi usiniingilie. I'm just trying to tell you what it is. It's my time. Usikuja hapa kuharibia watu ukiuliza mashule mavitu zingine zenye. Even you as a person, saying you are an IT person, you can actually. It took me 2 minutes to go get it. I knew he was in Germany, but I didn't know the right school. I went and I saw all the biography of Raila is written right there. Wikipedia, kila mahali is right there. If you call yourself an IT person, you should be able even to go get my own biography if I'm a public figure. Come on, man. Seriously. Wacha kusumbua watu na questions zingine 2 hours. Yani I was feeling nilikuwa na umuumo hivi, but I'm telling you, be smarter than that if you are a IT guy. Kuja kama already unajua, ndio ukiulizwa ujue ni gani unapewa. It's right there in the internet. And if you want, you can call the school or you can write them a letter. It's public information. Anyway, I needed to answer you that, but nilikuwa mahali siezi. Watu wengi wenye wananijua hapa hivi, they know that time I cannot come in. But I really wanted to. I put it huko, lakini watu wako wanaangalia. Now, let's talk about SAKAJA, Sonko, and Wavinya Ndeti. Which Wavinya Ndeti ni wetu? Education. Not just education, qualification of what you want to go for. If I'm going for a job ya ukulima na inatumia tractor, I have to know how to drive a tractor. And that's a qualification. Niyo ndio imeandikwa pale, these are your qualifications. You have to do it. Let me tell you, most of the people here that have been here for a long time, they will tell you, hata wengine wananicheka, I'm sure hata nitacheka huko kwa nini, kwa comment section. I was the biggest person mwenye nilikuwa sema, I love SAKAJA bwana. He was my guy. But then when he comes with these things, okay, this is a guy I really admired so much. But then again, you're not fitting. And then kuna hizi vitu zote you can't. I mean, mimi ukiniuliza picha yangu ya graduation yangu, I'll give it to you. Saizi nitaenda kwa phone, ama niende kwa iCloud, ama nipigie best yangu nimuulize, hey buda, ni aje uko na zile phone, zile mapicha tulichapagwa mazee siku ya graduation. It's as easy as that.
Saizi kama ingekuwa ni mimi ningekimbia Egerton. I went to Egerton and I went to Western Michigan University. Nakimbia tu huko naambia nipatie transcript zangu hata kama ni official ama si official. Done deal. Tumemaliza. Hii nini tunasumbuliana? Hata maybe my sister has them. Yenye nilimtumianga because I was so proud. Sis, nimegraduate here. Maybe hata naweza pata hizo. But then when SAKAJA did that, na hizi kuzipata na shindwa. Ya Sonko, the law is what it is. Ujamaliza kesi zako ndio unaweza maybe umetumiwa, I mean politically wengine wakakugonga, but also I also have a problem with Sonko's credentials of hata za kunini. The guy has been in Shimolatewa. Nasikia huko wanamtafuta wampatie credentials zake kwa alitoka mapema kabla graduation. Si alitorokaga kitu kama hiyo. So you see, when you find somebody who's tainted like that, regardless even if he's your friend, you have to stand your ground, because what we're looking for a good Kenya, a Kenya that is good, and a Kenya that is for us, a Kenya that does not ever, and everybody knows here, I always say advocate for a Kenya that does not export their people. And we're not going to sit here with somebody tainted. Ruto, huko, hata tujibu walifanyana nini na Muteshi. Nini hakuna yenye inaishanga. Weston hata hatujajua. Nani mwenye anamfuata tena pia kona makesi. Dude, we cannot have that kind of a Kenya. And I'm so sorry for the UDA guys here. Now, my main important point. And this has nothing to do with politics. Has nothing to do with anything but just to do with our Kenya. Industrialization. Because I've had, hiyo mitumba kwanza ilinifanya nikakuja sana. Because I think we've also, the last time I was here nilisema, it's not just mitumba. It's about other things that we can do for ourselves. What's the definition of mtumba? Because you keep on talking about mtumba. What's the definition of mtumba? The true definition of mtumba is used clothes. Bana amekuuliza hapa hivi, unajua mwenye alitumia amekufa ama alitumia tu na akafanya nini? So ilitoka wapi? So mimi nilienda nikanunua mpya, alafu ikakataa kunitoshea vizuri, ama ikanitoshea nikanona kidogo, nikaenda nikaipeleka Goodwill or somewhere to give it out. Hakuna mtu uza hizo nguo. That's why they are so lucrative. The people that live in the first world countries, most of them, they will tell you, they don't sell it. Unapelekaga mahali as a donation, then kitu ingine inafanyika huko. Oh yeah, venye Raila alisema, yes, mtu amekufa, closet mzima mtapeleka wapi? You go donate it. He was not wrong. And then when you donate it, hata unapata ule jamaa amesema nipatie letter. Unapewa as a donation, upeleke the cartels of Mutumba. Uende ukasaidia watu wenyu huko Afrika. Guess what happens in between here? There's a shipping guy. Name lipo probably na welfare. Yes, the tokos ama UK ama nini cause wanaenda kupeana wanadhani wanasaidia wa Afrika. Ikikuwa huko inapatana na cartel. Now, yes, unasema ni pesa kidogo. But what are you wearing? Now, why can't we have our own Mutumba so that we can take it to Uganda? And watu wa Uganda, kama kuna mtu ananisikiza, I'm not trying to tell you guys that you are low. Or we can take it to another place like Ukraine. They are fighting now. They don't have a wamekatiwa what they can, what they can receive. Why can't it be a Mutumba from Kenya? What is this that we are fighting of getting secondhand? Well, we can do it. That's industrialization. And that's why last time, Bernard, if you remember, I said, even still, what Raila was saying, because I think due to political mileage, some people just took that Mutumba because they know they can go to Gikomba, buy a couple of panties and a couple of bras and show that they're helping. Imagine a whole man going to buy a Mutumba, Mutumba bra na panty ya wanawake. You see, kitu ishavaliwa na mtu mwingine. Why can't we just build ourselves? Cotton, me, I saw it grow when I was a kid. I come from Ukambani, Mbioni. There was cotton right there. We could see it. And we can still bring those. That's what Raila is saying. Look at Saiso. Let me talk about Mahindi. What we do today, we grow Mahindi, which is almost being, maize, which is almost being rent out too because of this corruption. If you go from Mombasa, Watamu, right there, All the way, you have like almost 100 kilometers of just Saiso, right and left. Saiso, gunia zote tunatumia Kenya. Saiso comes from there. And do you know how much the Saiso industry has employed Kenyan people? What it does, kutokata ule mtu wa kubeba hivi, ule amechafuka hivi amebeba grains, to all that. That's what we are talking. Watu wa, I mean, I appreciate you nani, nimeona ukirudi kidogo na watu wenye wanakuanga hapa hivi Duke, na hata we nani, Fred, nimeona ukianza kurudi, but think, by the time you're thinking, don't think UDA, don't think Kenya Kwanza, think of what you're doing, think of what we are talking about, because let me tell you, there comes a time that a country, like Saitoti alisema, there comes a time when a country is bigger than one human being. And also there comes a time when, as a country, even your own house, you choose to move on and not buy, I mean, go, hata wendo ulime tunyanya twako hapo nje, badala tudogo tu kwa your nice green grass, you put a small, wanawake wanaweza sema, you put a small nini hapo tunyanya nini, ndio uache kwenda kwa market kwenda kununua hizo vitu. That's what we are taking about. We're talking about it in a bigger world. Please, wacheni, rukeni, na mwacheni nayo, na tukue poa. Me, I'm just telling people, it's not fully about politics. It's also about where we are in our country. We keep on saying South Africa has hizi magari kali. And then we come back here, and then the best tunaweza pata ni fielder ya kutoka Japan. Kwani unadhani hao walifikaje huko? There are high school kids huko wanafundishwa venye ya kujenga nini computer, kujenga components za computer. Sisi tuko huko hivyo tunangoja tu zikuje, hata unachukua ile mgongo na siku hizi ni flat screen. Just because it's cheap. Come on guys. We have the land. Kuna mtu alinichekesha sana leo kwa Maina Kageni. He was talking about Wajakoya. And he was talking about unajua hata kitu Wajakoya anasema hizi weed, of course we don't want our system to go like that. Kasema na hapa kuna shamba kubwa iko hapa inaitwa nini, national park. Tunaweza chukua ng'ombe zote, I mean hizo wanyama wote tupeleke huko Naivasha, tukuje tuweke hapa hiyo weed, kama tutamekio chapa yote na tufunge date yetu. Of course that's not viable. Of course that's a joke. But we need to start thinking in where we are not so dependent on other countries, but we can do, because we have everything. We have the salt, we have the ores to make the steel. Ya kujengezi manyumba zote hata tunaweza export ya US. If we create it inside and develop it inside and manufacture everything inside our country, then we can be that country that we want to be. Na tuache kitu ya kelele. Maze Ruto sasa atakusaidia na nini kama una umchague, alafu umeacha kwanza, siwende tu ununue tu, enda anze kumake cotton kama uko na kiwanja. Just go start planting cotton. Maybe wendo utakuwa the biggest person next time, wendo unaandika kila watu, wendo unajenga hizo manguo. Let's just be serious with our country, because some of us that struggle outside the country really would want that kind of thing. And we come here, almost every industrialization outside the country, and people will tell you, has a Kenyan somewhere, has an African somewhere, and that's what we're trying to stop, so that we can just do it, so that our America wengine wakuje kwetu, and we bring all that back. Bernard, sorry, nimekuwa motivational speaker, but I will always be motivational speaker, brother. I appreciate you for giving me that time. Nashukuru sana. Asanteni. Kama nimegonga mtu, pole tena.
Thank you, Martin. It's great. Probably I will address Sanchez. Sanchez is on the comment section trying so hard to divert the direction of the conversation. Raila Odinga, you've been told very well, his information is available online. Why you are asking us where Raila got a degree from and whether his qualifications are qualified? If you have any matter about Raila's qualification, Sanchez, tomorrow morning, if you're in Kenya, go to the court of law, right? And open wherever question marks on his degree. This business of everybody measuring against Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga ako kwa ligi ingine ya juu sana, tafadhali achaneni na yeye. History ya kumdrag, that you want to drag him to your level so that you can question his paper. Uliona Chebukati wakati anachukua makaratasi yake alikuwa anaangalia vile anaangalia watu wengine. Tafadhali tuache mchezo. Kama uko na swali na stakabadhi za Raila Odinga, kesho asubuhi fika kotini. Any court will be willing to listen to you. But if you can't, usitusumbue hapa. Nenda kajiulize hiyo maswali mahali popote ulipo. And then you will get answers for yourself, because you can't believe Wikipedia, you can't believe Google, you can't believe even his Facebook page. His Facebook page has those information. Wacha kutusumbua. Thank you. I'd say 55 days. You are looking for how to, you can't stop Raila Odinga. Let me play this video just to let you know that Raila Odinga is different. Yeah. Just this one, and then we get back in the debate.
When he is coming home for the first trip he'll make to Kakamega, where we come from, the land of Abandobos, his last motorcade, the motorbike will be in Kondele, and the first motorbike is in Burungu Stadium, and himself at Mbale. You can imagine that convoy, 21 kilometers, and the father is coming home, and the chiefs are moving, telling the people, close your shops, close your shops. Raila is coming to Kakamega. That is the kind of political excitement we want to imbibe, the natives to imbibe. So that, and the only person who can bring such a stamina is the father of the nation, the political enigma, Raila Amolo Odinga. He does not decide to be on the ballot. We take his name to the Iebc so that he is on the ballot. Even if he does not accept himself to be on the ballot, he will be forced to be on the ballot, because that is how we do our things.
I rest my case. Mr. Angira, welcome.
Asante Bernard, thank you very much. You know, the unfortunate part with that gentleman that whose clip you have just played is that, you know, after having spoken very good about Raila Odinga in 2017, he's a guy known to me personally. Today, yeye anaimba wimbo ya Wilbaro. That's the unfortunate part with that gentleman. And I've always asked him, why are you doing so? And he has not given me the real answer. Bernard, on this issue of mitumba, you know, guys seem to be missing the point. You know, the problem is not mitumba. The problem is what we call in economics dumping. You know, Africa is turning out to be the dumping ground of what is not needed in the West. Starting with the mitumba clothes today, starting with going to electronics, and even going to motor vehicles. You see, it's all about dumping. Because here is where you can now get the cheap market for whatever they don't need there. Then we ask ourselves, then, if we allow Africa, and in this regard Kenya, to become the dumping ground of the used items in the West, then what becomes of our own? Because we already know that we also have our own producers and manufacturers. For example, in the textile industries, we could be having our own producers who are farmers, and we could be having our manufacturers who are the textile industries. So then what happens to them if we allow mitumba to become the norm in this country? You know, those are the questions we're asking. We know that if we continue the way we are continuing, then we'll continue losing jobs. Because just like you have explained, in a chain where you could have employed 10 people, you end up perhaps employing only 2 or 3 people. Then what happens to the 7 other people? You know, then you end up with what we call high rates of unemployment. So we must agree that as much as today mitumba looks convenient, but there is a problem around mitumba, Bernard. And that's why you see, even in this country, where it comes to second-hand vehicles, you know, KRA has become adamant that you cannot import a car in this country that uh, whose age is beyond 8 years, I think, whose age is beyond 8 years. You know, if we want, because I heard William Ruto saying that mitumba can coexist with our textile industry. Yes or no, they can't coexist. But this would be my point. If we want mitumba to coexist with our textile industry, then let us come up with some form of restrictions that will make our own products attractive. For example, we can say that we are going to tax mitumba higher, so that we can also enable our own manufacturers to find market. The way we are just doing with the Ugandan eggs today, one tray of the Ugandan eggs is attracting up to 70 shillings in a tax. You know, that's one way of protecting our own poultry farmers in this country. But if we want just to sing mitumba and we want to take Raila out of context, then we will not be helping this country, Bernard. You know, we need to be a little bit. We need to be to a little bit use the little economics we have. Oh, as we debate on this issue of mitumba, because many of people who are debating about mitumba here, you know, they don't want to put that economic in perspective. Because if they were to put that economic in perspective, then they will discover that this is a 1 + 1, which is equals to 2. For example, today there are countries in Asia that produce tea. So if we allow that, if we allow their tea to flood our market, at the expense of our own tea from central Kenya, then what will happen to our own farmers who are also growing tea, and they expect their tea to end up on the shelves of our own supermarkets? You know, there will be a problem. And that's where, you know, some of us are saying that, you know, let us balance this issue of mitumba debate. We know that we will not ban mitumba in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years. But eventually and gradually, we will be forced to do away with mitumba. And that's the truth of the matter if we want to really create jobs in this country. Bernard, there was that clip by Boni Halwale, you know, today when he was campaigning openly for Barasa. Can you get that clip, Bernard? You saw it? Perhaps you need to play that clip. Mimi nimemaliza tu. Play that clip for us so that perhaps we can have more to discuss. Asante.
The one I saw, he was being chased, and there was whatever, an exchange between him and Malala.
That one where he said that, you know, Malala is my brother, Barasa is also my brother, so you guys, whoever you elect will still be one of us. And then Malala jumped on top of the car and he was telling Halwale how confused he was.
Okay, let me see. If you have, do you have it on WhatsApp? Share it with me. Otherwise, let's focus. There is a clip I'm trying to get of this mama. She seems to have gotten the concept that young people are struggling to get, and so when it's ready, I will play it. An old woman who has gotten the concept that young people who we have given graduation gowns are struggling to get. I don't get it why and as a illiterate old woman will get a concept from baba, and then kuna watu ambao wamesoma mpaka wanaitwa daktari na bado wana fight nayo. It's very disturbing in my opinion. Where is this? Angwen.
Yes, I'm Jamboni.
Jambo vipi?
Salama sana. I'm calling from Minnesota. I operate an African business over here in various capacities. I have a retail outlet. I also do commercial printing at a different location, and a few other enterprises. The question of education is important, but my question to you guys is, why is it that here in the US, we don't really put so much attention into that, because I feel like we might be having smart dudes out there who could lead the nation, but because of this, masomo, wanafungiwa nje, it's just something, that kind of like I'm looking at, and I feel like at some point it doesn't make sense. So nitachem back kidogo, but mtu anaweza ingia hapo ndani aseme kitu kidogo.
Ayangwenyi.
Yes.
Biole. Yeah, that's one of our friends here, a good entrepreneur anyway. I like the question you have asked, because even me at some point I've questioned, and somebody was, Jose was saying here yesterday that Kenyan constitution is parliamentary, which actually is not true. Kenyan constitution is a hybrid, because we seem to go to parliamentary, but we don't have a prime minister. It's not West Ministerial, but also at the same time, we don't have an opposition leader. We have minority and, the minority side. But when you look at this country, the way it's structured, since it's not West Ministerial, its forms of devolution, the way it is devolved, and the way the education works in this country, it is very effective, because you cannot compare it to Kenya. You might be a nurse, but getting a degree in nursing doesn't make you a nurse. You still have to get a certification. You have to go to the board, you finish the board, and every state you go, you have to pass the board or you have to transfer. You might be an accountant, but you're not an accountant, still you get a CPA. So is it to CPA and everything. They have every sort of certification. Even working at vitu Duke alikuwa anatuambia juzi ati ni vitu ya kupanguza wamama matako. You still have to go get certified. And Beto knows that. There is nothing you can do in this country without being certified. So it's an effective country. Kenya comes out as one of the most educated people, but at the same time, we come out as a banana republic. So, for instance, Mr. Ngwenyi, you know this, and everybody knows. At some point 2 years ago, Scott Walker almost competed with Obama. Scott Walker never went to any university. He was a governor for Wisconsin 2 terms. You know that. He almost became a governor for the 3rd term. He never went to anybody's university, okay? But he almost ran for the presidency of this country. So I think the qualification thing, it is us who put it there. There must be a reason why it was put there. At some point, our politic was going very low and low and low. And I do agree, because when you go to some of, and I will give an example, and I've said it before. I've gone to the public participation in Nyamira County. You see how they do this public participation, my friend. You will wonder if this is a kangaroo parliament or a kangaroo meetings, because they are done in hotels. The way they are done is not structured. So I think the writers of our constitution wanted to bring sanity into our politics, I think, because for so long, it was a one-man show, because I think for a very long time, the way Moya had run our country got to a point whereby I think we were encouraging education. But the case of SAKAJA is different. Being a governor and devolution, I think because we have a system that has not been tested, we need people who are competent. We need trailblazers, because you are setting a train into motion. You are starting something. The counties that started well will continue to grow well. The counties that started on a wrong foot, they are going to have difficulties because of the nature of how the human capacity was developed. So what I'm saying is, in the future, we may look onto it, But for now, I think even the MCS, even the MPs, I think they should be a nature of management, because we are having funds. You're giving somebody funds to a tune of 20, 30 billion, and the way they are managing them, for instance, Waiguru just put the whole account of Kirinyaga into his own account, and you know that, and nobody was able to put some firewalls on her. So I think we are setting up a system, but I don't know if we are doing the right thing. We are doing the wrong thing, but we are trying to find a footage into it. But I think management is important on a county level. And without management, I think you may end up having a disadvantage, because those who are not qualified will not employ qualified people. They will end up employing unqualified people. You saw what happened to Sonko. Sonko ended up not having a deputy governor. He had only maybe 3 CS only at one time. The way he was managing Nairobi was so ineffective until they had to hire our military to come in. So your question is right. You can't compare America with Kenya. America has had devolution for many, many years. Kenya, we are just starting. And then we have a hybrid system. And that hybrid system is neither parliamentary or presidential. We have a system that is really not defined. And that is why BBI was supposed to correct that, so that in parliament in itself, we have an opposition leader in parliament, so that we can be accountable. There should be questions and answers. But I think going forward, we are going to question that. It's a good question, but I think for now, as we sit, the way Sonko and other people have managed counties, I think qualification is eminent. We have no option. I think we have tested both sides, and I think we know the answer. The answer is that some people were qualified like Oparanya, and they have tried. Some people were not qualified, and you know where we are today. So Angwenyi, you don't compare this country and Kenya yet. We are not at par. That will be my simple answer.
Go ahead, bring it up again. That's good. The comparison I'm trying to bring up is, first of all, let me put a little bit of foundation. It is wrong for our people to actually falsify documentation to get into office. If you know for sure you didn't go to school, it is criminal to actually use falsified documents. That's number one. And I hope they're able to actually follow through and actually prosecute them, because, you know, being paid for, I don't know, 5 or 10 years or however long you've been in office using wrong documents should actually put you at a place where you need to actually give back. That's money for you, mali ya umma, inafaa irudishwe. Number two, these are Rastafarian political guy, Wajakoya. At some point he made a comment, and I felt it made sense, and it's in regards to you know, when we came up with the 2010 constitution, I think there was quite a lot of activist fellas, you know, involved in the process of actually coming up with that, and we never I think it was accelerated, and in that process we were not able to come up with our own African measure of how we govern ourselves. So you find that the story of having education, it's a foreign concept that does not augur well with, because ukiangalia back in history, you know, our forefathers, those who were village elders, it's not like they were educated, but they were wise enough to come up with rules and ways of hemp down there. So sorry, I'm in a busy place, you know. I would love to actually take that discussion a little bit further, but I'm always skeptical of just taking the scripts of other people and trying to use it to run your own stuff. It might work at some point, but you will not. In the case of Chinese, and the loans that we usually get with African nations, we were tied down with westernized loans. Wanakuja wanakupatia loan, wanakuambia vile unafanya again. Nothing happened. The Chinese took the same loans and they said to the Muzungus, you're not going to tell us how to do this. We will actually take your money, we will pay it back, but we will use it a certain way. And that's the rule I'm following, that I find that is more effective. Now, it's good that they took down the $50. So it's good that they took down that education requirement. I think for MPs, and I think MCAs, they don't really follow through too much. It's only senators, governors, and presidency. But you'd find that for some reason I feel like they're, because unajua anashindwa paka saizi Sakaja kwenda shule, but he seems to be putting out a decent argument, on whatever issues that come through. So hiyo ndio kitu that kind of like perplex me, nasema this could be a talent, but we're gonna waste it because of some of the rules and regulations that we have. It's unfortunate for him, but lazima tufuate sheria. So anyway, I'll leave it at that point and I will carry up at another time.
No, but before you go, the talent of lying, or which talent?
Well, I don't know. I've been watching just like you guys, from a distance, and at certain times.
But currently, what are you seeing? The talent of SAKAJA of trying to prove that he has a degree, is that a talent?
No, not that one. For sure, it's
Which
ridiculous
talent?
what he's trying to do right
talent?
now. No, he's been quite an outspoken member of the last dispensation, the last sitting.
So you are saying if you are eloquent,
yes.
Eloquency is equal to management?
That is yet to be proved, because I'm not sure if he has managed a portfolio of a considerable size for us to look at, but you could tell he's quite eloquent, and they do correlate. I mean, Mutua is quite eloquent, right? He's able to articulate himself, and that's what actually public office requires. So nataka tuongeze the attribute of we need to assess ego, the ego of the Kenyan public.
You are a renowned businessman. I'm not going to leave you untouched. You are a renowned businessman. When Raila comes here, you are the one who prints all our t-shirts. And my question is, do you employ people based on eloquence or on management basis?
Various people have various capabilities. We do assess what they can bring to the table.
So is number one.
Thank you, Alex, for that question. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
We do assess various elements.
You are a very formidable person in our community. When leaders come here, you are always. Last time Kibagendi was here, you are with us. When Oparanya and so people came here, you dressed them. Do you do that based on how people talk, or it's based on their capabilities? Because you are putting eloquence first, and I want to put you on task. Do you employ us based on how we talk?
No, we're talking. I understand. At this point, it's more of a political approach. But going backwards, I mean, you could actually go through, and I think all of us have been through that. Huwa tunasikia mbaya sana that we're electing people that go into office na wanakaa chini, and they are sleeping all the time. They're not, at least he makes an effort to debate in Senate. I'm not sure if I'm right, but tunataka watu wanaingia pale wanafanya kazi. That's all, and based on wakati when you're employing people, you're looking at so many aspects, not just the skills part of it, that you're able to complete a certain task. How do you also relate with people? How do you communicate with your fellow employees and also with customers? So there are so many aspects that come into that. Same thing
Okay,
as
and
you
when you,
running
do
for
you
government.
remember
Yes,
that
yes.
SAKAJA,
Mhm.
when Wambui was nominated to the, what seat was that? Do you know that SAKAJA is the one who prosecuted him? And at some point, SAKAJA said, if the lady is not going to receive the appointment, I'm taking my personal lawyer, not even the lawyers within the jurisdiction of parliament or the Senate. He said he is taking his personal lawyers to take that matter to court. And indeed he took it. And that woman had to refuse to take the position because SAKAJA said she is not qualified. Now, if SAKAJA can take somebody to court because of qualification, now SAKAJA knows the stipulated qualification.
You're right.
Why can't he take himself to court now?
True, you're right. Kuna mtu ameinua mkono hapo, let him talk, you know. Papa Bob Azimi or some. All right, guys, go ahead.
No, order. Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Angweni.
Angweni, I just, before I let you go, on the same, you are a businessman from the look of things. If somebody doesn't have the discipline of sitting in the class until he clears his studies, will he have the discipline of managing Nairobi?
You're right. Actually, I would compare. I would try to answer that question with this other lady that also was put to the same task in Kilifi. Anaitwanga juu mwanamke anapiga makelele. Aisha Juma. I mean, I'm basing that from what I saw online. That being interviewed, she said she went back to school. So same thing. Ukijana nafaa chapwe kiboko, ambiwe rudi shule, maliza shule. If you're finished and you're able to come back, then come back. But at the point right now, it is wrong for us to assume that and just throw it to the side. He has to go back to school and finish it. So yeah.
Thank you. I think let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Oh, hold on. Martin's hand is up. Bob's hand is up. Now, Bob, okay, new name again today. Now, before we go to Bob, let me address Black. There is Black on the comment section trying to prosecute IEBC on this platform. If you have an issue with IEBC and the way they are clearing governors and presidents, you take them to court. Mtembe TV does not admit any case to any court of law on the issues of whether IEBC is biased or not. You have evidence that Samboja did not study at KU, go and prove it to IEBC. There are people in court right now arguing about people's certificates. Please do that there. Because if you bring it here, we are only filling space. It's not helping much. Fungua makaratasi kesho asubuhi, ingia kotini, tafuta omtiti omtata atakusaidia. Fika kotini, prosecute hiyo maneno huko. Lakini kusema it's biased. What you're asking us to balance that because Samboja was cleared, let Sonko be cleared. Because Samboja was cleared, let SAKAJA go. That is the standard we don't want. If we demand that the Constitution demands that somebody has to have credible papers from credible university and prove he was in the desk, let that be the standard. We cannot lower it simply because somebody escaped. He may have escaped, but that escape doesn't become a new standard. The standard remains where the Constitution placed it. And that is what going to school helps you, not like what Angwenyo was talking about. The elders that were in charge of determining the relationships and the laws and the codes of our community, they were not illiterate in the sense of education. They were the most skilled in our tradition, values, and they were the people who sat with the elders, okay? So they were educated only that it was informal education. It wasn't that somebody has gray hair, kuja hapa kwa elder. No, it was how skilled is he in our values? How skilled is he in our traditions? How well is he in reconciling people, in marriage matters, in family conflict? So it wasn't just because you are an elder, you are made a leader. No, So schooling has been part and parcel of us. Africa has been the home of civilization, okay, in terms of family values and traditions. So hatuwezi kusema going to school should not be a condition. In the past, it was how skilled you are in our traditions and values, and those things were passed on. Like my great-grandfather who was born in so places, all those stories, you had to capture all of them and be able to articulate them to your children, to your children's children, and all that. That in itself had a way of opening up your minds and exposing you to be able to reason out differently from other people who have limited understanding. And that's what education does. When somebody has gone to a higher education, has a way of understanding that is broadened than the person who has gone to a lower one. If that is the measure of determining who should preside over what, should not be considered to be by the way. It is a necessity. Just look at what is happening with I don't want to bring in, somebody brought about Kanyari issues here. I will address them later when I have good time. Martin, what I say?
You see, Bernard, our constitution was very well. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Unanisikia? Bernard.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I was saying, you know, our constitution was made very nicely. Yeah, our constitution was crafted very carefully because we took care of those people who are not educated, because we understood our forefathers and the big people and our big fathers had the wisdom without the education. And that was a big thing that went through the 2010 constitution, deciding on who has to have a degree. We used to have the Mulumutisias, the Kinakalembendiles, and all those two. I mean, I'm not saying anybody is stupid, but those guys have wisdom. That's why when it gets to governorship and to the presidentship and to those very big dockets, we even decided to go to technocrats. Why? Because you're going to run something, but we're not telling you that as an MCA you need a degree. We're not telling you when you go to MP that all mpaka mali nafika. I think it gets to Senate. I don't even think at the Senate you need a degree, because we understood there's people who can really lack education, not for their own good win. I mean, not because they just couldn't do it, but they are good leaders, because there's good leaders without even education. There's very good leaders. So, but we chose to put some caveat on some positions of leadership in our constitution. And we all agreed with the people that we sent there to go do that constitution. So now, at this point, the constitution says, if you're going to be a governor, you need to have a degree. If you're going to be a president, you need to have a degree. If you're going to be I think CSs, somebody will correct me. If you're going to be a CS, you need to have a degree. Well, because you're going to be sent to that. And that comes back to that, there's good people who are who have good managerial skills, but have never done that. And that's what Angwenyi, I appreciate how you, when Alex asked you that, I appreciate that. Because if somebody comes to me and I'm trying to hire them, maybe on the engineering side, really, am I supposed to look at their eloquence? There's so many people who are very educated in Kenya. Most of us, we see them. We see them. They can't speak. I believe I'm a fairly eloquent person. But there's people who are more eloquent than me, don't have degrees. Now, just because they're eloquent like more than me, should I employ them in my field of what I do? You see, eloquence does not bring it. So that's what I wanted to pass by. But the constitution itself, it's fair enough that today, if you have a Form 4 certificate, you can be an MCA, you can still be a leader. So what are we complaining about here? If it's governor and a president, my friend, have a degree. That's what the constitution is talking about right now. That's what we agreed on. No, usikuje kutuletea vitu fake we can't even verify. And I'm so proud of where our country is going, because at some point we have to be serious in what we do. We are not going to take somebody who does not understand anything. Just because you're popular and you're eloquent and come. Like I said, I was a big staunch, and I still like the guy, SAKAJA. I was a big staunch person here. But you know what? I've taken a back seat on that one, because now I'm like, okay, mtu wangu hapa amechoma naye sasa hapo. Acha ninyamaze. I saw hata kwa comment nikifukuzwa nikisumbuliwa 2 days ago. Happy Mato yenda alikuwa anaongea story ya SAKAJA. I was really nice with him, but the rule is what it is. The constitution is what it is. Unless now we go back and amend it. So that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Bernard. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Bob. Bob, Papa,
Yeah.
Azmi.
Yes, thank you very much, Bernard. Bernard, you seem to be suffering a lot today. I think you are being battered, and you are trying to put on a brave face. You are not talking. Unaumia peke yako. Usiumie peke yako. Shout. Okay, thank you. Now, I want to address Angweni Orenge. My comment or contribution is that eloquent thing, and much more than eloquency, he mentioned one man called Mutua. You know, in Nairobi or in Kenya, Nairobi specifically has been named Shambalamawe. In Nairobi, you can find every kind of conman, very eloquent, smart, good suits, good language, but you need to be very careful. And I would advise you, Orenge, you need to stay where you are there. Do your business there. If you are going to come to Nairobi or come to Kenya with that kind of attitude, you are going to be conned dry, totally. Now, with reference to Mutua, the governor, you know, Mutua has got one CIC who was found with 600 million shillings in his account. And, you know, so this is an example that you're falling prey to eloquence and the likes. Mutua is one person who is very good at PR. That's why he was a spokesman in the Kibaki government. But what Mutua is purporting to have done in Machakos County is something totally different from what is there on the ground. Starting with the roads, starting with how he purchased the ambulances. And that is the reason why you find one of his, I think the finance, the guy in charge of the chief executive finance in the county, he was found with 600 million shillings in his account. He cannot account for that money. In 4 years, the man has amassed 600 million, $500 million plus. So, I mean, Angweni Orenge, you need to stay where you are. Don't come here. If you're going to come here, they'll milk you dry. Now that you have been told that you're an entrepreneur, kaa huko.
Unimoto.
Well, you are discouraging local investors. We're both going against the Azmio spirit. We want all the people making money outside there to come and make it locally here. We need people to employ our young people. And you're locking out job opportunities. We need to report you to Baba today. Wangira.
Asante Bernard.
Yes, Wangira.
There are two issues that I want to raise. One of the issues is what was said by my brother Alex, and it cannot not just be let to go. You know, Alex purports that in this country, unlike where he stays, that, you know, it's all about degree. But I want to tell him that in this country, there's also what we call accreditation also. Because for a nurse, for example, he talked of a nurse in America, whereby even if you have a university degree in America, you cannot just practice nursing unless you are accredited by your professional organization. It is the same case in this country. We know that in this country you cannot practice as a nurse unless you are registered. You cannot practice as an engineer unless you are registered. You cannot even practice as a primary school teacher today unless you are registered. You cannot practice as a lawyer unless you are registered. You cannot practice as an accountant unless you are registered. You cannot be a doctor unless you are registered. So the scenario there is not very different with what we have here. That's what that's one of the issues that I wanted to say. Issue number 2 is on degree or not degree. You know, looking at the drafters of the Kenyan Constitution 2010, you know, especially if you go to Article 99, it talks of a person who satisfies any educational, moral, or ethical requirements prescribed by this Constitution or any other act of Parliament. So the degree part is not prescribed by the Constitution, but the degree part is part of our Kenyan statutes. And you will discover that, you know, I tend to believe that there was a conspiracy among the educated Kenyans to lock out the uneducated Kenyans from the elective positions. Because Bernard, if you remember, up to 2 or 3 months ago, you know, it was very, very clear that to run even for MCA, you needed to have a degree. It forced some people to go to High Court. And it's the High Court that decided that for parliamentary and the Section 22, in fact, it was Section 22 of the Elections Act that stipulated that MCAs and members of parliament should have degrees. So the High Court ruled that this particular provision of the Election Act was unconstitutional because it lacked what we called public participation. Because there were a few guys who have degrees at parliament who ganged against those who didn't have degrees. And they passed these particular provisions of Section 22 of the Elections Act. And now they said that in Kenya, to have to run for whatever office, from president to governor to senator to women rep to MCA to member of National Assembly, you needed a degree. And that was law until 3 months ago, you know, when that particular provision was struck out by the High Court. And again, you know, me, I tend to this is my thinking that, you know, some of these things come out gradually. Because let me tell you, 40 years ago, perhaps the most educated person in your village was a class 7 person. Today, the most educated person in your village could be a Form 4 person. But gradually, perhaps in another 15 or 20 years, the most educated person in your village could be a bachelor's holder. Then we'll move there to perhaps master. Then perhaps the least educated person in this country could be a PhD holder. And that's why if you look at Article 2 of the Constitution of this great nation of the world, where my brother Makueni and Alex live, if you look at that Article 2 of the American Constitution, a constitution that has been alive in that country for now 200 years, you'll discover that to become president in this country, there are very basic things that you need to attain. One basic thing is that you must be a natural citizen of that country, which means that you must be a born American. The second provision is that you must be above 35 years. The third provision is that even if you are a natural citizen of America, you must have resided within America for 14 years. You know, those are the only requirements in the American Constitution. These issues of degrees are not part and parcel to the American Constitution. And you know, I'm coming to that point because of Makueni. You know, ask yourself, you know, America, as advanced as it is, why are they not seeing it needful to include degree as a requirement for presidential in their country? You remember even Trump, you know, there were a lot of things that were questionable around Trump, but because the American Constitution allowed him, he ran and he became president. Then when he failed, American people decided to throw him out. And you know, if it's free will, where citizens of a country are being allowed to elect whoever they want to elect, then they must be allowed to elect whoever they want to elect, whether he is educated or not educated. You know, we should not come up with caveats that are locking out the majority. And that's now where you are now finding problems with people like Wakina SAKAJA. You know, they must now procure, Kenyans are now procuring papers, not for the sake of knowledge, but for the sake of just carrying that paper so that you can qualify to run for position A or position B. So there is a problem there. You know, there is need to balance this issue of degree or not degree as we move forward. Finally, my brother Bob Papa, you talked of conmans in Nairobi. Yes, there are conmans in Nairobi. The only thing that I didn't get from you is whether these conmen who are in Nairobi are the educated or the uneducated. That's perhaps the point you need to put forward. No, let me just leave it at that, Asante.
Hey, Bwana Wangira. Where are we going to put the convent on scale and see if they are educated or not educated? Somebody, even Karumandika is ahead of his game. Wewe ukimpata kwenye bar, so one. Before I give to Alex, there is one person here. Is called Congo. What Congo Fast Against Imperialism. He said when Mutua was in Azimio, he was clean. I was a clean man. Now he's no longer there. Now he's corrupt. On the other hand, Sonko amekuwa clean sasa na ana mwenyewe na ana baba yake. Reason watu wa Azimio. I will speak for one Raila Odinga, okay? One Raila Odinga has never supported anybody in corruption in terms of, including his governors. When Ojamuong was answering for corruption issues, Baba never came out and said, you are targeting my governors. When Opado had issues with corruption, he was an ODM governor, yes, but Baba never came out to defend. The only problem I have with UDA leadership is that anytime somebody is arrested with corruption, the first person to defend the person is the deputy president. Why? So, Mutua akona maneno. Hata Baba alisema Amazon King. Alisema alikuja akamwambia, oh, nyumba sijali tengeneza na milioni ngapi, anataka amsaidie. So, I don't know why you are trying to make look like Azimio sanitizes the corrupt, and then when they cross over, they are targeted. That is a cheap approach that I wouldn't want to entertain, especially on this platform. We are not balancing corruption. We want corruption eliminated so that our young people can get jobs, our country can develop. Whoever practices corruption is an enemy of this country, should be named, shamed, and whatever you have stolen, gotten back. Tuache history ya kusema oh mtu alifanya hii, mtu alifanya hii. Mtu ako na kesi za corruption, hata alikuja Azimio kwa sababu ya hizo kesi, akaona hapa asaidiwe, akaenda kula anaweza kusaidiwa. So sio masuala ambayo eti yanapaswa kutetewa. Now you are against imperialism and you are supporting corruption. You are playing double standards. Alex, in the left.
Yeah, I have a quick comment. First of all, Wangira has tickled my mind kidogo. On a lighter note, Wangira, I think in this panel, you are the most educated. Unfortunately, you are in Nairobi. So if we have to measure conmanship, I think you rank higher. So anyway.
I think we should appoint Wangira to get for us the conman. The most successful conman.
Because he has just said that in this town, the most educated are the anyway. That's a lighter note, Wangira. But I would like to remind my good friend and my Azimio friend, Mr. Fred Agwenyi, that even there is an unwritten rule in this country that when you are nominating somebody or somebody is nominating himself towards the party as a presidential aspirant, you know, his credentials are very important. Even when he doesn't have papers, somebody like Scott Walker of Wisconsin, he attended college and it's in the record that I did not graduate. But since I did not graduate, I have worked in these companies. And out of these companies, I got these certifications. And out of merits, I have grown and abounded in this. So you just can't come from nowhere with no credentials, with fake certificate. So we are not here. We are not persecuting eloquency. We are not persecuting talent, a gift. It has its part, and I think we appreciate SAKAJA so much. And that is why at some point, SAKAJA has become a big debate in Kenya, because SAKAJA is a disappointment to very young, many people. And the question shouldn't be about SAKAJA anymore. I think we are debating the debate. The debate is, are our institutions commercialized now to a point that they are bought? You know, I think we need to prosecute now the institutions that have been giving, because at some point, SAKAJA had a degree from Nairobi University. In all his interviews, he has alluded that. So we need to question that, and we need to put our institution into task. Because once we put that conversation about SAKAJA alone, then the institutions are evading being culpable of that. Because where are you getting those degrees from? We are getting them from these institutions. So I think they are eluding a debate which will make them accountable. But now there are institutions that are not accountable. So we want to make Teams University accountable, Kampala University accountable. If it's Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University that gave Simbarati, accountable. For those people who are suspects, and people have papers from those institutions, I think now we need to put those institutions to be accountable, because when we put the debate into people, it becomes, when we personalize the debate and now we take it political, we tend to take sides. But if we prosecute the institutions, I think it will be a better debate, and we might find a solution to that.
Okay, willing buyer, willing seller. Quoting from Uhuru Kenyatta himself. Ozi, sema maneno.
You know what's happening. Good evening, everyone. you know, for those who have been around, have been following up what's happening around politics. It is not difficult to realize that the genesis of all these things started with the 2010 Constitution. Now, I did say, I think yesterday, that when these people, when our so-called constitutional experts were doing the Constitution, they went around the world, China, India, Germany, USA. But I must say that most of the borrowing was done from the US. Now, that is why you see, for those who don't know, people say that that Baba is in those, now we don't have opposition. You have had very many people making that comment. But what they have forgotten is that this thing started in the 2010 Constitution. Under that Constitution, there is no opposition as such. The checking of the government that I mentioned earlier is entirely on Parliament. Now, our experts in the Constitution put in this rider that will give the current members of Parliament a grace period for them to acquire the necessary qualifications. So they had set the standards required for anybody to be in that Parliament as a representative of the people. Now, a grace period was given in 20, it was supposed to be by 2017, anybody going forward was supposed to have a degree, but they could not make it. I think there was a lot of delay in people getting those degrees, especially the sitting MPs. So they extended it again. Now, this time round, they were supposed to implement it. And that is why the talk of degrees for parliamentarians started sometime 2020, because they knew at the end of the 2017 elections or term period, these degrees were going to be required. So our sitting legislators started way back in 2013. Those who knew they didn't have, as I gave some examples yesterday, they started going to school properly to get those degrees. But since I think being a parliamentarian also comes with money, some decided to take shortcuts. Now, then you end up with these people. For example, you see now, I think the Machakos governor, incoming, is also having these issues. And hers is even different because they're saying that she has a master's, but she has no degree. She has no undergraduate degree. So the matter is in court. Now, if you remember the meeting yesterday, which was very good in Makueni, no, I think it was in Machakos, or was it Mlolongo, where I think the Wiper leader tried to do some campaigning for the incoming governor, for the lady. And unfortunately, the other person, I think they're the ones who had sponsored people to go to court to contest the certification or the qualification, the papers for the lady. You remember the more or less fracas that arose there. It was because of the Wiper leader supporting one candidate at an Azimio meeting, something they ought to have done at their own Wiper meetings or Maendeleo inaitwa what? It's not called Maendeleo, it is called, that party is called what? The party supporting Waita. There is the other party supporting Waita. That is why they not chap. Yes.
CCU.
Yes, CCU. They were at a loss that why at an Azimio platform it is unfair to be seen to be supporting one candidate when they are all contestant and they are all in Azimio. Hence the hot temperatures that were rising there. Now, as you are aware today, they are saying that the case on the lady Wavinya Ndeti is going to be decided on tomorrow to ascertain whether how did she manage to get the master's purported degree and no. So the papers are being questioned. There is a ruling on that tomorrow. But now my issue here is that, me personally, I've had personal contacts with Wavinya Ndeti and even SAKAJA. Today, I must say, I'm not believing what I'm seeing around SAKAJA. At no time did I believe the credential. Did I not believe the credentials of SAKAJA? And I'm just wondering whether this is true. Now, in the event that many people are surprised like I am, and remember today when they were having their meeting with the DP, I think in Nairobi, and they were saying that this is politics, this is propaganda. Now, if it is true that SAKAJA does not have a degree, which I don't believe, then it amounts to some level of corruption, or is it impersonation? Now, if he was in campaigning and the way we are surprised, I thought the DP himself would also be surprised that, Bwana SAKAJA, you mean you don't have this thing? Now, if he was next to him and campaigning for him, and yet now he's being questioned, yet we cannot now see that the DP basically is supporting corruption. You can say that SAKAJA is being attacked because he's supporting the DP, but now, how do you explain this? Does it mean that the DP tolerates this kind of things, these impersonations, and because this is basically fraud, or is it forgery? Surely, they ought to have put SAKAJA's case aside until it is sorted in the courts. Then now they can revamp it. But now going with it and campaigning so seriously with it like that, it's like that he tolerates it. And like all other people around him, there's the way they say, we want to see your friends. All his other friends now, SAKAJA has now joined the long list of friends who have questionable issues around them. Now, the same thing I think applies to the way the Malala was cleared. You see, the lawyers put pressure on the judge to say that look, we are running out of presenting our nomination papers. Now, if you have a case on your credentials, how on earth did the court come to the conclusion that let's allow them not to miss the nomination and the case is still pending? It makes you wonder exactly how are our courts also, how do they make these judgments? But nevertheless, personally, I'll still go back to the Constitution, and I think that this corruption issue, since, as I indicated from statistics available, 80% of our legislators are having issues to answer, which are all bordering on corruption and misappropriation of public resources. We need a law there. We need a law either from Acts of Parliament. If the parliamentarians can't pass it, let's pass it in the referendum. Anybody with resources issues or bordering on corruption, they should never be allowed to contest any further elective position before they clear themselves. They should stand disqualified so that it makes Chibukati's work very easy. That's my point for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ozi. Hizo mikono zimezidi. Nataka nipatie Jared kwanza. Jared Isaboke, ongea kwanza alafu nitaenda kwa mikono. Jared, you are mute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Should I go to the next point? Yes, I think.
Which next point, Bwana Ozi? We are through with you. Isaboke. Jared.
Badani, yangu ni swali tu hata one statement, if you can.
Yes.
Okay, Isaboke has issues. Aya. Tuanze na Martin.
I'll go to the next point.
No, Nani, I wanted to ask you, mine is just a question and then I'm here, I'm listening. You know me, najua huku rules. Nini, Mr. Jose, why did we make the Constitution? The Constitution is what it is. It's not a movable thing. And unless we move it through BBI or move it through something else. So what the what the Constitution says now is what needs to be followed, right? Huwezi kimbia kitu ingine, you can go anywhere, right? So unless we want to change it to be something else and to accommodate to the people that we think, and that is what Baba is saying, that will take people who have been working and are very well in their jobs to get those, to get the certificates. But we haven't gotten there. But right now, what are we dealing with? Wewe na Wangira, you're very good in Constitution. Now, Alex, what does the Constitution say? Do we follow that or do we start talking and running around?
Let me tell you something. You see, like in the US.
Okay, let us ask you the two questions, then you answer because they are correlating.
Okay. Go ahead.
On top of what he has said, that's one of the questions I was asking. When you say 80% of our legislators, their qualifications are in doubt.
Not qualification. I said their management of public resources.
No, then you didn't listen to what you said. You didn't listen to what you said. Were you listening to yourself then? Yeah, because that is what you said, and that's what you need to carry my hand up.
I'll make
prosecute your question. Alex, prosecute your question, please.
I mean, I'm tired of us blaming the legislature. I want these institutions to be accountable because they are collaborators. because these people are not printing them somewhere in Mutembei TV. These people are getting them from credible institutions. Yet we are leaving the conversation. We are leaving them from this conversation, and they are happy.
My response is this. You see the other thing which I got so disappointed about the 2010 constitution, they came up with this recall clause for members of parliament. Now, in the same parliament, they went and watered this thing down. Mpaka even people who are obvious culprits, there's nothing, you are helpless about them. You see? Now, so those are some of the clauses which should have been protected clauses, so that for you to change it, you need a referendum. That would have worked. But now they have watered it down. They are the same people who, they gave themselves a grace period to acquire the degrees. Now you have seen the shortcuts they take to get the qualifications. Now, to go back to what Alex is trying to bring up, my issue was to do with the current members of parliament. According to the 2 consecutive Auditor General reports, these people all have issues to explain. Come next election, they present themselves to be elected. Yes, they have misappropriated our funds. Now, how do you stop them? The courts, when they go to the courts, there is this innocent until proven guilty, beyond reasonable doubt. Now, that threshold, nobody seems to be able to meet through our court system. Now, what do we do? Do we have to just continue suffering? We should make it point blank. If you have issues to answer with the way you have mismanaged our public funds, you should not seek re-election. And it should not be something which parliamentarians can just go around and they adjust it to suit their cases. You remember what they did when they were deciding on their salaries? We were all helpless about it. Well, Martin, I believe you have followed what I was trying to explain there. But I wanted to give an example of what is happening in the US when it comes to the certification. Do you know, I had my phone, I needed my phone to be checked by at least a phone repairer. I came to realize that you cannot do even repairing of phones here in the US if you are not registered and certified that found fit to do that job. You cannot. And you cannot do it if you don't have a license that says that you have that skill and that people can bring their phones and you repair them. And of course, when you do that, one of the things which comes with that is that there is always tax also loaded on the same. But the tax rate here is so low, people are just too happy just to pay the tax. You see, in Kenya, our tax levels are so high that people find ways to evade them. Here, nobody, even if somebody has forgotten to load the tax, they'll tell you, oh, you have not put tax. So their tax system, I think, works so well. And the registration, which, like somebody said yesterday, if Matiang'i's Huduma numbers had gone through, things would be very, very different. Even when it comes to issues of taxation and using the PIN numbers alike, things will be on the right track. But as things stand now, a number of things will need to be streamlined. I wanted to conclude by talking about Baba's rousing welcome in Makueni. I think...
Yep, Babu, answer one moment. Bob, what is it?
I have a problem with the Jose. Is it Kuse or Jose? Whatever the name is now. My problem with him is he has criticized the judiciary on matters judgment with the reference to Cleophas Malala. And I think also there you are interfering with the judiciary. The judiciary has got they have the right to make judgment. Let me finish. Let me finish. The judiciary, one, has got, just because they did not stop Malala, does not make them incompetent or partisan. Number one, if I don't know who the petitioner was in the Malala case, but the judiciary, they have the powers to make judgment they deem fit. And they made judgment in what, how they thought it wise. But if the person who should have been aggrieved is the petitioner, and it was not, and the High Court was not the last, the last place that the petitioner could have exhausted the seeking justice. So therefore, in my opinion, you should blame the petitioner and not the judiciary, because that petitioner, all of a sudden, he or she was convinced that Malala was not fit. He gets a judgment, judgment goes against him or her at the High Court, and then he decides to disappear. So that the court, if there was corruption, it is the petitioner who we should be questioning, not the judiciary.
Oh,
Because
so you are saying
did
it
you
was
look
like
at
the
the
matter
merits?
was withdrawn by the petitioner?
Then you blame the petitioner. Don't blame the judiciary, because you pointed fingers at the judiciary that
Sorry,
they
I didn't
they
have those
made
facts.
a
I didn't
judgment
have
that.
those facts that the petitioner moved out. I didn't know that. What I
So
remember
you
is
withdraw
that
that one.
the lawyer explaining and pleading with the court that they are running out of time. That is what I got. I had no idea that the petitioner was more or less like had withdrawn the case. Now let me finish by
Thank you.
Let me finish by giving just pointing something about the Sonko case. You know, this matter is back in court, and it is. I listened to the Sonko's lawyer arguing that Sonko should be cleared because other people have been cleared. Surely, what sort of an argument is that from your so-called learned friends? At somebody who was cleared, so why is Sonko being denied? Well, I was at a loss at that line of argument. Now, I wanted to conclude by talking about Baba's welcome, both in Machakos and in Makueni. I think the other time, I think there's a time I did say here that, guys, let's not start celebrating. But now I'm even finding celebrating myself irresistible. I'm almost convinced that I think I don't know whether what I'm seeing is true. I think things are really going on very well. Things are going on very well, save for the so-called friendly fires from affiliate parties. And I remember at one point, the Wiper leader said that, do you know, even friendly fire can burn. So now, anyway, that is all. But I think I'm so impressed with the way the campaigns are going. I think maybe let's not celebrate too early, but for those who can't resist like us, I hope the celebrations will not stop people, discourage people from going to vote. You know, if you celebrate even before the Nini, you may forget that it was voting time. Thanks a lot. I'm impressed.
Okay, thank you, Zeke. Wankira, what did you want to say?
You know, there's an issue that Alex raised, and I think my brother Usi did not respond to accurately. You know, this issue around university degrees and the way we are seeing them being given out in the manner they are, you know, they are compromising the standards of our university qualifications. And you know, when you compromise the standards, then that affects what we call the quality assurance of any particular university. And if you affect the quality assurance of any given university, then that tells you that whatever university piece of paper you are carrying in the name of a university degree becomes just that, a piece of paper. And that's the danger we are likely to end up in if we are not very, very careful. Because Alex talked of credible institutions giving us or selling out degrees. And that's very, very dangerous, because immediately we start ending up there, then that means that the quality assurance of these particular degrees cannot be ascertained. And if it cannot be ascertained, then we end up with pieces of papers. And I remember just last week I was reading that today in England, in England, they will not give you a job if you have an African degree. And it's because of what we are seeing around the compromise of our standards of qualification, Bernard. So there is a need for us to tighten. It's better we have an elected person who doesn't have a degree than have somebody who has compromised his ways into having a degree, Bernard. That's my thinking, Asante.
Okay, thank you very much, Wangira. And like we agreed earlier, this is a very serious matter. Any person who goes to a nursing school, what is it called, MDC, okay? Then he ushers out nurses who have not been trained to go and take care of patients. He's part and parcel of killing the patients. Any person who goes to any university anywhere and ushers out engineers to graduate who have not been trained as engineers, he's the one making the bridges to collapse. So our gapping this matter begins by sense of responsibility. Are we ushering people into the market who are able to function, or we're just giving them paper to use to get any job? Let's go back to human resource development, whereby the university lecturers, the professors were keen in producing people after their likeness. After their likeness, that if somebody says, Professor so-and-so was my lecturer, you're proud of your student because that student, you're sure he's able to deliver. Sio story ya kusainia watu mapepa, hii sio clearance form ya vitabu za secondary school. Let's accept the responsibility that comes by national building, by how we train our people. We can't compromise education and succeed in ensuring quality production. What is the use of Kenya Bureau of Standard? We need to have student Bureau of Standard, where after you graduate, before you graduate, you should go and appear before Kenya Bureau of Standards. They ascertain that your brain is proper, your skill is right, and you are able to reason as a human being, and you are able to care enough for the people that are being placed under your care. History ya kusumbuana to, the court can prove I went to school, court can prove. Which court can prove what? You either went or you did not. And if you self-trained yourself, prove it that you're capable. Then Baba has an arrangement plan for you. He will give you certificate after you have appeared before the Kenya Bureau of Standards. They have weighed your work. They are certified. You are able to deliver. They'll give you certificate.
And Bernard.
So SAKAJA and team and all the people who bought papers, warudishe makaratasi kwa sababu makaratasi hayafanani nao. Hakuna haja wewe kujipendekeza hapa, oh, you are a graduate, when there is no graduation or sign of graduation anywhere around you. So tusisumbuane hapa. Yule mtu yeyote ambaye ana stakabadhi zinazosema yeye ni dereva na ajui kuendesha gari, arudishe hiyo leseni. Hatutaki road accidents kwa barabara. We want our country to move forward, and the only way for us to move forward, let us have competent people. And competent people pass through hands where they are trained into that level of competence. I'm a pastor. I should be able to articulate issues. I should be able to judge matters. I should be able to listen even when I don't want to hear. I should be able to do all that. I was not born with it. I was trained into it. So if you have not been trained into it, toka kwa hiyo ofisi. Wacha kula pesa na mshahara wa kazi ambayo hufanyi. Wewe ndio unaharibu nchi. Na hawa watu wote tunapaswa kuwatafuta wawekwe pamoja. Kama ni kuwekwa Nyayo Stadium wafanyiwe refresher course, wafanyiwe. Wakianguka mtihani warudishwe college. Ili this country can take off. Lakini tukiendelea tu hii, I was in University of Nairobi, oh, I went to Teams University, oh, I went across the country, I went across the sea, I went across the river. We don't want all that. You want to be in a public office, meet the credentials. You want to be governor, or somebody picked you and told you go and become governor. Mama Selina hapa amesema kwetu in the Luya tradition, it doesn't matter how old you have become as a boy. If you don't go and confront your father and say you want to be circumcised, they leave you like that. You must reach a place where you say you refuse, okay? You go and challenge your father, and your father will say you are too young, you are going to be afraid. And he frustrates you. You must prove to him that you can face the knife. That's when he releases you to go. Wewe umekaa tu hivi unangoja kuwa governor, alafu baadaye unakuja kusema oh, I was in this, I was in this, I was in this. Hawa watu wote wako pamoja, warudishwe kule walitoka. Hatutaki mchezo. This time, we want a country that is moving forward, and we need competent people in office, from education to health to everywhere. Tusipate walimu ambao wataka kufundisha. Kama wewe ni mwalimu na unataka tu kupokea pesa, uchukuliwe uende ufanywe cashier kwa supermarket. Huko ndio unapokelewa pesa. Kama umepewa jukumu la kulea watoto, lea watoto vizuri na uwajibike kwamba you are grooming them into people that can be depended upon. Wacha nimalizie hapa, nitaanza kuhubiri. Lakini sadaka mjanitumia, mnitumie sadaka. Asante lakini. Themba, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. Naona ilikubali kakurudisha.
Asante. These people are targeting me. You know, I had to put on a VPN. Now I'm in German.
Pole. Those people kemea hizo pepo bwana.
Bernard, enda Congo, hajui kufika Congo. Enda Congo, siende Germany. Germany huko ni sophisticated bwana.
Tena umesema mahali huko tutakufikia bwana.
You know what's happening? Now in German, I cannot download videos of low quality.
Unasema uko German na Black anasikia?
Hakuna shida, atakuja tu. By the time anafika niko Sweden. Sawa Alex, asante sana. Themba, thank you. Themba, the only person who is yet to submit is Mama Selina.
No, don't go.
Sasa hivi.
Pena, don't go. Nini mbaya pole. Konauma.
Yes. No. Niko. Acha nisubiri. Thank you.
No, Pena. Uko salama?
Yes, I'm fine.
Homa tu.
Hata homa hiyo ijanivamia. I saw my doctor earlier. When I smell it from far, I see my doctor immediately. I don't have time to be sick. That's one way of how I operate.
In Jesus' name, thank you. Sitaki kuongea, nataka batu kusikiza, nataka kushukuru Ndeto. Leo ilikuwa moto. Kuna mtu amesumbua kuhusu baba, kuhusu shule. Sijui hiyo mtu na nikasikia sahi anasema ameenda sijui wapi. Oh my God, Bernard. We miss everybody. Alichezea watu, alichukua time kuharibu China ya baba. I was almost fasting. Singeingia, lakini Ndeto. Thank you kwa hiyo maneno umesema. Nobody was here. Alex hakuna, nani kila mtu hakuna. Alipata watu, leo amechokosa. Amesema yake yote kuhusu baba. Anasema baba hakwenda shule. Alikuwa anafanya lab. Sijui alikuwa anafanya nini. Lakini hata pena tutaambia watu. Unajua, the moment unawacha mtu kama hiyo achukue hiyo masaa yote, na kuna wasikilizaji Kenya waesielewa, anakuja kuongea polepole kistaarabu kama mchinga, si mchinga, but inafanya watu wengi wale wawesielewa wafikirie ni ukweli. So please, moderators, mtu kama hiyo mnamtoa. Hakuna haja. Mtu anakwambia baba hakwenda shule, ni kijana mdogo ama sijui ni ya miaka ngapi. Kwa nini watu wasikize mtu kama hiyo kupotezea watu wakati the whole day? Mtu kama hiyo akirudi tena, please cut him off, because a lot of people are listening. Na anakuja kusema hakwenda shule, sijui miaka hizo haikukuwa na certificate, sijui alisema vitu mbaya sana. Nilikuwa nafanya kazi mpaka watu wananiuliza what is wrong. Ninawaambia hakuna no. Anyway, sitaki kuongea, bado niko job, lakini tafadhali mtu akiona kitu kama hiyo wasikuje kuentertain, aingie aambie watu wamtoe. Hakuna mtu alimshout, walikuwa na mpembeleza. I don't know why. Anaulizwa ati baba amesimama na Moi, ati baba amesimama na Kibaki, amesimama na Uhuru. No, that is not even how to say about it. Mtu kama hiyo ni kufukusa kabisa. Poleni, asante. But I was so mad. We were mad today, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, follow. It's my internet had issues. I started the show and then I was thrown out. To reconnect, it was big issue. At times I have to pull down the whole system and reconnect and be able to try to get, because my speed is what is interfered with. Where I'm supposed to have almost 10 Mbps, I now have kilobytes. That it doesn't reach one, and that cannot sustain the stream. But we will do better. We will do better. Such people work, but I think by the closure, amepata wale wa kumpatia information. He has he's learning. He's learning. He took advantage of the situation.
Alex alikuwa wapi?
Temba, I thought you were in.
Alex alikuwa wapi?
Call, if that is the case, you call for enforcement. You see, it's a joke that he shared that somebody was being shortlisted for police, and then he was asked, "What would you do if you are asked to
nilitwa nikatoka holiday, nilitoka holiday nikuje kudeal na hii kijana bwana, alikuwa amesumbua huko.
Unajua Bernard, we have here fullbacks. Alex, kuna Deto, kuna Selina, kuna fullbacks wa kutupa nini. Sasa leo ulipo goalkeeper alipolemewa matakas wetu hawakuwa wote. Mimi niliona,
oh God, our defense lane, all of it was missing.
Okay, Kuze.
So we.
Bernard, do you want me to take over?
Yeah, I think you should, and let's just up the game. In case there are issues, let's take responsibility. Tusingoja the moderator. Kuna njia nyingi ya kuua panya. Tusitumie tu njia ya moderator peke yake. One of it is you silence the person.
Mtaniacha nifike nyumbani, Themba, Richi na kila mtu, asanteni kuwaona. Mnipatie tu time moja nifike nyumbani, nilikuwa nimekuja kubinda vitu zingine, lakini acha nifike nyumbani nitarudi. Nice to see you all.
Sawa. So apologies. Naona Kikwetu Ventures anasema it was very bad.
Bernard,
yes.
Do you think you have sorted it? Because you need to sort it. Is there a permanent solution? Ama itakuanga wanakuvamia hivyo?
No, I think I will have now to invest into buying a VPN, because the one I'm using is free and it gets broken through at times.
Oh.
I don't think there's any other permanent solution other than now VPN.
Pole. Okay, Kuze, what do you want to say?
There is I have an issue. I don't know whether it is Wangira who will respond or Bernard. It is to do with you know, for whatever reason, Kenya has very weak copyright laws, and I think it is contributing so much to these substandard and fake things around. I think Kenya may be the only country in the world which have, at least that I know, a river road kind of place. You see, for example, these university stamps, company stamps, all government stamps. There is a place, I think, in a place called River Road, where all these things are available. And within 30 minutes, you are walking away with maybe a Nairobi University stamp. And I'm sorry to say, a number of people have used them to get their own bank slips, stamp them, and present them as evidence of having made some necessary payments. So it is I don't know what the government will do towards sorting these river road issues. And a number of
you're interfering with an industry. You're interfering with the whole industry, Jose.
No, the copyright laws in other countries, like here, those things are so strict, you'll dare not go against any of those. Intellectual property rights and copyrights are very, very highly protected and guarded. Kenya, it is the opposite. You take, for example, the musicians and what have you. You can literally do and sell whatever you want. And it is really contributing to the corrupt activities and that industry Bernard is talking about.
But Kuze, maybe as Wangira or Bernard responds, it is in Kenya where we had a gynecologist called Dr. Who? There was this guy.
It was Wanjiru
Dr. Somebody in Zimmerman who was actually attending to patients, and you know, he had clinics all over. It was also in Kenya where we had a doctor in Rift Valley who was operating in a national hospital, and he was actually doing surgery, and he didn't have medical training at all. It was in Kenya where someone came from, I don't know, Uganda or where, and he was employed in highly paying jobs until the other day, I think sometime last year, when he was discovered. It was in Kenya where there's a girl who was a Form 4 leaver who was practicing as a nurse and was doing midwifery somewhere in Homa Bay. It is in Kenya where we have had people even doing some jobs that they have not been trained for. So a clinical nurse or something who was calling himself a doctor. So it is a whole, and it is in Kenya where someone pretended to be a senior police superintendent. You remember the guy who was even being given police protection, you know, and Waiganjo, and the people were even saluting at him until now they came to discover that this guy was not even a police officer. So it goes beyond just SAKAJA. It is a whole system thing. So probably we need to look inwards and say, what is this that makes us be so culpable, that you are more likely to fake the document than follow the process? What is it that makes people, it's a system, because for someone to treat people for that long without being discovered, then be discovered, probably it's a deal gone wrong. Waiganjo, for him to be a police senior superintendent of police, and he had all the uniforms, and guys were saluting at him, only to be discovered that he was never a police officer. So it is a whole system thing, you know.
Police reservist.
Yeah, he was a police reservist.
Yeah, senior police reservist.
Yeah, and guys were saluting at him, and he was never a police officer. So it gives us a sense that we need to look deep inside us as a system. What SAKAJA has brought forth, as much as, yes, if you look at the electoral handbook and laws, it wasn't a requirement to have a degree for you to be a senator. So we might not vilify him for being a senator for the term that he was, because he has only been a senator for one term, and it wasn't a requirement for him he was a nominated MP, so it wasn't a requirement to be an MP having a degree. But now when you move to being a governor, it becomes a requirement, right? So when he was going to be a senator, it wasn't checked. You know, his only qualification was that they donated a party to the president when the president wanted to vie, and Kanu was becoming elusive, so he chose to go with the TNA. So that was the only qualification. And if you remember him saying that he was almost even missing the nomination, he had to fight really hard to get the nomination to parliament. Then he came to be the senator. By then, I mean, I heard him saying, when he was asked that which documents did you give to Iebc the last time, he said that I gave the same documents I gave last time. But he should remember that by then a degree wasn't a requirement to be a senator. So a degree wasn't one of the things he might have given. He could have given anything, including Form 4 certificate. And he became a senator. So right now is when he needs to really confirm if he is a graduate, and you see that becomes a problem. So we are in a system of people either colluding, and you find also a system people are likely to go the shortcut way, you know, and that requires a lot of interrogation within the whole system. So that's what I can say before. I don't know if Wangira has something to say to that.
Okay, let me just add to what you've said. You know, you have talked about the problem of quacks in the Republic of Kenya. And I agree that there seem to be many quacks in this country. And you know, it is because of our educational system that seems to be unfair and competitive, uh, unlike other systems that are complementary. You know, in Kenya, if you get to class 8 and you don't go beyond there, then you are treated as a failure. If you get to Form 4 and something happens and you don't go beyond there, then you're treated as a failure. And you're treated in a failure in a very competitive country, you know, where, you know, you need to work very hard through hook or crook to penetrate. And that's why you are seeing what you are seeing here. For example, I remember there's a young man just last year. This guy had flown planes for 8 years, 8 good years, and he had flown planes for 8 good years. Eh, uh, international airline, I think it was Kenya Airways. And after 8 years, they discovered that the papers that he used to go to the flying school were not his papers. So what does it tell you? What does it tell you that this guy managed to use forged papers, and after forging the papers, he went to the flying school. After going to flying school, he qualified, and he became a pilot. So the only hindrance here was the primary papers that he used to go to the flying school here that made him get into trouble. And there are many people who are facing such a situation in this country, and that's why you're seeing every person struggling to at least fit in a society where if you don't appear to have done well academically, then you're always portrayed as a failure. In other nations, you know, they allow people to pursue their interests and to pursue their ambitions, to the highest point. That's not the case here. That's not the case here. I remember before the Advocates Act was amended in 1989, before it was amended in 1989, for those who would practice as court clerks, for a period of around 7 years, they could be eligible to apply to get to Kenya School of Law, and then after that, they could be admitted to the bar. They could become practicing advocates, and we have many of them who did that. People like Wakila Paul Mite, and they became very good advocates. Then came 1989, and they said they don't want anybody who doesn't have a degree to qualify to become an advocate. The other day, there was also the same problem that for you to do CPA, you must have first a university degree as a primary qualification to allow you now go do CPA. And there are many people who have started from bottom there, then went to stage 1, stage 2, until they became CPAK, and they qualified as accountants. And you remember, now here the system was saying that, we cannot allow you to start from bottom to become an accountant. So if you're looking a person who knows some good math, down there, and you're telling him that because you don't have a university degree, you cannot go through these stages to become an accountant, what are you telling him? At the end of the day, you decide to become a quacker, you'll audit your books of account, and you'll use all manners of tricks, and he will be part and parcel of the industry. So we really need to look at the way our system of education operates. And that's where perhaps I agree with Raila Odinga when he talks about prior learning. Prior learning is also very important. Perhaps people who have prior learning could be more qualified than people who just hold papers for the sake of holding papers. So the issue, revolves around our education system. And as we move forward, we really need to re-examine our education as we go forward. That would be my take.
Yes, Bernard, you want to say something before I bring Machiavelli?
Yes. I would say this. Scavenging around for human resource is the surest way for a country to collapse. Having an education system that is not systematic. For example, why should we be scavenging for somebody to be a court clerk and then he becomes a lawyer? Our system of education needs to generate. Okay, I'm a staunch believer in basic education. Basic education should be compulsory to everybody, because whether you want to be a woodworker, you want to be a metal worker, you want to be whatever, having basic education is important, as it forms the foundation of your ability to relate and your ability to articulate issues. But now, after the basic education, then specialization can come in, where people go in different fields. And these different fields need to generate competent people. So we shouldn't be scavenging to look for an accountant, scavenging to look for a lawyer, scavenging to look for who. Our education system need to generate, just like we produce products. Hapa ni Bidco, inatoa Kimbo, na inatoa Blue Band, na inatoa nini. Our education system need to generate these competent professionals. Not an issue of us trying to look around and see who can fill where what. And with the issue of addressing the quirks, it's just a matter of a culture of survival. Okay, a culture of survival whereby opportunities are we have limited opportunities or limited resources that everybody is scavenging for. Scrambling for, and in the process, we have now resorted into the survival culture whereby mtu Nairobi ni effort, Nairobi ni kusurvive. So mtu achikilie mahali popote a survive. Now, to do away with that is, let's have a working nation whereby everybody has equal opportunities in terms of sharing in the national cake. Sio kuna wale ambao wanashikilia mahali. For example, we have the makanga industry, okay? The makanga industry is a big issue in Nairobi here, whereby we have 20 people are manning one matatu, okay? And all of it is somebody's looking for something to eat by the end of the day. But if these people are deployed with their skills to be able to make an income without wasting the whole day on the side of the road manning one matatu, then we will not have that survival squad sitting in that particular place. And so as a country, we need to think wider and not look for an excuse on why things are the way they are. What I know is that we have enough resources in this country to make every Kenyan comfortable. More than enough resources. We just need proper governance and proper utilization of those resources. If we put to use our land only, land resource, if we only put it to use, forget these other things, the land resource only, we put it to proper use, Kenya will become an exporter of almost everything in this country. So let us not look for an excuse. And then, for example, we have people who dropped out in standard 8, others dropped out in 4th form. These people, we have them in millions. We don't have them in thousands. We have them in millions. That is a problem we already have. How do we tackle it? As we ensure that these ones are coming out this way, we should also be capping this particular issue. And that's why I'm in support of this industrialization program where everybody is put to use. Kusikuwe na midomo zinazokula ambazo hazifanyi kazi. Kila mdomo wa nchi hii upewe mikono ya kufanya kazi. From the people in police cell, from the people in prison, they should be put to use. That's part of our national resource. Now, what they are put to use, wanapanda mahindi yao, wanapanda sukuma yao, wanapika sukuma yao, wanakula sukuma yao, we will have done away with a huge budget. We only pay the wardens, okay? But as far as what they eat and what is to be put to use, is within that particular region, whereby people are utilizing what is available within their reach, and it is enhanced, whereby now we are talking about value addition, whereby now we can be having badala secondary schools being given food by the government. They should be in food business, okay? Or a particular prison has a huge land. They are planting maize. Let them be given opportunity to supply maize to secondary schools, boarding schools. See at headmaster ndo analeta mahindi, headmaster ndo analeta mboga, headmaster ndo anafundisha, headmaster ndio anasalimia walimu, headmaster ndio anasalimia wazazi. It becomes a monopoly of one person. How can corruption not thrive? And on that note, naomba ningatuke. Mundu wa nyumba, how are you?
Kwa hivyo Bernard, leo
Yes.
hauwezi cheza video yote.
Niko na 2-3 naweza cheza saa hii kabla niende.
Okay, kabla uende ucheze video at least.
Nione ikikubali kucheza itacheza. Ikikataa nitawaambia imekataa. Wacha nione hii nijaribu kucheza hii ya Malala, ikikataa sijui kama itakubali.
Kama ita interfere na connection yako.
Hiyo.
Yinta Halware, ndi mwana muluya hurla Kakamega, Malala hurla Kakamega, Fernandez Barasa hurla Kakamega, ubosi kukhaba abuami, mweuri mukhuti, mundu mulai, abe oba mofi. Yinta Halware, nenya mumanya muri. Yinta Halware, ndi mwana muluya hurla Kakamega, Malala hurla Kakamega, Fernandez Barasa hurla Kakamega, ubosi kukhaba abuami, mweuri mukhuti, mundu mulai, abe oba maofisi, amulinde, mimi Khalwale. I am the best performing legislator in the history of Kenya. Muriomno Nyasaye amlinde. Huyu anasema nini sasa huyu? Hapa kura ni kwa Cleo, si ndio? Wangapi wanasema Cleo Malala aache kuchanganyikiwa, si ndio? Hapa mtasimama na mimi, anachanganyikiwa, si ndio? Hapa ni kwangu, hii ni bedroom yangu. Kama nakula pande mbili aseme bwana, hapa mimi ni kwangu, si ndio?
Okay, that is Kakamega politics. Let's now bring in the. Which one is this? One more.
Right, so let's shift gears to matters politics, where the issue of valid degree certificates is now becoming a big challenge for many aspiring governors. At least 4 governor aspirants are close to disqualification for lack of or having an invalid degree certificate. Mike Sonko wants to be Mombasa's next governor. Wavinya Ndeti, who is gunning for Machakos governorship. Johnson SAKAJA aspiring to be Nairobi's governor, and Taita Tavetas.
The 4th day of hearing concerns filed before the Dispute Resolution Committee of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission started with former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko's appearance. Sonko, who is gunning for the Mombasa governorship under the Wiper ticket, sitting side by side with his party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who is now his fiercest defender. The former Nairobi County boss is just one out of several governor aspirants battling to, among other issues, prove the authenticity of their degree certificates. However, even before the hearings could take off, the Mombasa County returning officers side threw a spanner in the works, saying they were not ready to respond to both complaints by Wiper Party and Mike Sonko.
We will hear this matter. We'll give you at least 30 minutes. And we'll hear this matter at 11:30 a.m.
Sonko now wants the IEBC compelled to clear him, terming the decision to bar him on grounds of impeachment as unfair, since he had a pending appeal at the Supreme Court.
Nimeona vile Governor Sonko amedhulumiwa. Unless you have exhausted all the channels under the law, huwezi kuzuiliwa to run for any office. But I actually wonder whether that panel is independent.
A high court in Mombasa also postponed Sonko's case to allow the Dispute Resolution Committee to hear the matter.
And I'll be there tomorrow for a function, so I can only come back Thursday afternoon. We hear you on Friday morning.
Governor Sonko has an active, I repeat, active matter before the Supreme Court. And all other courts are subordinate.
As this was happening, Wavinya Ndeti, who is vying for Machakos County governor's seat, also found herself on the hot seat, with her lawyers fighting tooth and nail to clear her name.
You got a master's degree in 1992 and then a bachelor's degree in 1995. How is that even possible? Does it make any practical and legal sense? That's what the consulting firm in the UK, in the evidence we have submitted before the tribunal, is questioning.
But it has been recognized by the Commission for University Education. We have given you evidence that this is a proper qualification.
Complainants argue that Wavinya is not a holder of a degree certificate recognized in Kenya, and that she had been awarded a master's degree in business systems analysis and design by the City University London without having undertaken a first degree. The ruling on the matter will be delivered on the 18th of this month. In another sworn replying affidavit dated the 13th of June, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, has said that Taita Taveta Governor Granton Samboja does not have a university degree and thus did not meet the educational requirement to contest for position of governor. The statement adds that the governor fabricated academic papers and provided false information to both the EACC and the IEBC. Samboja has been in and out of court trying to answer questions over his degree certificate from Kenyatta University. Nairobi County gubernatorial candidate for the UDA party, Nairobi Senator Johnson SAKAJA, will have a date with the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee Wednesday. Former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko will now have a date tomorrow with the Dispute Resolution Committee of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, to make his case and also present some more documents to support his bid to run for governor in Mombasa County. Emmanuel Tor, KTN News, Milimani Lokots, Nairobi.
Right, so now, meanwhile, all eyes will, for the next few weeks, be on the electoral body.
Sisi tumeamua tunataka
Uko na ingine?
That's that. I think those are enough.
The drama of our nation. Makaratasi gushi. Makaveli, karibu.
Ndemba, nimekuja mbele ya kila mtu.
Oh, unajua
mbele ya kila Bernard, sijui kwa nini unanisahau, na nimekuja mbele ya kila mtu hapa, hata Ndemba.
Nilipeana kijiti kwa Themba.
Unajua nikikaa kando na wewe unaona ni kama nimeongea, lakini sijaongea bado.
Bernard alikusahau. Haya basi, Makiadi tafadhali.
Hata Makaveli ametoroka. Sawa sawa. Mimi nitaongea very simple. Yangu si mengi. Mine is just on the issue of Iebc na UDA. I think UDA is not ready for this election. Mimi nimesoma vile UDA wanaongea, vile wanatembea, vile wanasimama, vile wanajipinda. These guys are not ready for this election. Na ndio maana unaanza kuona watu wa UDA wakianza kuleta issues za Raila Odinga wanamkompea na SAKAJA. I mean, tunaishi dunia gani where Raila Odinga can be compared to SAKAJA? Ati kwa sababu SAKAJA ameitishwa makaratasi, rebuttal yenye wako nayo sasa ni kusema pia Raila Odinga's papers are questionable. Raila Odinga is not running for governor of Nairobi. Raila Odinga has been cleared already by the IEBC, and his documentation has been certified. He's a qualified candidate. So UDA should stop the shenanigans zenye wako nazo sahi, with their candidates being found to be capable of forgery and presenting documents that have no basis, for running for whatever offices they are trying to run for. So it looks like as much as we are talking about the issues that are raised against SAKAJA's documents, but also there's an issue of reputation of our institutions. And I think the more Nairobi University stays mum on this issue, the more wanaharibia even their alumni and other students that are going through that institution, because Nairobi University is a university that is recognized not only in Kenya but internationally, and it has a lot of people that have passed through there with good jobs outside, reputations to protect, and also people that have passed through there and are studying abroad, doing their master's degree and PhDs outside. So the more the university stays quiet and disassociates itself from the SAKAJA saga, the more it continues to kill its reputation. The CUE, the Commission of, it's a Commission of, I think, University Education, posted the letter. I was talking this with my friend here, and he pointed out something very important. I was looking at that letter that was purportedly presented to the CUE. Down there, it has two disclaimers. Number one, it says the commission is not accountable for the authenticity of the certificate or the identity of the certificate holder presented for recognition and or equation. Number two, the commission retains the right to revoke recognition of the award in the event that it establishes any reason that makes the award in question ineligible for recognition and or equation. So CUE, the commission that Sakaja anasema ilithibitisha makaratasi yake ni ya ukweli, is the same thing nimesikia hapo wakitumia for the other lady lawyer. Sijui alikuwa anatetea nani, anasema umepresent their papers kwa hii clip umecheza ya pili saa hii koti ya tribunal. CUE kwa hii disclaimer yake, it is very clear that at any given moment or time ikigundua ya kwamba makaratasi yenye umetoa iko na doubt nayo, it has the authority to revoke your papers or the equation, the equation of your degree to the Kenyan education. And I think this commission also is doing us a disservice, because if it is paid to do that job and people, citizens have raised legal and authentic issues to disqualify the papers of one SAKAJA, then this commission should have come out clearly and said, look, our position is this. We are the ones that certified these papers. And now that there are issues that are genuine, that have been brought to the front, we want to actually disqualify this guy's qualifications. That's the only thing they can do, just to protect their sanctity. Unless they do that, then it means our country and the institutions in our country are being held hostage by somebody somewhere, and it will take a long time before they clean up their mess. Now, I want to finish by saying this. I think this issue of sanctity of education in the country, people are complaining here that there are many people that have fake documentation. Good. It's okay on one side if you go to school and don't finish and buy your documentation for whatever reason you buy, but you should know that any office that you hold with that paper, or that certificate that you hold, which is fake, is equivalent to forgery. If we have leaders, people that we look upon, the likes of Wavinya Ndeti, who it is said that earned a master's degree even before finishing bachelor's degree, the likes of Samboja, Granton Samboja, whose papers at KU are questionable, the likes of SAKAJA, who never went to school in Nairobi University and is being called an alumni of Nairobi University, then it shows that there's a lot of work to be done. And it is not a must that SAKAJA becomes the governor of Nairobi. It is not a must that Wavinya becomes the governor of Machakos. It is not a must that Samboja becomes the governor of Taita Taveta. There are many other jobs that do not require people to have university degrees. They can become law clerks. They can become clerks in the county level. They can become drivers because they know how to drive. They can become shamba boys if they know how to cultivate land and it doesn't require qualification. They can become anything they want to be, as long as it does not cost the taxpayers money paying for leaders who are not qualified to sit in that office. I don't care whether they come from the KK alliance or they come from the Azimio side. If anybody is found to have forged their papers, I would be the first person to point that person to be prosecuted and to be denied a right to run for any office in the country. Not only just to run for office, but also to be nominated for any position in the public and civil service. So Bernard, wakati tunakuja hapa tuache kupatia watu masaa ya kusema ati sijui hii kitu ni ya Azimio. Kama huyu mtu angekuwa Kenya Kwanza, huyu mtu angekuwa Azimio, angefuatwa. 2017 mlimwachilia kwa sababu walikuwa pande yenu. Mimi ni mmoja wale watu nasema, kama mtu atapatikana na makaratasi gushi, azuiwe kurun for office na ashtakiwe, and we should not protect anyone. Tusikuje kwa hisho kutetea mtu yeyote. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Makiadi. Now, before I bring Nyomba, I think maybe Wangira might be knowing this. Huh? There's something about education system in Kenya. Wangira alluded to that. I know of people who did a diploma in the most of the, like, for example, Kenya Polytechnic, those polytechnics, or even Kenyatta University when it was giving diploma of education. Then after that, they probably did a higher diploma. And then from there, they probably they would go to the UK and go straight to a master's program. I know of that path that was being given by so many people. I mean, there are so many people who went to the UK and got their master's program and even PhDs. Some of them have even gone back. They are teaching in our universities.
It's very true. What you are saying, my brother, is very true. There's what we call exemption, depending with the prior qualifications that you are holding. The university that you are applying to for further education could exempt you. Or perhaps, let me take an example of a CPA K guy who doesn't have a bachelor's degree, and perhaps he wants to do what we call Masters of Business Administration. Based on the CPA-K qualifications that are equivalent to an undergraduate degree, then it could be exempted to from doing an undergraduate degree, and it could go straight into doing MBA. Those situations are there. I know they are there. So I don't know under what circumstances Wavinya Ndeti first got a master's degree before she went for her bachelor's degree. But based on what I've just told you, those exemptions are always there. I know they are there.
So if it is possible that she could have done that particular pathway and gone to the UK, got her master's, and then came back and realized that I need to do a bachelor's degree, probably that is something she needs to prove. There's that. I know there's a professor. I think professor in the University of I think Moi University or Maseno. He's a great professor of mathematics. He did he was a P1 teacher, then went, rose up, then went for his masters. I mean, did a diploma, then went for his masters in the UK, then PhD, then came back, became a professor in the University of I think Moi or Maseno, one of those. So there's a pathway. You don't see a bachelor's anywhere, but there's that kind of rising. So we may want to also appreciate that. But again, I'm not trying to give an excuse. Let me start with the Nyomba raised his hand first, and then I come to Kuzeuze. Then Alex.
Thank you, Bwana Themba. Bernard, I also salute you before you leave. I want to excuse you. Bwana Themba, it's not a submission, it's a question addressed to Mr. Makiadi. Let's give an example because these things are live now. The one of Sudi, which is similar to SAKAJA. Sudi has served for 2 terms. Is it 2 or 3? Is it now want to go for the 3rd term with fake papers? Assumably fake because the court has not declared so. But it's so obvious to us lay people that those papers are fake. The secondary school is fake, the index is fake, everything is fake. If found guilty by the court, and you can see the problem in Kenya, a simple case takes ages and ages and ages, and the facts are there openly. Would it be right? Now there's a question. Would it be right for him to return all the monies paid to him for that period? Because those monies were obtained in a fraudulent manner. Thank you. You have the answer for that, Mr. Makiadi.
Should I respond, Demba? Yeah, let me before I respond to Nyumba's question, let me just say one thing about what Ndemba said. And I want to mention Wavinya Ndeti's issue. Wavinya Ndeti is said to have studied the master's degree before coming back to do the bachelor's degree. And I think, Alex, we've had this discussion with you before. The question is this: between a master's degree and a bachelor's degree, which is higher than the other? And why would Wavinya Ndeti do a master's degree and then come back to do a bachelor's degree? That should be the question. Because as we all know, if you have a master's degree is always higher than a bachelor's degree. If I do my master's degree in education, why should I come back and do a diploma? Just an ordinary diploma in education. I mean, it's common sense. It's common sense. So I think this issue of Wavinya Ndeti is not just like what Wangira has explained here. There are circumstances, and I agree with you, Wangira, especially in line of, let's say, for example, CPA. I agree with you. You can get exemptions in most schools. But in IT and what in the line that Wavinya Ndeti took, there is no way you can succeed in that line without doing the bachelor's degree. There's no way. There's no way. It's just like military training. You first of all complete the basic training before you go back to do the other courses that will make you get promoted. It's as simple as that. Now, Nyomba's issue.
Mr. Makiadi, you have said something. Let me add a question further. In Kenya, you get a Bachelor of Law, then you go for a diploma in the School of Law. Answer that one also. You start with a Bachelor of Law and go for a diploma.
But you see, law is different. Law is different. I remember I talked specifically about the line of Wavinya Ndeti, IT, whatever business, is it business information systems, something like that. Let me answer the Sudi issue. I think Sudi was an MP, if I'm not wrong, from is he a third term MP right now? Or second term? Second term, right?
Second term.
But then you have to go back and see when was the degree requirement or the educational requirements watered down by Parliament, so that before we talk about whether he's supposed to like refund the money that is paid, we have also to look at the threshold that Parliament set and when was it effected. So if in the case of Sudi, if he is being prosecuted for Makaratasi Gushi, and Parliament did not require him to have a degree or a Form 4 certificate, then that's a different threshold. He might walk free in terms of refunding the money, which is a possibility, but then he has to answer on the issues of forgery and presenting false documentation. There's a lot of charges he can answer with regards to that, but I don't think he can be asked. I'm not preempting because I don't know what the court will decide, because this is a matter before the court. But I don't think if the threshold was not a Form 4 certificate or a Class 8 certificate, I don't think he'll be required to refund the money.
Okay, just to help you on that, there's a handbook which I would ask all of us to access and read. The electoral prepared by, it's called let me just get the name so that you can at your own time you can read it through. It's called a handbook on elective positions in Kenya. It was prepared by Chebukati, and you can look at it. And I'm looking at the qualifications to be an MP. Now, one of the things you notice, Nyumba, when you read that, you realize that in the qualification for member of National Assembly, you can just access it. There is a public document. And county members of National Assembly. There's no qualification like Form 4 or even university, or there's no academic qualification. All right. So what does that mean? Sudi's case in court has nothing to do with him being a member of Parliament. It is not related. So it is a case that is independent. So if he is found guilty, he's found guilty maybe of forgery or something. So he will be cited for leadership and integrity, right? But not necessarily because he has actually it is not one of the documents he's presenting to IEBC, because it is not a requirement. The requirements you go through it is 1 to 12. There's none that says that he needs to have cleared Form 4. He just said that it must not be undisputed.
You are misleading us.
But one of them, but for others to apply.
Hold on, just hold on. Let me read it for you.
must have been the qualifications to be a member of parliament. I'm reading here, so if I'm wrong, this is wrong. Okay. Yeah. So it just if I'm wrong, this is wrong. Not Themba. It is this. Yeah. Number one, must have been a Kenyan citizen for at least 10 years before the election. 2, must not hold allegiance to foreign state. 3, must be a registered voter. 4, is nominated by a political party or is independent candidate. 5, must meet the statutory moral and ethical requirements under the Leadership and Integrity Act. 6, must not be a public officer or acting in any state of public office other than a member of parliament. 7, must not hold dual citizenship unless citizenship of the other country has been obtained by operation of law without capacity to opt out. 8, must not be an undischarged bankrupt. 9, must not be a person of unsound mind. 10, must not be subject to a sentence of imprisonment of at least 6 months from the date of registration of candidates or date of elections. 11, must not have been found to have abused or misused state or public office or contravened Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And 12, must not have been dismissed or removed from the public office for contravening the provisions of Articles 75, 76, 77, and 78 of this Constitution. Those are the requirements. Now, where the degree is clear, let me show you so that I read for you the governor. Okay, I can go to the president and the governor. In number 5 of the president requirement says, is a holder of a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. That is a president. Let me go to the governor also. You read the handbook. I mean, it's if it's wrong, then I'm wrong. Okay, so it's not me misleading. All right.
I have it. I have it. One of them.
Yeah. So it's just in the Senate also. You don't see the degree requirement. The Senate you read, you don't see the degree requirement. The governor, you can see the qualifications in number 5. Is a holder of a degree from university recognized in Kenya. So where the degree is specified is the governor and the president. The MCA, it is not specified. So if he's found that he could have forged these documents as a parliamentarian, then he will be charged under leadership and integrity.
What okay. Of Samboja? Samboja, please,
Samboja. It's not falling there. It's independent.
Yeah. So Sudi's case is on.
Let me ask you. Then why is Sudi in court?
Sudi. Now listen. When Sudi is someone else questioning.
Themba, there's something in the law that I want to bring to your attention.
Go slow by slow. I have asked Themba, and then again, we are not giving time so that Themba can understand. Themba, Sudi is in court for one reason. The reason is for forgery. Where did he present his papers so that we are charging him for forgery?
Okay, who took him to court?
That is the question we are asking you. And so where did he present his papers?
Interested Kenyans.
Calm down. Now, Alex, you and I, according to the Constitution, anyone can go and petition the court. Okay. So I can suspect that Alex, the way I'm seeing you, the way you look, there's something wrong with your papers. Then I take you to court. Okay. The Constitution allows me to do that. The IEBC did not take him to court. Parliamentary Service Commission did not take him to court. So it is an interested Kenyan who was like, hey, by the way.
No, Themba, I totally agree what you are saying. But what you are alluding to tell us is simple. Yeah. And that is what, because you are not, you're absolving Sudi from something that you shouldn't. Yes, no. I understand. Wait, Themba. You can't get away from this. Sudi, I can say I am a doctor, okay? And you're not gonna do nothing. But if you find me in the hospital doing surgery and I don't have certification, then you have grounds to question my certification since I'm practicing. Do you understand? That is why other people, for example, the person that Wangira said, I don't know, is Wangira, that was a pilot, and had nothing ABCD, he's been taken to court because he did not just claim, he was practicing something that he was not certified. So the question is here, Sudi claimed he has. He must have presented those. You can't be charged forgery by just quoting that I have this. You must have presented them somewhere. You don't get charged by just saying, I am a pastor. You must present them somewhere for you to be charged for forgery. That's what question I'm asking. Where did he present his certificates now that we are charging him for forgery?
Okay, Alex, maybe there are two things that we are not understanding. In the requirement for someone to be an MP, there's no academic requirement.
Temba, we have agreed. We have agreed that. So the question is, why is Sudi in court and his case is being tied to IEBC?
Now
Alex,
calm down.
Let's go the Samboja. Samboja Taita Taveta, Governor Samboja.
Wait,
now,
Nyumba.
Hold on, Alex, hold on, Nyumba. Samboja, for you to be a governor, you need to have a degree certificate. So that one is different. For Sudi, who has taken him to court? Maybe that we can answer by first of all going to know who is the accuser. Okay, so the person who is accusing Sudi of not having academic document and having forged the academic document, they are not interested in whether he's going to produce it or not. They want to refer to the idea that he was able to corrupt his documentation, so that he's charged on chapter 6, integrity.
Where did he present them?
Let me go to Wangira. Maybe let me hear Kuzeuze and then Wangira.
You can't be charged of corruption by having papers and keeping them in your house.
Okay,
Alex, what happened? I think what happened is this.
Let me allow. Okay, calm down, Kuzeuze. Let me allow Kuzeuze and then Wangira also to come in. Maybe I'm not getting it, and then maybe yes, Kuze.
You see, I'm not very sure, but if I try to recollect what happened, you remember when this Chebukati, I think, is the one who came up with this idea that the grace period that was given for people to get degrees, parliamentarians, is going to be due in 2022. So then members of parliament started questioning this, others threatening to go to court, it is unconstitutional, blah, blah, blah. And I think Kinasudi was so outspoken in terms of that. That is when interested Kenyans narrowed who knew him, that he was Matatu, I think, something, that he has no papers. And it was like he was trying to defend the fact that parliamentarians do not require a degree because he was going to be a victim. That is what prompted Sudi to be taken to court by people who knew his background.
You know you are not answering. Did he present his paper somewhere? No, he's not answering. You know, Themba, you have prosecuted something here, and I think it's dangerous. And
no, calm down, Alex. Alex, calm down. Wangira will wait.
I'm not up, Themba. I'm not
Alex,
up, Themba.
Wangira, listen to Wangira. He might say something that might respond to what you want to hear. Wangira.
It's not what I want to hear. It's what must be correct.
Temba, I have two issues to raise. Issue number one is on this gentleman called Sudi. You remember when we promulgated our constitution in 2010, and you remember we had a time frame of 1 year to enact particular statutes to back up the 2010 constitution. Then we came up with what was the Election Act of 2012. In that Elections Act of 2012, parliamentarians then came with a provision that for you to become member of parliament, you must have a university degree. And it took somebody, I think Okiya Omutata, to go to the High Court, and the High Court suspended that particular provision for 2017. And I think it was within that particular confusion you remember, of 2012. Let me just finish. That it was within that particular confusion of 2012 where they now say that for you you must have. They moved it now from having a university degree to having some form of secondary or post-secondary education. And I believe it was in the genesis of that confusion where now Sudi ended up taking his papers, those forged papers, to EACC, because those papers were presented to EACC by Sudi as part of his package on integrity. On my second issue, Temba, this will sound very controversial, and very many people take me to be very controversial, and perhaps that's my line of life. Temba, I'm just looking at Article 137. There's some echo there. There's some echo. Some echo. I'm just looking at Article 137 of the Kenyan Constitution. This article talks of qualifications and disqualifications for election as president. And it's very, very clear here, Temba. It talks of a person who is a citizen by birth, a person who is qualified to stand for election as a member of parliament, is nominated by a political party, is nominated by not fewer than 2,000 voters from each of the majority counties. Show me in this constitution where they talk of even educational qualification. It does not appear anywhere in Article 137 of the Kenyan Constitution. Educational qualification for president doesn't appear. They say that you must only qualify to stand for election as a member of parliament. So anybody who qualifies to stand for an election as member of parliament today qualifies also to become president, which means without a university degree today, people have not just interrogated this issue. Without a university degree today.
Wangira, electoral laws. Have you read electoral laws?
Yes, I'm talking. That's why I'm coming to you. I'm coming to the Elections Act, because the way Section 22 of the Elections Act, Section 22 of the Elections Act was very, very clear that in 2022, a member of parliament, a member of the Senate, and a member of county assembly needed to have university degrees. And that thing was quashed by the High Court on the basis of lack of public participation. So it's no longer law. So today, a member of parliament does not need to have a degree to become a member of parliament. And then that should apply to president, because the Constitution of Kenya under Article 137 is very clear that for you to be president, you must have some qualifications.
I don't know what has happened to Wangira, but
Wangira was lying. That's why he was kicked out by the system.
Wangira is not reading the electoral laws. Let me hear Alex, and then maybe we can. Wangira will be back by that time.
Temba, what I was saying is that Sudi is not in court in vain.
One moment, please. One moment.
It doesn't.
Wangira, wait. I think there's a video Bernard wants to
play. I was requesting to play. Yes, I want to play a video and then ningatuke tafadhali.
Okay, play the video before you go. Then maybe Wangira can finish his. In the meantime, Wangira, there's electoral laws and there's a constitution. There's Article 130, whatever you are reading, and then there are the electoral laws. So you read them together. Yeah, there's you can.
I think Bernard has started dragging. You can even see it's shading and fading away.
Let's see if it is going to play. Maybe it will help us.
Hello. I'd like to talk also. I would like
yes,
to
you will, Makaveli. Just be patient a little bit.
Oh, it's me? It's me?
Hold on. No, hold on.
Wait for Bernard.
What? The video is not coming on.
It has refused.
Yeah, you can almost see that Bernard is. So this is what I was saying in conclusion. Two things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
For Sudi to be in court for the word forgery, he must have presented his papers somewhere. That's why he's being charged for forgery. And it's in connection to election. And I'm not very clear how that came into, but Sudi is being charged for forgery. That one is very clear.
Wapi? Kura yako yuko wapi?
Odinga says Ruto has started feeling the Azimio wave.
And Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga now says that Deputy President William Ruto's claims that the voter register has been tampered with are the telltale signs of a man who's already sensed defeat in the upcoming August 9th polls. Odinga, while campaigning in Makueni County, told Ruto to hold his horses and prepare for a grueling battle in less than 2 months. Stephen Leto now reports from the campaign trail.
Odinga and his Azimio team from the lower eastern region traversed the expansive Makueni County and made stops in Kibwezi West, Kibwezi East,
Asante mama, asante sana.
Kaiti and Mboni constituencies. Odinga using today's rallies to rubbish DP Ruto's protest on the Iebc register.
Kulalamika. Usikia yule mtu wa Tanga Sugoi analia ati kuna njama ya kuiba kura zetu. Iebc imebadilisha kura 800 na kadhalika. Hapana, wapi? Kura yako yuko wapi?
Odinga says Ruto has started feeling the Azimio wave that he says has activated all its campaign machineries across all the 47 counties.
Tayari ameshaona kama nini, kama sasa ile mawingu imetanda, kama ile nyani maona kama mawingu imetanda, anaanza sasa kulia, kupiga ngef, lakini sisi tunakuja.
Ni bahati tena na leo nimekuja na tinga. The Azimio team acknowledging that the Ukambani vote is crucial in their basket for a round 1 win.
Alisema tekura ya kama si Wakamba sio muhimu. Tekura ya kama na milioni 1 na peke yake. Mimi na Kalonzo tunajua kura ya Wakamba ni muhimu. Maana mmetupiga sisi sawa. Tunataka tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 muonyeshe ya kwamba Wakamba's vote matters. Sawa.
Safari watakupigia kura hata kushinda vile ambavyo walikupigia in 2013 and 2017. Hakuna mchezo, sikweo? Ama block. Wanasema block. Na watenda ngwe, tio weyu.
Unakumbuka mtu ambaye anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua ambaye ni naibu, anataka kuwa naibu wa Ruto, amesema ya kwamba ati kura ya Wakamba ati ni 1.5 billion peke yake, hawezi fanya mtu akoe rais ya Kenya.
The team taking pride having worked under the late retired President Mwai Kibaki administration, considered one of the best in Kenya's history.
Kila mtu mwenye alikuwa kwa serikali ya Mwai Kibaki yuko na Raila Odinga. Kama mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki na sera zake, the implementers, his partner boys and girls are here. Timu yake Kibaki ndio hii.
Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu, mnasikia? Rais wetu atakuwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Sisi zote, kila mmoja wetu atoke tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tupigie Raila Amolo Odinga kura.
Odinga and Musyoka keen to consolidate their base with a rallying call for a high voter turnout.
Tarehe 9 tutoke sisi wote. Baba tumempigia kura 2013, 2017, 2022 tutampatia kura zote, si ndio?
Nyinyi wenyewe mjiangalilie nchi, muangalie Pwani, muangalie Ukambani, Nairobi, Magharibi, Nyanza, Masaini, hata mkija mkoa wa Kati.
Kalonzo yuko hapa. Simama Charity Rainbow yuko hapa. Na si Musoli Kibudha yuko hapa.
Maombi yangu mimi kama nitakuwa waziri mkuu wako na dada ambaye ni Martha Karua akiwa deputy wako, mimi nitaimiza hiyo serikali ya baba ihakikishe dual carriage way kutoka Nairobi mpaka Mombasa.
The Azimio teams continue to traverse several parts of the lower eastern region, with Kalonzo Musyoka taking Odinga to his backyard with an aim to solidify the Ukambani vote and deliver it to the Azimio fold. Stephen Letos, Citizen TV, Mboni constituency, Makueni County.
It's done.
So Themba, wacha nimalizie. I think we need to investigate and be honest why Sudi, at some point, there was a reason why we took Sudi to court. Maybe we are reading an amended law right now. But at the time he was taken to court, there was a purpose and there was a reason. And that is why that case is continuing. Otherwise, it could have thrown out. But also there is an interesting case here, ya kijana anaitwa Boniface Mwangi. When you go to his Wikipedia, unapata anasema, despite not having a high school education, Mwangi managed to gain a place in a private journalism school, and he went and did that. He got a degree, but later on went back to do his KCPE. I mean, this is a banana republic. I mean, if you take the issue of Wavinya Ndeti na Boniface Mwangi, and he was cleared by Iebc again, I mean, kuna mtu anapiganga simu anaambia Chebukati clear hawa watu. Clearly, there is a problem in this country. Boniface Mwangi got a journalism degree before he got a KCPE certificate. Boniface Mwangi got a Bible school, Bernard Usidiwa, Bible school. It's in Wikipedia, Bernard. It's not me. Alikuwa pastor bila degree. I know utaniua hapo, but anaweka credentials zake. And I'm reading. He joined a Bible school with the intention of becoming a pastor, but he secured a diploma of biblical studies before securing a high school education. I mean, Bernard, hii maneno iko Kenya bwana. Kenya ni ya wenyewe.
Wangira.
Thank you.
No, order. Please, let's do justice. Makavila has been on the hold for too long. Please let him make his submission before you will continue with that your argument. Please.
Wacha Wangira amalize. He was here.
Ataningoja.
Just hold on, Makavila. Just hold on. Wacha Wangira amalize his thought. He was thrown out when he was finishing.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you. Wangira, just finish your thought.
You know, if you read Article 99 of the Kenyan Constitution on the qualification and disqualification for election as member of parliament, they talk of registered as a voter, then certifies as any educational, moral, and ethical requirement prescribed by this constitution or by an act of parliament. So you get it, certifies any educational. I just want to end the educational. Then the rest is what you can say. Then they say prescribed by this constitution or by an act of parliament. Then when we go to Article 137 of the Kenyan Constitution on qualifications and disqualifications for election as president, it says on B, it says is qualified to stand for election as member of parliament. So this would be my simple explanation in less than a minute. That in 2012 we enacted an Elections Act, and in that Elections Act there was a provision that members of parliament were to hold university degrees. So that was the qualification that the president was to hold. But because of the challenges we had at that particular time, Parliament decided to suspend operationalization of this particular section to 2017. So when we moved to 2017, there were similar challenges, and there was another suspension of the same to 2022. So this section was supposed to have been operational in 2022. So when we reached 2022, just 3 months ago, guys rushed to court and they argued that this particular provision was unconstitutional on the basis that it did not attain what they call public participation. So it was striked out. So it is no longer part of our elections law. So if it's no longer part of our elections law, and Article 137 says clearly that for you to become president, all you need are similar qualifications like those of an MP. Then tell me, where are we forcing people why are we forcing people to have degrees to become presidents? Why? When already the High Court has struck out that provision that says that to become an MP, you don't need a degree.
It was
That would be my question.
2027.
Hold on.
It was pushed to 2027, not that it was struck off.
Okay, we'll come and ask Wangira more questions. Just hold on that thought, Kuze and Makiadi. Makaveli, let me give your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I just need to raise some few points. One thing Mr. Wangira talked about is the level of academic performance.
Sauti.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me right now?
There's something about your audio. Just try. I don't know if it is. It's really.
I don't know. What about right now?
Move nearer the microphone.
No, sir. Hold your mic steady. Hold your mic steady.
I can perfectly hear him.
Yeah, tell him to hold his mic steady.
Can you hear me right now?
Okay, Ongea.
Oh, all of you can hear me right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. What I was saying is that we do have a problem in our academic sector. And I'm a witness, or what should I say? I've experienced that in terms of I did diploma in actuarial science at Kenya Polytechnic, and when I came to Canada, I had to redo it all again. I mean, they never recognized my credentials in Kenya Polytechnic or Technical University of Kenya. They never recognized. I had to redo it all again. So what that means is that we do have a major problem in our academic sector. Another thing about SUDI, I've heard you guys talk about SUDI so much. We all know clearly that SUDI never went to a university, or maybe all I know is that he never went to a university. We all know that. We all know that. I mean, he even can't construct two sentences in English. I mean, you are a leader. You have to speak in both English and Swahili. For a member of parliament, you have to speak both English and Swahili. So if a member of parliament cannot construct a sentence in English, that's questionable. That's for SUDI. Also about Sonko impeachment. I had someone talk about Sonko impeachment, and what I can say about that is that it was never done fairly, because when you come to what is it called, to see about Sonko impeachment, is that it was only politics. It was never done fairly. I mean, it was just politics. No reason to impeach Sonko. What else? Yeah, and also one thing is that all your videos are mute. I don't know why. I can't hear you. I can't hear all of you. I mean, all your videos are mute. Could someone correct that? That's all. Thanks.
Makaveli, thank you. We could hear you though. Maybe it's you who has issues. You could step out and see your settings. Maybe it's your settings. Nyumba, you hadn't given your submissions. Kindly give your submission before I bring in Julia.
Buona Themba, thanks. But ladies first. I'm taking my coffee.
So, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's good. Julia, can you?
Here's your coffee.
It's chocolate. Black chocolate nani. Wewe Alex, wewe wacha. Wacha vitinda. Saili asubuhi.
Thank you, Demba. Hi, everyone. Richie, Bob Papa, Alex, Kuseo. Hi, wengine walibadilisha majina. Majina ni ngumu, Nyumba, Wangira, Makaveli, and Adams. You're having a wonderful discussion, and there's something that Mr. Wangira said. I just want to talk about that, the papers thing, and then Demba said something about this Walvinia dirty thing, how you could have a diploma and then you have a master's. And I think Demba trying to say that you could have a diploma and then have a higher diploma, and then that qualifies you to be a degree. I think it depends on the credit hours that you have taken. The credit hours, because when you come to the US, they ask you for your transcript, and then they look at the credit hours. So I think Machiavelli, when they didn't take your papers in Canada, probably the credit hours didn't add up. That's what I see them do. They look at the credit hours. And even if you come from Kenya and you give them a degree from Nairobi University, they still insist on your transcript. And they want to see your credit hours. So you cannot prove to them you have a degree unless they see your credit. And even if, for example, you want to do, you want them to certify. For example, let me use myself. I had to acquire a South Carolina teaching license. I could not teach before acquiring that. They had to look at my credit hours, and in particular, credit hours in education, not just anything, and credit hours in the subjects that I'm specializing, which means even if I just came with a degree in education and my credit hours did not qualify me to teach math, they were not going to give me a teaching license. So I think they are strict to that level. Another good thing with these people, they ask your university to send them the transcripts, and then your transcripts has to undergo something course by course evaluation. So I think there's a way you can have a diploma and a higher diploma, and then that qualifies as a degree. For instance, there are teachers who have done Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science in Kenya, and then they go do a postgraduate diploma in education. So that now qualifies to be a degree in education, because now the credit hours in BA add up to with the postgraduate diploma now completes the full cycle of an education degree. And now that takes me to what those who are arguing about Baba. I think Makiadi, some time back we argued with Misa here, and I had to look up. And I found that the papers Baba has, the language is diploma in something, which is equivalent to a degree, because that university, they use the word diploma, but that is equated to a degree. And I was looking at that Baba studied for 5 years, and it was equated to a degree. So we can't blanket the names used. The names, like in the US, I think they call it a university diploma. They don't call it a degree. They call it a university. They say a high school diploma, a university diploma. So we will be careful when we're using these words. So they look at your credit hours at how many credit hours. So it is possible for you to study a degree and that degree to be disqualified, or that degree not to take you to the path of study that you want to do, because your credit hours do not add you to take you to that path. So it is possible. Now, so I don't know, I think Wavinya Det, we need to give her time to, they look at her papers. What do her papers say? And not even has that one paper called diploma. I mean, what do her transcripts say? What did she study? What do her transcripts say? That's what I think they are going to look at. And I think maybe they're going to take their time and contact the university where she studied, so that we can give her time and find out. The other thing I want to talk about is what Steve Wangira was talking about that people in Kenya, become fraudulent because we don't have good paths that may help people succeed, irrespective of not going to the university or college. I actually, first, I agree with the second statement that the education system in Kenya is not giving people equal opportunities to further their areas of expertise, even when they don't want to go to the university and college. And I think the government is doing something about that with the recent change of the education system. So we hope to see changes. We hope to see people who can be independent even after clearing high school. But we don't want our children to graduate from primary school and end it there. At least we want them to go to high school and get some skills that can make them independent. So we hope that is going to happen. So I agree with you, Agra, that the education system, we need to look at it and see how we can help our youngsters become independent and pursue careers without necessarily going for higher education. And you don't have to go for higher education for you to be successful. You can acquire other skills and you still become successful. However, I disagree on the second statement that people become fraudulent because of the education system. Nothing justifies having fraudulent papers. Nothing justifies that. So nothing will justify that. And I think we are going to another situation or another phase of life in Kenya where so many a can of worms has been opened up by the issue of SAKAJA. And we are also going now to discover who are the fake doctors, who are the fake teachers. Even fake teachers exist. I'm telling you the truth. Fake teachers exist. And then I think talking about the education system, did you know that we need to now stop doing P1 training teachers on P1 because it is not acceptable globally. Our P1 teachers cannot get jobs anywhere apart from in Kenya. Even in the US, they want people with bachelors to teach primary schools, elementary schools.
Jobs in Southern Sudan.
Maybe Southern Sudan, but they will not be accepted anywhere else. So I think if I were the Cabinet Secretary for Education, I would upgrade all P1 colleges to offer degrees, because that is where we are heading to. That is what we should do. So such things. Also, I think when Kaveri talked about his diploma, it tells me something that maybe our diploma colleges should upgrade and offer undergraduates or enough units to qualify someone to graduate with a degree. That's what I'm thinking. Because you cannot teach in the US with a diploma in education. You still need a degree, whether you want to teach kindergarten, whether you want to teach what, they will not employ you. And they have a big shortage right now. They have such a big shortage right now. They have a killing shortage of teachers. They have such a killing, especially where I work, but still they will not employ and qualify teachers. Can you believe it? They have a big shortage. And still, they'll not employ anyone without a degree. So they maintain their standards, even with their shortage of teachers and doctors and all that. So I think Kenyans, also Mr. Angira, we should go there. We know we need skilled workers, but we should not go down. We should not stoop low. So who is to blame? When Demba talked about this, who is to blame? We have a culture of corruption. It's a cycle, goes round and round and round. If somebody employs you, if somebody admitted, Alex talked about someone who did a degree first, then went to do primary schools education. How do you admit somebody for high school and they don't have primary school education? That is corruption. It's a corrupt society. How do you admit someone into college and they don't have primary school education? That is corruption. It is a corrupt society. You see, Kenyans just do things. We need to do something about it. Who employs these people? Who employs these quack doctors? Who employs these quack policemen? A corrupt society. It comes back to us. So the SAKAJA thing has opened a can of worms. So I want to end up by saying, like Makiadi, really I hope to see, even before we go to 9th, more governors disqualified. It doesn't matter whether it is from Azimio side, whether it is from KKA side. Let the truth be told. Let us stop this once and for all. Okay? Let us stop it. We got to stop it. So nilisikia huyu beshte wa Alex, hata yeye kuna watu wana huyu mwenye wakisi. People are saying things about him. And even me, when I got to Mount Kenya region, there are some aspirants whose names I won't mention, who I really wonder whether they went for any degree study. I really wonder. In fact, I'm sorry to say I come from Mount Kenya, but we might have more culprits there than other parts of the country. I'll not be surprised if you have more culprits from Mount Kenya region. So don't be surprised. The game has just started. So let's enjoy this thing. Let's enjoy it. Thank Themba.
Thank you. Now, as we give our submissions, yesterday, one of the things that I do is, and all of us probably need to do that, is counter check information. Just check, because some of this information is public. Yesterday, we were discussing the issue of Wajakoya, and there was a statement that was made by Ed that Wajakoya went to American Heritage University that is not accredited. According to the information available online, American Heritage University is accredited. However, the American Heritage Law School graduates can receive JD. Now, Wajakoya doesn't have JD from American Heritage University. According to his document, he says he studies, in fact, he said he studies civil litigation and stuff like that. But American Heritage law graduates are eligible to receive a Juris Doctor, that is JD of law. However, the distance learning law program of American Heritage is not approved by the American Bar Association or accredited by the California Committee of Bar Examiners. So the program that is the distant learning. So did he take distance learning? Was he on campus? Distant learning is not accredited. So what they do, however, you need to notice what they are saying, that the American Heritage is not approved by the American Bar Association or accredited by the California Committee of Bar Examiners. American Heritage is registered with the State Bar of California Committee of Bar Examiners as a distance learning law school. So what happens? Accordingly, after their first year of law studies, law students from American Heritage are required to pass the California first year law students examination, what is called baby bar, in order to proceed to the more advanced law courses. So they take care of that part by having their first year law students sitting for what they call the baby bar examination before moving on. So yes, the institution has a law program. Yes, the institution is accredited. Yes, it is acknowledged, but their program is not accredited in California, but they move through that by using other means. But you need to notice that Wajakoya's CV has not said that he got a JD from the American Heritage University. So he could have done just a few courses, maybe a certificate or something like that. That is what I needed to let you know as we move on. Nyumba, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Themba, hata kwa kunikubalia nimalize chokoleti yangu. Na can you one LX, sijui hata ni jina gani ya 2 letters, to stop implying ill motives on my drinks. That was black, not black, color hiyo chocolate, ni color chocolate without maziwa. Alex B1. Now, let me continue with my submission. IBC block Sonko. Yes, I like that. Sonko is just a funny man. You remember him boxing the fences, falling on the ground, boxing the ground and all that. A whole governor, you know, that's childish. Sorry, because somebody's hearing. So he has no papers. The only problem we have here, a precedent was made by our leaders. You remember our President Uhuru and his deputy Ruto, the issue of the ICC. I think this was a very wrong start. Because remember the then ambassador, American ambassador in Kenya, said that choices have consequences. These are some of the consequences that have followed us up to date. They had a case, but then it was said it's okay for them to continue and compete elective posts, and they won. Actually, they got a sympathy vote because of the ICC thing. And this one, actually, most people have taken a cover under this. I'm sorry that we did it wrong, and these are the fruits we're harvesting now. I leave that one at that point. Baba, well, Rousing welcome in Makueni. The Kamba Nation is under lock. Actually, there was nobody as bold as me by Kalonzo. Twice or thrice, I wanted him thrown out and we forget about him, but I think I was wrong also, although I rectified thereafter. The mzee in me reminded me that I should go slow, not raise placards here. And it has been positive now that Kalonzo is there. So the Kamba Nation is under lock. And actually almost the whole nation is under lock for Azimio. And our next president will be Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, deputized by Honorable Mother Wangari Karua. Actually, my wife is called Wangari, so I'm happy that Wangari is going also to be part and parcel of the leadership. So the only hitch, small hitch, is central, but things are going well. You remember, as it yesterday I said, the info track for the deputies, that is Mother Karua and huyu mwingine anaitwa nani, Rigathi. Approval ya Rigathi ilikuwa 32% na approval ya Martha ilikuwa 63. So you can see the improvement in terms of the deputy will also filter to the main guys, Ruto and Raila. We are as good as home. I wish there is a Kenya Kwanza person here, then I can tell him the point. It's proved that we are home. The other point, KK, the agenda, KK in Nairobi, no comment. Now I go to the final one. University of Nairobi drops SAKAJA from alumni. I am a member of the alumni of Nairobi University, and I'm there legally. I have the certificates. I have the transcripts. So I'm there correctly. You know, it defeats me. It gives me very bad feeling. I was among the people who started TNA in Nakuru. I am one of the members at Moi Gardens here when launching TNA in Nakuru. And our Secretary General was SAKAJA. Just now to find out SAKAJA was a fake, it's really, it demoralizes me. Anyway, let's not bring politics into this certificate thing. Let nature take its course. Because, okay, let me correct, because I can see Alex wants to correct me. Of course, SAKAJA has not been proved to be innocent. So let me rectify my statement. It is alleged because it's still yet to be done, the proper. But the authorities are there to make a follow-up. You don't just say politics. Let the Kenya National Examination Council and all the other authorities involved in this, higher education, whatever, they come out with a verdict. So don't cover it with political thing. I think I'll stop there. The only thing I may add is that, what is there? There's nothing else. No, I'm not satisfied. One of them, but I'm not satisfied. And I can see, was this man gone? This man called Adams. Has he disappeared? Oh, Adams is there. Yeah, I'm still not satisfied with the explanation, Bonathemba and Richie Makiadi. Maybe Adams too could also assist. This is a case ongoing. He is Samboja, Taita Taveta, governor. He's a governor. And he's now aspiring for the second term. And his papers are questionable. Let's push it further. Not that I wish him bad, but suppose he's found to be not to have had the papers. I had said that, and then by escaped, he actually dealt on the MP most of the time. I wanted this of the governor to be tackled. Wouldn't it be nice if it's found, and I hope he's not watching this channel, Bwana Samboja, to return all the money paid to him as a governor if the papers were wrong? One Adams chipping into that, because Richie and December, they are not satisfying me tonight. I'm sorry.
Okay, Nyumba, just hold. We will allow Adams to give his submission, because we are not admitting any more people. Then after that, now we can open up to exhaust on any other topic, and then we start getting our closing. Adams, karibu.
Thank you.
Just before that, those who want to come in, we are not admitting any more people. Thank you so much. Tufuate tuko kwa comment section. We want to finish with this one lady and 5 gentlemen. Then we can proceed. Yes, Adams.
Thank you so much. Before I proceed, Madam Julia, I know at the end of the day I'll forget. Please, when we finish the show, put your contacts there. There is something I want from you to help assist me with. I'll be grateful if you help me with your phone number. Okay.
Julia, just put it in the private chat. Okay, contact hapo kwa private chat size.
I also need it for Julia, please. With the permission, yeah, I need her number.
Me too, Julia, there's something I want to consult you on.
Hakuna mtu anataka yangu. Sawa sawa tu.
Okay, Adams, continue. You're making Bob anxious. He's fighting his. Okay, Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, there's something I need from her. Now, Mr. Nyumba, you've asked me a very important question, but let me just throw my 2 cents about the same. If, as a good citizen, all of us, we need not to apply, the law need not to be applied selectively. So whether you're my brother, whether you're my firstborn child who is in upper elementary school, the law is the law, it cuts across. So it has not been substantiated and it has not been approved. But if a stall Governor Samboja has no papers, but he maneuvered his ways, maybe the law, the law was not so much strict. Somehow he managed to work his ways and he made it to be the governor for Taita for the last term, like that is 5 years. I think the best thing to be done, let them follow the due diligence according to the law and follow it. If he has the papers, let the matter rest. But if it is proven that the guy has no papers, he has questions, he has no bachelor's, because that is the lowest qualification academically. If he has no bachelor's recognized, then it is very simple. He needs to refund back the salary for 5 years that he earned. That is not his money. That is taxpayers' money. So he broke the law. He broke the law. He needs to just return that money. And I know he has it anyway. These people are rich. I know he has that money. If you don't have it, it can be given installments. You can return it in installment. But at the end of the day, he returns it back to the taxpayer or to the taxman to keep it for some other purposes. That is all I can say about him. I don't know whether it's true or not. I also heard it, Mr. Nyumba, that way, but it is not proven. But that is my sense according to what I feel should be done.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Adams.
You're welcome. Now, moving forward, let me start from the topic. Let me go to the far end, the last one. Comrades are not comrades. The University of Nairobi. They just decided to strike off, I saw it, to strike off Mr. Senator SAKAJA's name from the alumni page. I don't think it is right. The thing is, SAKAJA is fraudulent, the way he's doing his stuff, okay? But SAKAJA went to the University of Nairobi, but he didn't finish. To be an alumnus, you must have attended that institution, whether you graduated or not. So he belonged there. But back in the day, there used to be something like you could be expelled from the university for 1,000 years. It happened to the likes of James Orengo during the first liberation. You guys remember? You could spend 1,000 days, and 1,000 days is 3 years. After which, when you're done, you can go back to campus and resume from where you left. And you do what? And you finish. By the time you're going back to campus after 3-4 years, those whom you are with have already graduated. So SAKAJA himself is still an alumnus, is a member of that school. It can just come back, like Babu Wino said, that when Raila Odinga took government, because the education is going to be free, maybe SAKAJA didn't have the money. He can just go back and pick it up from where he left. I don't know whether you left from second year, first year, third year, or from the fourth year. I don't know. But he didn't graduate from the UN. He can just go back and pick it up from where he left. But
there's a limit. There's a limit, Adams. There's a limit. Once you're out there's a limit of the time you can be out. Then you are out totally.
Okay, I don't know, but I may take that too, Mr. Nyumba. I'm not aware. But if I don't know whether, even if there's a limit, I don't know whether he has surpassed it or is still within. But this case of running around fraudulently is not making anything healthy. So I just feel that they would have just given him a leeway to let him stay there. Sonko, Mike Sonko. Somebody was here. I was watching this show, though I tried to join him, but I was doing something. Somebody was trying to say here that the ousting of Governor Mbuvi, Mike Sonko, was political, something witch hunt. My friend, well, let's not stop lying to the people. That guy is a fraud, isn't that fraud? That is the law. The law that was applied on Governor Sonko is a delayed law. It was applied so late. It was supposed to have been done long time ago, but it was not done. Because even for you to be a member of parliament, I think the least qualification is as KCSE, it's Form 4. He became a member of parliament without that. So this law ought to have been applied on him long time ago before he even became a senator and a governor. The justice, they normally say justice delayed is justice denied, right? So, but at least at long last, it was applied. So he deserves it. I don't see any problem there. Makueni staff, Makueni, Azimio in Makueni, Ukambani, let me just say in Ukambani, that was good. And by the way, Raila Odinga on the podium, Mr. Nyumba, I don't know whether you watched it, he said something, Richie Makeda, I don't know whether you understood, I know Themba understood it. When Raila was saying, he was referring to Rigathi Gachagua, he said, Rigathi Gachietha, like he was just saying Rigathi is like a poop. That name was like the poop. That was he meant when he said Rigathi Gachietha. Like he was, I don't know how to put it. I can't put it any better. I'm trying to put it, but that's what he meant. But the rally went so well, and I was happy. I don't know whether you guys saw Mutula Kilonzo Jr. for the first time. He came out for the first time. Mutula Kilonzo Jr. came and said that Raila Odinga tosha. He didn't like him. These are the people who are misguiding Kalonzo, but he came out and declared that Raila Odinga is good, and he tried to woo people. And I know Mutula has a lot of following. All I don't know is that whether that was Makueni. I don't know whether they were was Makueni County. Maybe that was his home turf. I'm not aware. But what I know, they were in Ukambani. I don't know how the counties of, I don't know how much the boundaries of Machakos, Makueni, and the other one. I don't know where, and Kiktui. I don't know which one is which. But all I know, they were in Ukambani. It was successful, and we echo them. Iebc did well, and all in all, that's what I can say now. And I think we are doing well. Echo, and God bless.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say the part of the alumni thing. You know, I think University of Nairobi was just trying to save its face because, you know, keyboard warriors have gone to the University of Nairobi, pull that up, and they say that SAKAJA is an alumni of alumnus of University of Nairobi. Now, the idea is if they find him there, they'll be sharing in the embarrassment of SAKAJA. But what they need to just indicate, because we have so many even tech graduates who are billionaires,
who attended college but dropped out. But that college acknowledges that they were once part of them. So University of Nairobi ought not to deny one of their own. He was their student, whether he graduated or not, he was at the University of Nairobi. So they just need to be proud that at least he was a member. Whether he graduated or not, now that's up to the other thing. Yeah, I agree with that. The University of Nairobi should not be part of the politics that is being played. They should not even drop him, because probably in his capacity as a senator of Nairobi, there are things that he has done at the University of Nairobi. Probably they have invited him for so many things where he has even spoken to people. Now, the graduation or not is now a different thing altogether. Yes, Makiadi, then I bring in Nyumba.
You know, Ndemba, unfortunately Wangira ametoroka, lakini nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza maswali mingi sana. Leo Wangira ametumislead hapa na akahepa mapema. The things that he's reading, qualifications of somebody to be a president. He was looking at Article 137. But then there are things that are not written in Article 137. For example, the one that we were talking about here must be a degree holder from the University of Nairobi. There's another one, must be a person of, must not be a person of unsound mind. I mean, that is just a basic, it is not in the constitution. Ukisoma hiyo article yote 137 yote, enda usome uangalie. Sasa tutachagua mwenda wazimu, I'm sorry to use that word, but tutachagua mtu ambaye ako na shida ya akili kwa sababu ati haiko kwa constitution. Another issue, the person, for example, must not be undischarged bankrupt. Yani asiwe ametangaza, asiwe bankrupt, asiwe amewahi declare bankruptcy. It's not in the constitution, but then it is part of one of the qualifications that the IEBC posts. If you go to the IEBC webpage, and I've put a link in there, I think on the private chat, if you want to know all the qualifications that the IEBC will be looking at when they clear somebody for to run for office, they are all in there, and most of them are not in the constitution. And that's why we try to insist that before you come here to talk about what's not in the constitution and what's in the, try to read other acts that come from parliament. Don't read the constitution alone. Read plus the acts, amendment acts that come from the parliament. Those will help you at least to interpret issues that are important in our discussion. And then Alex also asked about the issue of why was Oscar Sudi being prosecuted. I just read an article here. The High Court has dealt a major blow to Kapseret Member of Parliament Oscar Sudi after ordering that he be prosecuted for submitting fake academic papers in 2013 election. So once the High Court passed that, the DPP took up the issue, and in 2016, the Anti-Corruption EACC conducted an investigation into Sudi's academic record and revealed that he presented forged certificates for Electoral Commission as he sought nomination in the 2013 general election.
Is that today?
No, it's an article from a long time ago.
Okay.
Yes, Nyumba.
Oh, thank you, Bwana Themba. In fact, wazee ni watu heshima. Nataka kutoka na kuomba ruhusa na wenzangu wote, na nimefurahia sana. I want to confirm that I didn't belittle you and Makiadi, but Adams has answered my question very satisfactorily. Not that I'm praising him at your expense. But,
Nyumba, just
Makiadi, I didn't mean any ill motive towards you and
Nyumba.
Nyumba. Yes,
Why are you being diplomatic? So you say he told you what you wanted to hear.
yeah, you know, it's like I had an answer in my mind, and you are not giving the answer I had in my mind. Adams has done it properly.
No, you know, Nyumba, you asked me about Sudi. Am I right?
No, and then I was chipping in about Samboja, quite a number of
the
times.
Samboja one is a bit unique because what Adams has told you is right, because Samboja actually got his seat by virtue of being a governor. By virtue of being the requirement being that he needed to have a degree. And so he would be prosecuted for acquiring. It's just like acquiring property by false pretense. Umelipwa pesa ya governor na huko umehitimu kuwa governor. So that one is different from the Oscar Sudi case.
I give all of you, 3 of you, equal marks, so that balance things out. You answered very well, actually. Yeah. And now, can I go and open for my goats and the
Okay, Nyumba, see you. Hopefully tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we want to start winding down, and of course, kama kawaida, one thing we want to be doing is within the week we won't be pushing it so far, but from Friday we can push it a little further to the hours that we normally do. But for weekdays, we can do at least we are within the 8 hour, maybe maximum 9 hour, so that we also rest for the week. Then weekends we can always go the whole time. But we have usual suspects: Julia Adams, Bob, Richie Makiadi. At least wale tunakuja tunafunga show. I mean the normal guys. So thank you so much. Let me acknowledge those who have, before I give the panelists at least 2 minutes to give their closing remarks. Elkana Shivashi, thank you. Stephen Mutumbu, asante. Kikwetu Ventures, kama kawaida watu wa pale chini, asanteni sana. You keep the show going, you give us very nice feedback. Elkana Shivashi, thank you. Remember, the problem with the post was it read he graduated, which was false. Okay, yeah, maybe, yeah, but we oh, the UN thing was saying he graduated. Oh, yeah. Did you notice that, Adams?
That?
In the earlier post for UN, it said that he graduated.
Yeah, I think somebody was trying to play some games there. You see, this keyboard warrior, somebody was trying to play some games there, and now that these cases are live, anything can be done. There is money flying around. They try to fix up everything.
Yeah, actually, at the UN, it had indicated, and the nation picked it up, that it is indicated that he graduated from UN. I think, yeah, you're right. That was the problem. Yeah. Awino Rapemo kama kawaida. Good morning. Kwani ndio umeamka? Ni wa Kenya wanaamka sasa hivi. Richi Makiadi, si ukae upande moja ama ni kwenda kutafuta DA huko chini? Elkanya Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi, asante. Steve Mutumbu, Kikwetu Ventures, Shingazi. What about Joe during academic case? Joe hataongea, aliambiwa hajasoma alipoongea mambo ya port. Panda, place Samboja on the alumni list. Okay. Who else is here? DA, mtu wa nguvu. ulitoa Clevan, your second nini, the mke mdogo ulimtoa kwa nini kabisa, so kabaki peke yako, wewe ndio unatamba hapa na Makiadi. Ni kama vile Papa Bob amepiga mise haonekani. Sawa tu, a survival for the fittest. John Osebe, let us we maintain the law for everyone. Yes. Joseph OP, ukiweka kwa chat mise ataslide kwa DM. Hapana, ameweka kwa private chat. Mise hawezi ona private chat. Bushman, same faces every day. Yeah, these are the resident panelists wa jioni. Of course, expect to see these 5 people here every day. Ukichukia sura zao, badilisha channel. Tuko Julia, Makiadi, Papa Bob na Adams. These are resident panelists wa jioni hapa. Shingazi, Join Joki, kula kwa Ruto, kura kwa baba na mama. Yeah, kama Ruto anapeana, nasikia ameacha kupeana. Anyway, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming on. And
then you know I have a problem. I have a challenge saying that. Kula kwa Ruto, kura kwa baba.
I can imagine them. I can't be led by academic dwarfs no more. Okay, yeah. Let's let the law take its course. Thank you. As we have the panelists giving us their closing remarks before we get to our open session, I want us to subscribe to Motembei TV. Motembei TV is a platform, especially, of course, there are many other things that are posted on, but here this particular program is just for us to do civic education so that we can sharpen each other. They say that no one has a monopoly of knowledge, and the best way to do is to listen to each other. We talk with each other so that we can understand, we can share knowledge, we can share what we know with other people, we can educate each other. That's learning is constant, learning is permanent. Until you die, that's when you stop learning. So coming here every day, make us learn from each other. And of course, you are there also to help us, give us feedback, and help us to grow, learn. And let's educate more Kenyans on what is going on, and specifically for the coming general election on 9th of August. We know that an informed voter makes an informed choice. And if you know better, you do better. So let's keep on coming here every single day. Kama kawaida, you only need 4 things: a working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. And of course, you learn a lot from these panelists who are resident panelists who come here every day. They have information to share. You learn from them, and also you can, if you want to join, you can always join us early. And if you want to come in, the show starts every day at 9:30 Kenyan time, East African time, and it goes for about 8 hours. You can come in anytime. When the studio has less than 10 people, you see the link, you come on. For us, we come towards the tail end. Within the week, we take just about 2 hours. These guys here, because the show has really gone on, people have really shared, so we are just coming towards the tail end. When you see me, know that we are now in the dying moments of the show. So it is not starting. That's how it goes. So thank you so much. Subscribe again to Motembei TV. And even as you subscribe to Motembei TV, kindly also subscribe to my channel with my daughter. It is Temba and Lulu Show. We are on our way to 600. Mekata kunifikisha lakini sawa tu. Kama uja subscribe, tafadhali enda subscribe. For those who have subscribed, we really appreciate Temba and Lulu Show. That is a show between my daughter and I. We have awesome content for a young teenage girl sharing with the dad. So if you want, go to Temba and Lulu Show, piga subscribe. Now, I want to start with Makiadi, 2 minutes. Papa, dakika mbili. Of course, Adams, dakika mbili. Then kama kawaida, Julia, dakika mbili. Then we will have the closing. Makiadi will read for us. Hizo ndio vitu tunafanya, the normal ritual. Makiadi will read for us the Constitution. Adams had suggested that we also go through the East African anthem, the 3 stanzas. So do we go through both or we go through one? But anyway, let's discuss that after we have given our closing remarks. Makiadi.
Asante Ndemba. Yangu itakuwa rahisi sana leo. History ya Wavinya Ndeti ni moto kama pasi, si vile watu wanafikiria. Nimerudia tena kusoma hiyo story yake kwa Daily Nation, na there's a lot of discrepancies and a lot of inconsistencies in the way that Wavinya Ndeti seems to have acquired her papers. The most significant one is that her education was not even certified by the body that is supposed to certify. It said the disputed degree certificates have not been certified by the UK Higher Education System's official degree verification service called HEDD. They claim adding that prior, so that's the people who are filing the case, say that even the certificates have not even been certified. So I think the law should be applied equally on both sides. Msumeno ukate mbele na nyuma. Kama Sakaja atapatikana kwamba makaratasi yake ni gushi, mi sioni ni kwa nini Wavinya Ndeti awachiliwe. Ndio at least we set a precedence for our country. So I think this will be a good thing. Ndio mtu, if you want to seek an opportunity that you believe you want, then have the necessary qualifications. If the degree is required, especially for the governor and the president, have it, unless unataka kudeclare kwamba you want to waste time ya IEBC, and you know people are wasting time and money because mwananchi analipa. Hizo sessions zote zinakuwa held na hawa watu wa IEBC tribunal, zinalipiwa na mwananchi, so we are wasting money, and the IEBC is short on time. They are supposed to be doing other things and not basically wasting time on people who know that they do not have the required qualifications. And the other thing I want to talk about is the issue of Sonko. I think Sonko should know that he has been passed by time. Amepitwa na wakati sahi. Kama ako na biashara ingine anaweza kufanya, let him go back and do that. Azimio finally is doing a good job. I can see the way they are combing the country. It looks like Kenya Kwanza Alliance has been reduced to running around the city. Asubuhi wanafanya mkutano na wauzaji wa mitumba, jioni wanatoka kwenda kutembea town wakisalimia watu. Basically, you can see the way they are fighting even the issue of Khalwale and Malala. They know that they are not going to win. And that's a good thing for us because right now tumejua punda ni nani na farasi ni nani. Vile Martha Karua anasema farasi ni mmoja, mimi sikuwa ninaamini, lakini sasa nimeamini. Kwa hii kuna farasi mmoja. Kwa hivyo watu wasikizaji wetu, jaribuni kupima suti mapema, ndio material isikosekane wakati unataka. Tafuta suti yako kala mzuri mapema, piga pasi, tukutane August kuapisha baba. Asante.
Asante. Papa Bob.
Yeah, thank you very much, Themba. I'll touch on 3 quick issues, and one is Makiadi is like he has talked about what I was thinking. Mambo ya masomo, we are not going to bargain on that. We must fix this nation, and I will always be using those words, fix this nation. Let us do the right thing. We don't need to be a mediocre nation where we are now going to create doubt in our learning institutions. You know, a place like the University of Nairobi should be held up there. And the idea of fake degrees coming from such universities or imitations should not be allowed. And then secondly, I want to talk about, you know, there is an Azimio army in the media that we are not, we might not be keeping tabs with. And that Azimio army comes in the mornings, in the interviews, in the mainstream media. And last night there was a very interesting conversation between Akau Mtua and Ababu Namwamba. We all know Ababu Namwamba is a very eloquent fellow, and some of the things that he said were not very pleasing. And among the things he said is that they believe that Gachagua is a perfect choice, and that he exemplifies the hustler spirit and bottom-up model. And the worst of it, he said that we have also put forth a formidable platform on gender question. Now, I wonder, how have they done that while they are the only ticket that is male to male? You know, UDA has got this habit of lying to Kenyans, and I don't know when it will stop. But I think, and I hope that Kenyans have seen their lies, and you should treat them with contempt, because they don't seem to have anything credible. Nothing comes out of their mouths that is credible. And lastly, the DP in is it Mukuru Wanjenga or somewhere? DP seems not to have woken up from slumber, because up to this time he's still propagating the handout culture, and that does not go down well, because we all know the handout culture was a Moi culture, where he would give money, flashes of money anywhere where he feels charitable. Yes, nobody's refusing that anyone can be charitable, but that culture is a culture that we should do away with and forget about it totally. While the Azimio, our Azimio candidate, is talking about education for all, he is giving handouts to go and clear fees. Who doesn't have fees arrears? Most parents have fees arrears, but you cannot just be dishing out money. The other time he was giving 20,000 to go and buy a wheelbarrow tire, and then this time round is giving 200,000 to go and clear fees. Whereas it is I'm not castigating that gesture, but it should be done in silence and not trying, because if you look at the kind of comments that he's getting from on social media, is that he's a very generous man. God will reward him. I don't know about that, but anyway, that culture, we should banish it and forget about it. And last but not least, Azimio in Ukambani, let's keep on keeping on. But Kalonzo should go slow on the sibling fights. Thank you for now.
Adams.
Okay, once again, thank you. I wanted to, Bob, I also wanted to talk about that Mutua versus Ababu interview last night. Mutu, I think moving forward in the mainstream media, Azimio is supposed to look at the debate and match it perfectly. Somebody like Ababu Manamwamba needed Edwin Sifuna. That one, somebody like Edwin Sifuna would beat him 10 pounds down. But not somebody like Professor Makau Mutua. Makau Mutua is an intellect, like is smart in written argument, but spoken argument is not so good in that. But in written is so good. I don't know whether you've been following his articles. It's like top notch. So it's very good in written than spoken. So I think they ought to have checked that. But Ababu Namwamba was saying about the gender issue you're talking about. It was like they are going to have a half of the cabinet women, then another half of female, female half versus male 50-50 is a lie. But all that said and done. Yeah, so they said the cabinet, Bob, I was just saying that Ababu Namwamba said their cabinet is going to be 50-50, female 50, male 50. I don't trust it. I don't believe it. It was just a rebuttal. They were trying to rebuttal that. Also, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua government, they are promising that they will have a free education. I don't know how free is free when it comes to degree level like university, but if it will be free like the way they're saying, then I see a country whereby in the next 5 to 10 years, I see a society of the most learned country in Africa will be Kenya, because our education standard is very high already. So if it is made mandatory, like free, it will be like 75% of the newer population will be having a university degree. We will have the most intellectual, highly learned society in the African continent and even parts of the world. Having said that, university degree is a requirement, but I don't know whether you guys have been thinking about this. I know it is a requirement, but have you guys also thought about the likes of Tom Mboya? Tom Mboya is one of the people who maneuvered and managed to have one of the most high-end speeches in the world over, the UK, in the US, and everywhere. But his education was not so superior. So I don't know whether it was a gift or talent or it was just genius. I don't know. Just think about it. Julius Kambarage Nyerere. These are people who didn't really. He was called Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, but he was a mwalimu, not with the bachelors. I think he was a primary teacher, but he was just so much over there, better than those who have university degrees. I don't advocate for people not to go to, but I'm just trying to think, how did these people manage it? Because they're not so many, just minority, very few of them. But maybe there are special cases in the society, maybe the society is set up like that. Otherwise, I think all said and done, we are doing well, and things need to be keep moving, and the law to be followed, and the people need to be told the truth without fear of favor of contradiction. This law for the governors, these people, this thing is catching up with them. It doesn't look good. And I'm very sure that Wavinyandeti, SAKAJA, these people are not even sleeping. I know they're having a lot of stress, but we as citizens, we are also watching, even though we know what's supposed to be done, but our hands are tied. We cannot really go there and chop those people, hey, you know what? This is what you're supposed to do. Our hands are tied, but we are really watching. But I know they are stressed up about it. But you know what? That stress, if that stress can save the country, then let them be stressed about it and the law to be followed. Thank you, and blessings.
Thank you, Adams. Julia?
Asante Themba. I want to talk about Baba in Makueni. So that's, I think I like Baba's approach. You remember people, you are really mad with Kalonzo and you are feeling like we should ignore him and all that. But Baba didn't do what we would have done or what I would have done. He still embraced Kalonzo. So the fact that he's walking around, he's driving around with Kalonzo campaign, that is really earning him so much in Ukambani. That's a wise thing. So I believe now we are headed for a landslide win. Somebody talked about 63% info track for mother. I don't think we can have mother riding on 63% and Baba riding less than that. So I'm looking to some celebration, Mr. Makiadi. I think we are going there. Hata mimi na pima suti. Asipimi suti. Natafuta, I'm looking for a kitenge kind of a thing. You know, Themba today was trying to show off with that shirt. So I think I'm going also to make something Kenyan and show off one of these fine days for that celebration. Now about UN drop SAKAJA. I think I agree with you people. UN should not get into this politics. Should leave the courts to do their job and all that. Now, but I'm very impressed with Iebc. Iebc is the one, that is the body that has brought out all these things. I think would never have known what's happening with, I mean, we know, but nothing will have been done to these politicians. So you people, I'm telling you that in Mount Kenya, there is even someone I know is so popular. I think she says she has a diploma from here. I mean, Mara akona diploma kutoka London ama nini. Mimi naona a can of worms has been opened, and someone is talking about Waigoro. She may not be the only one. There are a number of politicians that you people, you'll be so shocked. And I hope Iebc I think Kenyans who are digging out these details should continue doing so. I say this at the kwenyu huko mnajua mwizi wa kuku ni nani? Mnajuana. You know, you people, we know each other back home. And even we know each other, like Elikana Shivashi. Me and Elikana Shivashi, we are class of 90. Sijui Bob Papa we ni class ya. Ninajua tukiongea na Bob hapa, kuna watu wengine hapa wanajifanya ati wamekula chumvi. Wanajifanya tu kujifanya. Hajui kukula chumvi ni kumaanisha nini. Mimi Adams, I'm the class of 90. Me and Shivashi, we say we are class of 90. You see? We all know each other, class of 90. Ulisomea shule gani? Kutoka hiyo shule ukaenda wapi? We can't lie. So, fellow Kenyans, do the right thing. Na kama drop shule, you dropped from school and went and do something silly, go back to school and read. You do not have to become a governor if you are not qualified. About the issue of education, Mr. Adams, I agree with you. You don't have to be a university graduate for you to perform well, even in politics, or to be a good leader. I think we have good leaders who are not university graduates, but at the same time, I think that threshold is good. It's helping us get rid of mediocres and illiterates and some uncouth characters like Sudi, who go around cursing out people, calling out names, warlords, and all that. So that's helping us do that. And then we're going to have people who can analyze even our budget, talk sense in parliament and all that stuff. In fact, me, Adams, I think this thing should go down to even to the MCA, and this country will change. Asante Themba. Sijasahau kuwaomba. Sasa Kenya mnaona vile Kenyans, we are cleansing this country of mediocres and literates and all that. First, I encourage you, take your children to school, encourage them to go to school. But most importantly, piga kura kwa baba. That is the most fashionable thing to do now. Asante Themba.
Thank you. Suti yangu iko tayari, yule anasema tupime suti. I think ni Linet wa Bomba anasema tupime. Yangu iko tayari. I'm just waiting for the celebration. Niko nayo tayari. Kala ya Azimio kabisa, ready for the celebration. And let me give you two things. One is on the issue of the fees. I've never seen anywhere where Ruto has a foundation ya kulipia watoto shule, because at this point in time it shouldn't be just ati unaenda kulipa shule. Those are things we channel. Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, Uhuru wako na foundation wanalipia watu shule. Raila Odinga Education Center, kuna watu wanalipiwa shule. Sijaisikia William Ruto Foundation, never. So this he is just coming in right now kwa sababu anaona ni wakati wa siasa. I agree with you, Adams. The matching, normally I don't find Professor Makau Mutua, when you come to debating, speaking the politics of that debate. So he doesn't bring out the politics of the moment of that debate. He's a very brilliant guy. He's well articulate, but the politics wakati mwingine ina kwa debate hiyo. So they should match. Awangeleta Sifuna should appear with that Ababu Namwamba. Ababu Namwamba was struggling because even the things he's defending, he's trying to equate Ruto for Ababu to call Ruto right now. Ruto is a champion, and you go back to Ababu of 2007, just immediately after the problems. Ababu who refused to get sworn in and swore by Baba's name. For him to now looking like, at times I think Ababu is probably a spy, Baba's spy on that side.
Sorry, Ababu. Do you know Ababu is the first person today to come out and say that they have a manifesto to be launched on 30th of June, and that manifesto has a budget. It has been budgeted for. Even Ruto himself has never said that. He was asked on Sunday, he did not mention it, but Ababu said it. So I don't know how true that is.
You come with a manifesto and a budget, that's okay. But you see now they are saying that, oh, wameiba hapa, wameweka pale. Nani aliulizwa? Ruto aliulizwa na Ageo. If you are releasing a manifesto on 30th, when will people have time to even discuss it? He said he was all over. Oh, we have been having it for the last 4 years, something like that. Now, finally, George Washington says this, and this one I know I will hit Bob Papa Zimio. This is George Washington, not me. And we all know George Washington. He said, a sensible woman can never be happy with a fool. A sensible woman can never be happy with the food. See, mimi nimesema. George Washington that said. So that's the quote of the day. Now, Euphemus Otieno, nimekuona, acha nipatie salamu. Usiyotemba ungesema unatusaidia kucontribute nasi tusonge wenye hatuna. Contribute wapi? I don't know. Ricky Makiadi, Google Translate. Ricky Makiadi unaongeleshwa Kifaransa na wewe Kifaransa inapotea. Google Translate, akitype unaenda kwa Google Translate una reply hapo pia. Ndio. Ndiye anataka muingie kwa shortwave ndio tusipate. Mwambie watu tuko na Wafaransa hapa Wafonsa, tumesoma Kifonse and tunapata yote. Yeah, niko na suti tayari ya blue. Now, do we do the East African or the Kenyan?
East African, I think we can be swapping, alternating them. Kenyan, today East African, kesho,
okay.
Kenyan.
Okay, we'll do East African. Makiari tusome constitution na mimi nisome our manifesto. Tunaendelea polepole.
Nilikuwa nimeifungua hapa, sijui imepotelea wapi. Okay.
Alafu Julia utafanya stanza 1 ya East African, Makiadi stanza 2, Papa stanza 3 ya East African.
Mimi hata sina hiyo East African, I don't even know it. Wewe mnanipatia jukumu mbaya hivi.
Hata mimi sijaisikia. Ndio mnanifunza hapa. Okay, sawa.
Makiadi hatujaisikia.
Sijaisikia Julia.
You're trying to annoy us now.
No, I'm being honest, sijaisikia.
Sisi sio SAKAJA, tudanganyi bwana. Julia.
Aendelee Makiadi.
Okay, so we are reading Article 78. We are still on the integrity, leadership and integrity chapter 6. And Article 78 says, it talks about citizenship and leadership. One, it says a person is not eligible for election or appointment to a state office unless the person is a citizen of Kenya. A state officer or a member of the defense forces shall not hold dual citizenship. Clause 1 and 2 do not apply to A, judges and members of commission, or any person who has been made a citizen of another country by operation of that country's law without ability to opt out.
Okay. To leadership and integrity, brother. Thank you. Now today we are looking at the other day, day 1, we looked at Azimio la Ugatuzi. Yesterday we looked at Azimio la Jitihada. So we understand those two. So we are looking at the third one, that is Azimio la Kinamama, the manifesto, where it says, women constitute more than half of the country's population. Their potential contribution to the economy is therefore enormous. Gender equality and empowerment have received increased attention in recent years. Despite a progressive constitution that promotes gender equality and women empowerment, gender equality remains elusive. Azimio la Kinamama will focus on the true multipliers of wealth in our community, our women. The program will unlock access to financing for women-led businesses and provide support for women on other enabling factors, such as access to assets for production, land tenure, and promotional representation at all levels of government, address the plight of widows and single mothers through financial literacy programs, reduction in the cost of healthcare and education, and offering support services to help cushion them from the hardships of their losses. Interventions will include progressively aiming for gender parity in appointments and at the very least adhering to the 2/3 gender rule. appointing women to improving access to government guaranteed funds and affordable credit to women, enforce the no more than 1/3 gender rule in elective or appointive bodies as provided for in the Constitution with the view to achieving gender parity. Enhance capacity of young women in entrepreneurship, credit management, financial management, digital skills, mentorship, marketing, and record keeping. Increase the uptake of TVET by young women in informal settlements and rural areas. Facilitate local manufacture of sanitary towels for school-going girls and ensure that every public school is provided with sanitary towels. Establish incubation centers for business targeting women in rural areas. So that's the Azimio la Kina Mama. Very, 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 very rich and robust Azimio, commitment. We don't need any charter to provide sanitary towels to women, so it is there. So tomorrow we'll be looking at Azimio la Ukulima. So remember, Azimio la Ugatuzi, Azimio la Jitihada, third one, Azimio la Kinamama. Now the fourth one will be Azimio la Ukulima, Azimio la Ukulima, so that you can actually mention them and talk about them as you're talking to other people. Yeah, that's the manifesto. Awino Rapemo, that's the manifesto that you're looking at. So yeah, we have looked at it. That's agenda 4, agenda 3 in the manifesto. So we are moving slowly. And of course, we will be able to try and at some point even block 30 minutes for this able panelist here, and even you on the comment section to give your views to the manifesto. That's what we are doing. So that's agenda 3. Now, Julia.
Yes.
Twende kazi.
Okay. Mungu, you want me to recite it or to sing it?
You can sing it for Makiadi.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu, viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote tufanye sote kazi kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu. It's hard.
Awesome. So ukisikia hiyo anywhere ujue that is the East African anthem. Jumuiya yetu tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu. Makiadi, sasa umeipata?
Sometimes I wonder how people like Uhuru Kenyatta feel, because most of the things his name, not really his name, but the words used at his name appear. His name, the word Uhuru appears in the national anthem of Kenya. It finds its ways in the East African anthem. If it were me, that my name appears in those, I don't know how I would feel.
Okay, Adams, let me surprise you. I have a student called Kenyatta, and his spelling is Kenyatta, the Kenyatta we know.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him to go and find out from his parents how he got his name. And his parents are trying to connect something with East Africa. But I don't know how that came in, but I have a student called Kenyatta.
I also have a friend of mine who was born in Boston, Massachusetts. He's an American and he's a black guy. His name is Kenyatta. And right now is a member of Pennsylvania State Assembly. He's a Democrat. So because I know the Kenyatta family had some roots in Boston, I even spoke with him and I asked him. He told me no. I followed him. He's purely American. So I don't know where this name came from.
And there are some kids called Kenya. I have several students called Kenya, like Keny, Kenya.
Yeah, there is a girl I found in 2015. I worked with a lady called Kenya, a black American too. Her name is Kenya.
Oh, so Adams, you know this guy. I know him. This guy who was running for Senate, Pennsylvania, but he lost. Kenyatta.
He's my friend. He's a boy. He's born in Massachusetts. He's my friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know
so
him.
If you think Uhuru feels good because of the anthems,
Mr. Jackson has said his name is Malcolm Kenyatta. So Makiadi, leo wimbo ni gani ama umeenda Fonse? Umetoka sasa katika Lingala?
Leo nimerundiko na kifonse, bado najaribu kutafakari, lakini
unajua Makiadi unajua is being swayed by only one gender. Unajua nilimwambia atafute kitu inaitwa muzi, lakini amenichenga wiki mzima, lakini bila kumwambia kitu anasikia. Makiadi, unajua sasa lazima tukuanike bwana. Umeanza kukosa mwelekeo.
Papa, we learned some. My biology teacher taught me something. No, my physics teacher. First, my physics teacher talked about like terms repel and unlike terms attract. Then my biology teacher taught me a lot of things that can apply to Makiadi. And who again? Lynette or who? And DA can apply to Makiadi and DA. So DA and Makiadi, we understand you. I know where you're coming from, and I won't complain like Bok Papa.
Wacheni Makiadi, tafuteni, ambieni serikali wapatie kazi. Wacheni Makiadi. Makiadi, can you give us? Makiadi, tupatie wimbo.
Yenu ni siasa tu.
Kama umeshindwa na lyrics, wacha kupatia Makiadi shida ati Makiadi. Wacha kuwekelea redio. Ukisema tulikuwa naenda kuweka redio ati imbe hii song mzuri na redio imeharibika, sasa umeshindwa kuongea. Sasa uta blame redio. Makiadi ni redio, wewe ongea.
Hii yenu ni siasa ya pesa nane, Julia. Maisha mbaya, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya.
Mimi nataka nikueleze hivi Makiadi. Mimi I'm talking from experience. Wakati watachoka na wewe utarudi tu kwetu. Mimi sasa nakwambia jichunge.
Sasa Papa, mbona Makiadi amekuwa subject? Wewe deal na Julia. Wachana na Makiadi. Makiadi ni redio. Redio ikikwama au blame redio.
Unaona Ndemba alikufanyia ngoja Bob Ndemba alikufanyia hapa inaitwa nini, favor, akapiga mise kitu inaitwa block kiplani ndio jitetee kabla mwenyewe arudi, na we bado unaingia pande nyingine sasa.
Wewe tulia, mambo yetu na Julia sisi tunajua tunapeleka polepole bwana. Unajua ni wazee hawana speed.
Sasa unaona mimi najaribu kukusaidia mapema umalize kazi yako.
Papa vile unateta hivi.
But Makia, the word Azimio normally means declaration. So I don't know what this guy mean by his name. I don't know what Bob declared, like his papa declared. He must have declared something.
I declared all guns blazing. All guns blazing. That's why you see I'm very confident.
Makiadi, see, if please, Makiadi, play the song Bob wants.
Hapana, no. Makiadi, watu wawili hawezi wakakuweka kwa kuhold ransom. Papa Bob kama ameshindwa na kung'ang'ana kivyake, wachana na yeye. Wewe cheza ile wimbo, in fact request ya DA, hiyo ndio nataka ucheze, na naona pia kuna anaitwa nani? Linet Wabomba. Emba kukunua hiyo quote kwa undani. Umetuacha kwa mataa. Nimewacha kwa mataa. Linet Wabomba pia yuko pale. We leta request ya wale wengine. Wachana na papa Azimia anataka kudandia weledi wako wa mziki ati ndio Julia aingie kwa box. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Papa Azimio, tafuta vile ambavyo utafika kwa roho ya Julia. Hiyo sasa tumekataa. Makiadi.
Haya, sawa basi. Leo kuna echo hapo, sijui ni microphone ya nani. Haya, asante. Leo tunavuka milima na mabonde, tunaruka mpaka kule DRC. Mwaka ni wa 1985. Tunakutana na mwanamuziki ambaye anajulikana kama Simaro Lutumba Masia, na wimbo wake unajulikana kama Maya. Jui kama ushaisikia huyo wimbo Themba?
Nishasikia Lutumba Simaro, karibu hata nikwambie Lutumba Simaro bana.
Lutumba anajulikana kama Lutumba Simaro. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Maya. Huu wimbo it describes lamentation of a disappointed man who has repeatedly tried to keep his wife without success. The woman is capricious and returns after every argument with her husband. She actually has repeatedly deserted the household or even asked for a divorce, but her husband always managed to convince her to come back home. Her husband's friends take advantage of the situation to woo the woman. So wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii. Stanza ya kwanza unasikia anasema Maya, oh Maya mon amour, yo kama ngongo mozali kobela yo, na kati ya butu yoka lokola na suka ya mboka, ozali moto kanisa na komi lokola litanga ya mbula mpembeni, yebale Maya, kasi hata butu eyindi makasi, ntongo ekosuka se etana, navali responsibili ya nayo, yondele ozali kopabo ya mise nangai. Wimbo wenyewe sasa nikiutafsiri unakwenda namna hii: Maya, Maya, oh Maya, yani Maya, oh Maya, my love, Maya, Maya mon amour, yani Maya mpenzi wangu, yoka mongongo mozaliko bela yo, listen to a voice calling you in the middle of the night, na kati ya butu, sikia pale, yoka lokole na suka ya mboka, listen to the drums at the end of the village. Mboka sasa unajua ni pale nyumbani. Ozali moto kanisa, think you are a person, nakomi lokola litanga ya mbula mpembeni, I become like a taste of water next to a river. Alafu nenda pale inamalizia pale chini na kusema kasi ya tabutu eyindi makasi, yani even if the night is very dark, ntongo ekosuka se etana, the day ends up being seen. Nazali responsibility nayo, I am your manager, you are my responsibility, yani yonde ozali kopabo ya mise nangai, but you are also guilty of misery. Ningepiga hiyo ngoma, lakini staki, najua mna ding 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 Unaielewa hiyo eh? Ndio hiyo. Ningekupigia zile beats lakini sasa siku hizi tumekutana bana. Tumekutana sana siku hizi.
Makiadi, did you realize that we always talk about the Congolese music, and do you guys remember there was once lived a very powerful guy called Mobutu Sese Seko? Mobutu Sese Seko amassed a lot of wealth. He stole from the public more than Ruto, I think. And he was very powerful and untouchable with gold, But at the end of the day, as we speak right now, the man disappeared with his entire lineage and he went like that. Big lesson. Those who are stealing from the public, you may feel you are so powerful and just stamp the way they just stamp. But when your days come, your goose will be cooked.
Kuna wimbo iliimbwa na TPOK Jazz Luambo, Kandida na biso
inaenda namna inasema Yabisa candido Mobutu Sese Seko, yani our candidate is Mobutu Sese Seko. Alafu anaenda akisifu Mobutu Sese Seko kwa karibu dakika 15, karibu 15 anaimba tu akisifu mtu mmoja.
Na alilipwa
huyo jamaa.
Sasa unajua hiyo tabia ndio Atuoli yako nayo. Kuna Mkongolezi mwingine ameimba Atuoli. Tafuteni hiyo wimbo Atuoli ya nini?
Atuoli.
Kuna wimbo jamaa ameimba Atuoli. Amepiga lingalo safi ya Atuoli.
Atuoli is something else.
Linetwa bomba nasema Temba Makiadi haachwe. Mimi sitaki mtu aachwe. Sitaki mtu aachwe. Hakuna kuachana. Baada ya baba kuingia State House, lazima tuwe na watu ambao tutapiga nao party after party tukiingia State House. Kwa hivyo hatutaki watu wapime suti. Tarehe 9 lazima hiyo siku Mtembee TV itakuwa hapa, tutakuwa 24 hours.
Haitafungwa, tutakuwa 24/7.
Hatutafunga hiyo siku, hakuna kufunga show. Hiyo mwanze kujiandaa ya kwamba hiyo siku ya kura from 8th here, yani hiyo show ya 8th itaenda 9th the whole day na iende 10th the whole day. Hakuna kufunga show hiyo siku, yani watu wanabadilika tu, unatoka unaenda, kama unataka kwenda kunywa maji uende ukunywe maji urudi. Hivyo ndio vile itakuwa inatoka. Ukitoka unapata tu show ina run. Hakuna kufunga. So na watu wanavaa
hata Father Danny Darius anakuambia kwamba Mobutu Sese Seko ilipigwa kwa mida dakika 19. 19 minutes long.
Can you imagine? 19 minutes.
19 minutes.
Na mtu mmoja anasifiwa. Mtu mmoja.
Human being. Si Mungu, mtu. Binadamu.
Misa is at the background. Misa is saying hi.
Kuna mtu anasalimiana huko kwa store.
Misa alipigwa teke, amekuja kusalimiana hapa kwa nini?
Makiadi, kuna ile nyimbo
Mbona Rubana kupani
Bizo naingiza mtu baridi hapa, na vile alikuwa ameamua ya kwamba ushaona ule mtu anaenda alafu anajua leo hiyo timu hakuna, ni mimi peke yangu naenda kucheza, nitapewa 3 points za bure, alafu timu inakuja.
Mise, wacha nikuelezea kwamba usiwe na wasiwasi. Umeona sasa, wakati hata ukiangalia kwa private chat, si umeona hata namba nimepewa. Kwa hivyo wewe mambo yako quick.
Unajua Bob, unajua Misa ameingia saa hizi haezi ona hizo chats za kitambo.
Basi mimi hata namba niko nayo. Tena direct line ile ambayo ipewangi watu wote.
Bwana Mise, wewe pia unajua Mobutu Sese Seko?
Adam, najua kwenye unaelekea. I'm not sober, so I'm not in the right state of mind to answer that question.
Umekunywa karobo
kabisa. Ile stress ambao umenipea mpaka Julia habari yako.
Hi, Mise, umepewa stress na Bob kwa nini?
Now that Mr. amekuja, wacha tuchukue hiyo opportunity tutoe predictions. Makiadi prediction ya kesho, Julia, twende hivyo round. At least Mr. asione alikuja hivi bure. Toa prediction ya kesho.
Yeah. As much as
prediction ya leo nyote mlifail.
As much as I would hate to say this, I think SAKAJA will be on the ballot. That's my prediction.
Haya, Makiadi anasema anaona SAKAJA atakuwa kwa ballot. Julia?
Okay, I don't want to talk about SAKAJA, but I think more names will pop up of those with fake degrees. And many of them may be from Mount Kenya region. As much as I hate to say that.
Adams?
My prediction is a bit opposite. I feel like if SAKAJA or one of them, especially the 4 governors, if one of them is allowed in the ballot, then all of them will be. But according to me, they will be blocked, all of them. The Iebc is going to block all of them. And it's going to be a big politics, but they're all going to be blocks. But SAKAJA, the Machakos lady, and Sudi, these people, I'm afraid they're going to be blocked. That's my prediction.
Okay. Papa, karibu jita Papangu Asuma. Papangu ni kofi.
My prediction is that Makiadi should stop dreaming. SAKAJA will not be on the ballot. If he is on the ballot, he can only be on the ballot if the degree is valid, but we highly doubt. We are fixing this country, so he will be the first one to be an example for many years to come. That's my prediction, and I'm not changing.
I miss a prediction.
Mimi sina prediction leo, nimekuja tu kuwasalimia. I missed you guys, so nikasema let me stop by. Nimefika tu kwa nyumba nikasema wacha nikimbie ni log in so that I can also say hi. But I think apart from Chama or the side which SAKAJA is, I think fairly, maybe this is a discussion for another day. I think SAKAJA is a good fit for Nairobi. Mr. Igade is good, but is too artificial to me. I think SAKAJA is too real and looks like it can bring a greater change and resonates with a lot of people, as opposed to Igade. Igade, whatever that Igade is doing, apart from just the blessings from the Azimio side, I think SAKAJA will be more appealing, more, easy to change and bring change. And also the argument, I saw SAKAJA's argument yesterday in terms of being told to bring the names of the lecturers, the names of the transcripts and all that. I don't think that is what the rest of the candidates have been asked for, or the aspirants. I think they are going extremely more and focusing on things that are more disqualifying or subjective, as opposed to objective and people who will deliver for our county. I think that will be my citation tonight.
Mr. I don't know what to tell you. I'm disappointed.
And I forgot to tell
SAKAJA
you.
Is only good for the streets.
I forgot to tell you that hata ukibadilisha China uitwe papa nani, hizo zote, those are gimmicks that they are short-lived. We are here, and like Themba said, that we are going to celebrate the whole day. Our celebration is long-lived. So wewe badilisha majina is short-lived. Utabaki kuwa tu roba ule wa jana, na sisi tutakuwa wale wengine wanaokuja.
Then, but before these people kill each other, let me say good night.
Let me give my prediction. I agree with Adams. I think IBC should just chop the guy off. If either you have a degree or you don't, I mean, that's it. So if he doesn't have a degree, I'm also like Papa is saying, I'm disappointed that Mise can imagine that SAKAJA is an example. Would you want SAKAJA to be an example to your son on how to live your life? I mean,
actually, he says that Igada is artificial and SAKAJA is real. Like, is that opposite?
Surely. And that's why I actually gave the quote there. Nikasema George Washington said that sensible man can never be happy with a fool. You know, it is not me who say.
SAKAJA is only good for the streets.
Mr. Read the comment of Linet Wambomba. Miss.
SAKAJA is good for the streets.
Actually, someone is asking what if Ruto happens. Ruto cannot win. Where can he win? Wacheni zenyu bana. Ruto cannot win an election in Kenya right now. You guys start accepting that. The earlier you start accepting, the better. There's only one horse, and that horse is Azimio. The others, in fact, Ruto is struggling with Wajakoya. Wajakoya ameshachukua watu wote, watu wa bangi wanamfuata. Sasa Ruto should be struggling on how he's going to counter the wave of Wajakoya. Wale watu ambao wanamfuata nini, wale wote wa kuvuta bangi, hiyo siku watavuta bangi, watasahau hata kwenda kuvote. Wataamka the next day waulize nauliza ilikuwa inafanywa saa ngapi?
So is Wajakoya Baba's project?
Yeah?
Are you implying that watu wa bangi ni Waruto?
Si Waruto. Nasema hivi. Nasema wale ambao wale walikuwa nasema tio sijui mahasla nini, ndio sasa wanacheza rege huko. Na Ruto hiyo ndio ligi yake. Ligi yake si ya baba. Ligi ya baba ni mbali. Yani baba ligi yake iko juu. So these people should start accepting black. You guys start accepting ya kwamba there's only one horse. There's only one horse. The others, Ruto before amalize hivi kidogo ndio huyo Malala napigana na nani na Khalwale the other side. Hawajaongea kidogo hivi, tumeshaenda. Wacha niwaulize, tell me where Ruto will get votes. Alipatia Mutua sijui alete Machakos, alete Ukambani, alafu Mutua apate sijui Senate. Mutua ako peke yake huko, watu wake wametoroka, wanakampenia baba. Watu wote wa maendeleo chap wako kwa baba. Na how those are the people he's supposed to be campaigning with, wamlete votes za Ukambani.
I think sometimes we are just talking, but sometimes things we say here are true. It might be true that Ruto uses money to buy certain people. I don't want to say who, but look at the behavior of Mutua. Mutua is the other side, but his heart is this side. Maybe he was bought. Ababu na Mwamba, the original Ababu na Mwamba. So Jacob Bujuma said that this guy was bought. So sometimes I think these guys are being bought. Sometimes I have no evidence.
By the way, I have a question.
The behavior.
Remember, what happens? What will happen if now that Kithi of Kilifi is using the Raila trademark to campaign, and yet they claim to have bolted from the coalition?
Now that's the confusion I'm saying here. Now Kithi in PA wanashindana na huyo madam mwingine huyo Aisha. Sasa hapo Ruto ana lose. I mean there's now ndio watu wanafaa kumletea hiyo vote. Haya. Ukitoka hapo Western ambaye alikuwa anaangalia sana, Western ndio hiyo Malala na Khalwale hawapatani. Khalwale ameshaona ground nazungumza different. So Khalwale anasema nyinyi huko chini huko governor napatieni ule mtu mtapatia, hao wote ni watu wetu. Sasa mimi lakini msininyime Senate. So they have already sensed. So where will Ruto get this thing? You guys, wacha tufunge kesho. We will come and tell you black on how Ruto is not going, and Ruto has realized that now. What Ruto is doing, he's just making sure that UDA is the strongest party in Kenya kwanza. Hata kama watapata MPs 50, yeye ndiye awe na nusu ya hao. He wants to be the strongest party in Kenya kwanza so that he has something to say. He is using his money only on UDA candidates. He has decided not, if you are a partner of that party, go campaign for your people. Go fund them. He's not funding Kenya kwanza. Hakuna. He's only funding UDA. And that's why ukienda mahali kuna yellow tu. Akienda mahali una tu yellow. And he's saying UDA. Haya, yeah. Number 2. Another person ule akiongea anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Gachagua. Gachagua akiongea kura nyingi zenyu zinapotea. So where will you even win? Wacha niwaache hapo, tuonane kesho tukianzia hapo. Yes, Adams.
No, I'm just saying goodbye.
Okay, see you guys. God bless you.
Lakini Temba, good night. Lakini Alex
ameninyang'anywa Julia, hata ametoka. Wewe kuja kesho mapema usiku.
Makiadi, mimi ninakuonya. Nilikuwa nataka kukuonya wakati Julia ametoka. Chunga sana, utapotea.
Goodbye, good night, good people. God bless you.
Bye.